1444, The Rise of Byzantium Again. Hey, fanfic family. So glad to see you here again to continue this incredible adventure. As always, kindly remember, this story is 100% fiction. So don't go looking for dimensional portals in your closet. All rights to this fantastic novel belong to the original author. We're just your humble narrators of epic tales. Are you enjoying the fanfic? Show it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and dropping us a like. And if you're impatient for more exclusive content, our Patreon is your happy place. Chapter 151 The Carthaginian War. At midday, pedestrians hurried along the wide streets of Tunis. This was the second week of Tunis's siege. Not long ago, the Roman Emperor Isaac arrived at the city's gates, demanding that the Hafs dynasty's Yahya Caliph hand over the city. When Isaac refused, he led an army of 30,000 to besiege the city from 3 directions. Simultaneously, a Christian fleet flying double-headed eagle and pirate flags appeared on the Gulf of Tunis to the north, cutting off Tunis's last line of communication with the outside world, turning the Hafs capital into a complete island. The Yahya Caliph rallied the city's forces, declaring resistance to the end, and gathered over 10,000 remaining soldiers to engage the besieging forces in a bloody battle. On the streets of Tunis, a young man, his body wrapped in a large robe, a thick hood and a scarf around his neck obscuring most of his face, only revealing a pair of pale blue eyes, looked around. The once bustling market was deserted, the once thronged downtown area now only had a handful of people. The pedestrians, their faces filled with fear, were also bundled up tightly, their eyes darting nervously around their surroundings from under their hoods. They bypassed the patrolling guards, made their way to the designated supply points, dropped off coins, grabbed necessities, and then immediately disappeared into the alleys, rushing home as fast as they could. After confirming no one was around, they locked the gates tightly, remaining silent throughout. The young man, however, enthusiastically admired the city's architecture and empty streets, occasionally pulling out a charcoal pencil and a book to scribble and draw. He would stop now and then, smiling, to strike up conversations with passers-by, bombarding them with questions, though few paid him any attention. The guards quickly noticed the young man's unusual behavior and stopped him on the road leading to the city walls. "Show your face and identification." The young man removed his hood, revealing blonde hair and a face with distinctly Germanic features, clearly of European origin. "Huh?" The guards immediately became alert. After Tunisia was besieged, in order to maintain the city's stability and prevent internal strife, Yahya, on the advice of his ministers, followed the example of the Kingdom of France and forcibly isolated the infidels, confining them to a small, narrow area, placing soldiers under close surveillance, and providing only extremely limited supplies. The guards hesitated for a moment, their right hands resting on the hilts of their swords. At this time, any European still freely roaming the streets was either a spy or had powerful backing. The young man smiled amicably and took 3 documents from his pocket: an identity certificate issued by the Free City of Frankfurt, a pass signed by Caliph Yahya, and a permit for free movement signed by the city's defense commander. Like Deliman, a Frankfurt native, poet, painter, is granted free passage, local officials should not obstruct him, the guard read aloud, holding the pass bearing the coat of arms of the Hafs family. The signature was that of the then Caliph Yahya, and the date was 10 years ago. A poet, the guard looked at his captain beside him, a strange expression on his face. A courtier to princes and princesses, a plaything for concubines and noblewomen, the captain said succinctly, his disdain undisguised. Ahem, while I also write poetry and paint. I'm actually a historian, my ideal being to write a history that will truly be passed down through the ages. Lake understood the guard's conversation, his smile remaining unchanged. Suit yourself, but, the captain looked at the young man meaningfully. Seeing that they had no intention of letting him pass, Lake wisely took out a few silver coins and stuffed them into the captain's pocket. The captain weighed his pocket, then waved his hand with satisfaction, dismissing Lake. Lake pursed his lips and pulled up his hood. He was born in the Free City of Frankfurt in the Holy Roman Empire. His family members had served as court officials for generations, compiling family chronicles for various nobles, and also writing poems and heroic tales, winning the favor of knights and noble ladies. In this era, continental Europe lacked a systematic historical framework. Families, reliant on noble patronage, naturally produced writings heavily influenced by subjectivity, often incorporating personal biases and glorifying their patrons while vehemently denigrating rival families. Lake's father, a prominent figure in the family and former heraldic officer for the Elector of Brandenburg, rummaged through musty old parchment scrolls and finally found a piece of moldy paper covered in ancient writing. The Elector claimed his son possessed the blood of the Duke of Pomerania and was rightfully entitled to Stettin. According to him, the illegitimate daughter of the son of the sister of Duke Władysław IV of Pomerania was the mother of the current Elector of Brandenburg's mistress, making the Elector and his mistress's son the undisputed heir to the Duchy of Pomerania. This was a remarkable kinship, and the Elector of Brandenburg was overjoyed. He demanded that Lake's father embellish the claim and include it in the family history, bestowing upon the Draman family a manor near Berlin. This provided Lake with ample funds to study law at the University of Florence in Italy. There, he used his handsome appearance and overflowing artistic talent to linger in the beds of noble women and young girls, gaining their patronage. Having gained some fame, Lake began traveling the world like any other nouveau riche Italian, leaving behind many memorable poems. Later, he was no longer content with just poetry and prose. He sought to carry on his family tradition by writing history. At that time, the Yahya Caliph was diligently governing, inviting talented individuals of all backgrounds and faiths with an open and generous spirit. The naturally optimistic Lake arrived in Tunis by boat with great enthusiasm, observing the local customs and writing several articles praising Yahya and her princesses, quickly winning their favor. Caliph Yahya offered him a salary and granted him freedom to travel throughout the territory, requiring him to not only engage in artistic creation but also to survey maps and observe the local landscape. Walking through the dark streets, looking at the heavily guarded sentry posts, Lake couldn't help but sigh. He recalled 10 years ago, when Yahya, young and capable, swiftly quelled the unrest around the capital, vigorously developed production, and brought prosperity to Tunis. Back then, Tunis was like a beacon, shining brightly in the chaotic North African landscape, its people wealthy and secure. At that time, even the humblest beggar on the streets of Tunis would involuntarily straighten his chest when the glory of the Hafs family was mentioned. However, the Roman emperor, arriving from the east, swiftly and brutally destroyed the facade of prosperity, revealing its ugly interior. Yahya, suffering repeated defeats, became suspicious, distrustful, and irritable. When Lake attempted to meet him with the results of 10 years' work, he was refused even entry to the palace. Left with no other option, Lake took his work and prepared to seek another patron. At the end of the street, Lake knocked on a door. The woman inside, overjoyed to see him, pulled him inside. She was the mistress of a Myronian merchant. Lake had taken her and after the merchant fled. On July 3, 1455, Isaac, the co-emperor of the Roman Empire and a holy warrior, led the Crusaders in a decisive battle against the Hafs dynasty's allied forces on the plains west of Tripoli, achieving a great victory. Prince Ibn was killed in action, and the Hafs army was routed. On the luxurious desk left by the merchant, Lake opened his books and began to continue writing his masterpiece. He used the oldest form of Latin, which few people in all of Europe knew, so he didn't have to worry about being questioned by patrolling guards. Thus, the Hafs dynasty's last effort to resist the Crusades failed, and its demise began its countdown. In the following year, Emperor Isaac waged wars east and west, destroying the Jared Sultanate, establishing the southern frontier, and relocating people to populate it. Kairouan was besieged, and Ebenezer paid the price for his arrogance, gaining the nominal title of Caliph but losing his homeland. His army was like rootless duckweed, its will to fight gone. The benevolent Emperor Isaac, out of compassion, did not want to destroy Kairouan. After leaving a portion of his army to monitor it, he marched north to continue the campaign against the rebellious Hafs. The hostess brought bread and drinks, and Lake ate while writing. According to the vast majority of the refugees, Emperor Isaac was compassionate and would not commit unnecessary killings. As for the rumors of massacres and burning of the city, they were mostly unfounded and baseless. On April 20, 1456, the righteous Emperor Isaac, after a fierce battle, finally eliminated the local diehards and entered his loyal port of Sousse. The people were overjoyed and celebrated in a parade, but accidentally set the city on fire. Emperor Isaac was too late to put out the fire and could only watch helplessly. Such a great city was destroyed in a single day. How tragic and lamentable. Lake thought for a moment and continued writing. It is said that, given the large number of refugees, Emperor Isaac, unable to resist their pleas, granted them permission to work in Constantinople and the Morea Peninsula, employing a one-to-one assistance system, assigning them to each Roman citizen household to cultivate the surrounding abandoned land. Shortly afterward, The emperor marched on Benares, demanding that local officials pledge allegiance to the new Hafs leader, Makusam. This shows that Emperor Isaac's war against Yahya was purely out of necessity, aimed at upholding justice. On May 13, 1456, Emperor Isaac, seeing Benares's surrender delayed, fired a celebratory cannon salute. Inspired, the city's garrison opened the city gates that night. Lake pondered for a moment. Due to the stubbornness of the false king Yahya, Tunis was quickly besieged, like a lone boat adrift in a sea of purple flags. This was the Hafs family's ruling center. Yahya, having foreseen this, stockpiled large quantities of grain and weaponry, determined to fight Emperor Isaac to the bitter end. According to him, he can stay in the city until he dies of old age. Lake recalled what he had seen and heard on the street today, dipping his brush in ink. Supplies in the city aren't a problem for now, but the loss of morale is far more fatal than the scarcity of resources. Not long ago, the Zayyanid dynasty occupied several cities in the western border but refused to send reinforcements to Tunis. This greatly damaged the morale of the garrison, leaving them truly isolated. Compared to the nomadic tribes to the south, the inhabitants of Tunis are primarily farmers and are inherently weaker. The fanatical jihadists had already fled to the holy city of Karawah, leaving behind mostly ordinary citizens and farmers. While they don't understand Emperor Isaac's mission and are highly loyal to the Hafs family, their fighting strength is poor, and they are unlikely to hold the city for long. Having lived here for many years, I've had some dealings with the underground forces in Tunis. They control several hidden harbors in the Gulf of Tunis, and wealthy residents occasionally escape to the outskirts of the city in small boats to pledge allegiance to Makusam and Emperor Isaac behind him. Many high-ranking officials and nobles are also hedging their bets, sending some of their relatives out of the city to pledge allegiance to Makusam, just to get a head start. Yahya's control over the city is much weaker than before, and these corrupt dealings between officials and merchants are simply impossible to stop. It must be said that the emperor's move to put Makusam in the spotlight was truly brilliant. Sometimes, when people are faced with difficult choices, they just need a reason to convince their fragile hearts, even if that reason is utterly absurd. Lake shook his head, leaving a blank space, and turned to the end of the history book. Having conducted extensive research over many years, traversing almost every inch of the Maghreb, I have gained a relatively deep understanding of these states built on the ruins of the Almohad dynasty. Ultimately, they lacked a culture capable of uniting their people, a sound administrative framework, a rational system of succession, and even a proper utilization of religion. What they possessed was merely a uniquely advantageous geographical location, exceptionally brave nomadic tribes, and the occasional appearance of a wise ruler. Times change. When the strait is no longer an insurmountable barrier, when the brave nomadic tribes succumb to even more valiant invaders, and when their vital trade is severed, then even the occasional wise ruler cannot alter their inevitable decline. Soldiers rushed through the streets, creating a commotion. Presumably, another section of the city wall had been attacked. Perhaps, not long after, this great city will return to the hands of the Roman emperor a few hundred years from now. Then, the dust-covered gem will surely shine once more. At that time, I will present a Maghreb map I have drawn over the past 10 years, along with the cultural records I have collected, and this history book, to the great emperor. Surely, with his generosity, he will reward me accordingly. Lake closed his history book, quietly picked up his wineglass, and took a sip. Suddenly inspired, he wrote a few large characters on the title page of this nameless history book: The Carthaginian War. The distant cannons roared again, ancient, desolate, distant yet vigorous, as if a dragon frozen for hundreds of years had awakened from a deep cave, feeling its blood refill its parched body, trying to spread its wings that could cover the heavens and earth, letting out a long-lost roar towards the sky. Its roar, filled with the joy of rebirth, the oppressive aura against the villains, and the boundless rage against its nemesis, proclaimed its renewed reign. All the beasts trembled in fear. Chapter 152: The End of Prosperity. On the southern shore of the Mediterranean, in Tunis, the capital of the Hafs dynasty, night deepened, a full moon hung in the sky, illuminating the earth, while glittering stars flowed across the vast universe, inspiring endless contemplation. Yahya, fully armored, led his personal guards and Sunni religious followers, wandering the crumbling walls of Tunis. More than a month had passed since the siege of Tunis, but somehow, the Christians outside the city had not severed communication between Tunis and the outside world, allowing one piece of bad news after another to enter the city, relentlessly eroding the morale of the defenders. The southern frontier region had been established, Sultan Jared had died and his kingdom dissolved, Sultan Tugurt and Emir Mzab had submitted. Sfax and Sus had fallen, Karwa was besieged, and the Hafs dynasty's control had shrunk to a corner of Tunis. Then, in desperation, the great Mufti publicly proclaimed Abni as Caliph, effectively ending the Hafs family's rule over Tunis. The interference of the Zayanid dynasty further exacerbated Yahya's diplomatic situation. The long-awaited reinforcements vanished, leaving the city's soldiers and civilians truly isolated, facing a massive enemy force alone. The morale of the defenders plummeted, and a sense of despair filled the city. The resilient Yahya refused to succumb to their fate, filling his schedule with either negotiations with various factions or rallying morale on the city walls. He lavishly distributed his wealth, offering high-ranking positions and generous rewards to win over the soldiers, and united them through religious fervor, a strategy that proved highly effective in the early stages of the war. As the enemy's offensive intensified, the ancient city walls proved as fragile as paper against modern weaponry, breaching in several places. Under pressure from the Christians, the auxiliary troops below launched wave after wave of reckless charges against these breaches, and Tunis teetered on the brink of collapse in the howling wind and rain. Yahya was helpless. Whenever a breach appeared, he could only order reserves to hold it off at the last minute, buying time for the laborers behind to reinforce the walls. The rapidly increasing casualties weighed heavily on the hearts of every soldier. No one knew if they would survive the next enemy charge. Faced with death, official titles and ranks paled in comparison, gold and silver proved powerless, and even the courage fueled by religious fervor could not last, gradually fading away in each brush with death. As the situation deteriorated, rumors began to circulate in the city. Some questioned the legitimacy of Yahya's rule, some claimed the Crusades were God's punishment of the Hafs family, and others said Emperor Isaac was unwilling to commit further bloodshed and would spare their lives if they laid down their weapons. As usual, Yahya walked along the crumbling city walls, offering words of comfort to the soldiers who had fought all day, promising them victory, and scattering handfuls of gold coins among the crowd. At the beginning of the war, wherever he went, there was cheering and jubilation. Soldiers shouted "Long live God," and "God is great," pushing and shoving, vying to express their feelings before the generous and sincere Caliph. Yahya, without any airs, chatted and laughed with the soldiers, becoming one of them. But now, whispers filled the air. As Yahya approached, the soldiers suddenly stopped, staring at him with suspicion in their eyes. Yahya forced a smile, affectionately patting the blood-soaked shoulders of a young militiaman, and draping his robe over him. The young man, however, turned his head away, his body stiff as a statue. "Your Majesty, we have questions for you." More and more soldiers gathered on the city wall, surrounding him. Yahya's heart skipped a beat. He knew something was wrong. "My warrior, speak plainly, I will do my utmost. We've heard that the great Mufti has stripped you of your rule and transferred it to His Excellency Abni. Is this true?" Yahya's smile froze on his face, unsure how to answer. To avoid further unrest, Yahya had issued an official explanation from the outset, claiming that the great Mufti had been coerced by the traitorous Abni, and that his decrees were no longer valid. Of course, the common people had already pieced together the truth through rumors. This public outcry was merely the culmination of their pent-up frustrations. Seeing that Yahya did not answer, the leading soldier continued to question. "It is said that just 3 days ago, the Zayanid dynasty's army sacked Annaba, relocating its people and wealth to the west, and building fortifications around Bajaya, intending only to hold out. Is this news true?" Yahya remained silent. This was indeed the truth. Not long ago, a detachment of Christian troops bypassed Tunis and continued westward along the coast. Seeing this, the Zayanid dynasty's Emir of Aus immediately dispatched troops and looted the Annaba area, then withdrew, leaving the empty city to the arriving Christian army. "Your Majesty Yahya, we have fought to the death for you until today, and have already done our duty to our ancestors and to God. Continuing to fight will be futile and will only increase losses. We believe that you should carefully consider the peace conditions proposed by Emperor Isaac." Clang! Behind Yahya, his personal guards drew their swords, glaring angrily at their comrades. Clang! Clang! More swords were drawn, and the enraged soldiers swarmed, threatening a mutiny. Yahya's upright posture hunched over, as if he had aged 10 years, and he weakly waved his hand behind him, signaling his personal guards not to act rashly. The Greek emperor's peace terms were simple: surrender Tunis and recognize the rule of the puppet Caliph Muqasim. In return, The lives of the city's soldiers and civilians, except for the diehards, would be guaranteed. Those who did not wish to stay could leave after paying a certain amount of money. As for Yahya's fate, the emperor's messenger made no mention of it. I will keep your words in mind. Let's hold out for tonight and allow me some time to consider. Disperse. After a moment's hesitation, both sides sheathed their weapons, temporarily easing the tense situation, but the unease in the air grew stronger. Your Majesty, I will escort you back to the palace. Beside Yahya, his fully armed confidant, Tevito, said softly, stepping forward to block the Caliph. After the Battle of Tripoli, Yahya's core military force was almost completely wiped out. Of the newly assembled army, fewer than 1,000 escaped. The current garrison in the city consisted mostly of private soldiers from local powerful families and hastily recruited militia. The latter were of low combat effectiveness, and the former were of questionable loyalty. The very soldiers who had just launched the attack were the private soldiers of these local powerful families. Clearly, these beneficiaries had exhausted their patience in the protracted war and were no longer willing to fight alongside Yahya in a war that was already impossible to win. A dazed and confused Yahya was escorted back to the palace by his personal guards. He removed his heavy armor and sat alone on the cold throne, facing the desolate court. He called to his maids and eunuchs, but no one answered. He smiled bitterly, lit a candlestick, went to the basement to retrieve a few bottles of weak wine, and returned to his lonely throne. He drank alone, soon becoming slightly tipsy. He recalled the days when he stood by his grandfather's side, watching him step by step pull this shattered dynasty back on track, watching him conquer east and west, watching him fall on the road to war. He recalled the days when he ascended the throne at a young age, quickly quelling the chaos in the capital, absorbing refugees, encouraging agriculture and sericulture, and vigorously developing commerce, enabling Tunisia to quickly escape chaos and restore prosperity. Back then, he seemed to have inexhaustible energy, his youthful spirit piercing the sky. But today, just over a decade later, the situation has collapsed to this point, and he, with his hair half white, can only sit alone in the desolate palace, trapped in a lonely city. Before him lies a path of no return. Surrender? Putting aside the issue of dignity, Emperor Isaac outside the city holds absolute power. Without his army and people, he can only become a fish on the chopping block, at their mercy. Escape? The major forces within the city have probably long been eyeing the palace, ready to use his head to gain the favor of the new ruler. Your Majesty, our spies report that several slave traders in the city seem to have made contact with the Greek emperor, maintaining communication through the port of Mithral. They may be behind today's mutiny. You must be on guard. Footsteps sounded, and the loyal Tevito, clad in armor and carrying a sword, rushed in to report. Yahya seemed not to hear, his head tilted back, his eyes vacant. Your Majesty, Tevito, how many men do we have? 700 new soldiers and 100 personal guards. They are all deeply indebted to you and absolutely loyal. Yahya nodded, looking at Tevito. There's something I need you to do. What are your orders? Before the siege, I sent my 2 daughters and my infant son out of the city. They should have reached Corfu, Venetian territory by now. Go to the treasury now. Take as much money, books, and jewels as you can. Before the Christians enter the city, use your connections to leave and find my children. Please take my son to the Ottoman Empire, change his name, raise him, and let him live the life of a wealthy man. Yahya stared at Tevito, his red eyes pleading. Yes, Your Majesty, but Your Majesty. Tevito seemed to understand something, unable to move. Before you go to the treasury, there is one last order. After you've done all this, you will no longer be my slave. You will be free. Yahya smiled and handed him the keys to the treasury and Tevito's slave contract, quietly awaiting his reply. Speak. Yahya looked at the hazy sky, squinting his eyes, waiting for dawn. Put on my armor. As the sun rose, the first rays of dawn illuminated the world, setting the menacing cannons, the crumbling city walls, and the desolate streets. The mournful horns sounded again, and the siege camp bustled with activity as the entire army marched out. Isaac sat astride his horse, his silver armor reflecting the rising sun, the double-headed eagle emblem on it soaring in the sunlight. His personal guards tied a purple cloak around his shoulders, knelt, and presented him with the eagle staff, a symbol of the highest power in the Roman Empire. Isaac accepted the staff, feeling its cool texture, and swung it forward. Long live the king, the soldiers shouted, their voices echoing through the heavens and earth. The army arrayed itself, ready to deliver the final blow to Tunis. Under Isaac's strategy, the Hafs dynasty was at a significant strategic disadvantage before the war even began, with virtually no chance of victory. Nevertheless, they fought valiantly, repeatedly driving Isaac's old guard down from the walls, holding the city for over 50 days under intense attack. They were now exhausted, their strength waning, and the city was in turmoil, its people filled with fear. One more step and it would crumble. As usual, Isaac sent messengers to plead for surrender, but the city walls remained silent. Prepare to fire, Isaac frowned, his right hand raised, ready to strike. Your Majesty, look! Suddenly, the main gate of Tunis burst open. Amidst the sound of horns, a group of cavalrymen emerged from the blood and mud-stained ground, forming ranks beneath the city walls. The leader, clad in gleaming gold armor, held a sword in his left hand and raised the banner of the Hafs family aloft in his right. Please, Emperor Isaac, come forward for a talk. Yahya rode forward, shouting, kicking up a cloud of dust. A flicker of surprise crossed Isaac's eyes, but he quickly spurred his horse forward, positioning himself to the north and south of Yahya, separated by a moat. This is our first meeting, isn't it? Yahya seemed quite enthusiastic. Have you come to surrender? Isaac asked directly. Your territory has been completely divided up, your subjects have pledged allegiance to me, and your family has been scattered and displaced. Surrender now, and I can guarantee your safe departure. Yahya smiled contemptuously. When your father faced the threat of the Ottoman army, did he ever consider surrendering? No, my ancestors rose from chaos, swept across the land, defeated the Myrinian Empire's army, and buried the formidable King Louis of France. A red glow rose on Yahya's pale face as he held his head high. You have your faith, and I have my glory. If Allah is destined to take my life today, then let him do so. Yahya planted his banner in the ground, the yellow flag with a crescent moon and star fluttering in the howling wind. Misrata, I fled. Tripoli, I fled. Even with countless reasons, it will bring shame upon my family. Today, I will not flee again. Today, the place where the royal banner stands will be my final resting place. I will fight to the death, fight to the death. Behind Yahya, 800 cavalrymen slowly stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with their sworn caliph. I sent men to contact several of your key ministers, instructing them to control the situation in the city and prevent you from setting it ablaze, Isaac said slowly. It seems I underestimated you. In that case, let me grant your wish. Isaac raised his hand, and the well-prepared legion formed a semi-encirclement, blocking all of Yahya's escape routes. Charge! 800 cavalrymen shouted ancient slogans, launching their final charge against an enemy several times their size. Isaac glimpsed for a fleeting moment the golden-armored king and the yellow banner shimmered amidst the surging tide of the army before being completely swallowed up and vanished into the dust. On July 12, 1456, Yahya, the last caliph of the Hafs dynasty, trapped in the isolated city, could no longer control the situation and chose the most tragic way to die, falling on the battlefield in his pursuit of glory. That day, the city gates opened, the remaining defenders surrendered, and Isaac led his army into Tunis. Keeping his promise, he did not harm the soldiers and civilians in the city. He took money and slaves from his own treasury to reward his troops and ordered that Yahya's body be collected and buried where the royal banner stood. Thus, the Hafs dynasty, which had lasted for more than 200 years, came to an end, and Tunis, after more than 800 years, returned to the hands of the Roman Empire. The double-headed eagle banner flew over this land once more. Following ancient Roman tradition, Isaac renamed the vast land between Tunis and Tripoli as Africa, and Tunis reverted to its ancient name, Carthage. Chapter 153 The Dawn of the Age of Exploration. Hey, Captain, do you think we'll really meet John the Priest if we reach the other side of the world? On the vast ocean, 3 sailing ships billowed in the wind. On the deck of the flagship, the St. Pierre, explorer Denis Diache checked his compass, determining the direction. Beside him, the St. Pierre's boatswain, Madame Tristan, chuckled, fiddling with a small knife in his hand. Perhaps, Denis said non-committally. The legend of John the Priest first arose at the end of the Crusades. The Crusaders, repeatedly defeated and confined to a few coastal fortresses, began to fantasize about a devout and benevolent priest king in the Far East, who would deliver a heavy blow to them from behind the Islamic world. Emperor Yeludashi of the Western Liao dynasty, Batu Khan of the Golden Horde, Hulagu Khan of the Ilkhanate, and even Timur were all mistakenly believed to be incarnations of John the Priest. In the end, It was proven that the enemy of my enemy is not necessarily a trustworthy friend. Later, Marco Polo's travelogue sparked an Oriental craze in Europe. People believed that a prosperous and wealthy kingdom existed beyond the Islamic world, and that King John the Priest might reside there. Finding King John the Priest became one of the important goals of early explorers, at least ostensibly. For Dennis, having mingled with monarchs, nobles, and explorers for many years, he knew their nature intimately. Finding King John the Priest? Please, no one would waste time and money on such a vague reason. Spreading the gospel? Possibly. Some priests did indeed abandon everything in the old world with such lofty ideals, voluntarily embarking on ships to distant lands, even enduring hardships and toil, repeatedly explaining the Lord's scriptures to the ignorant natives in jungles teeming with venomous snakes and wild beasts. Gold, slaves, spices, fertile lands, and countless treasures, these were the primary motivations for exploration. Speaking of the high priest, I wonder how those Greek Orthodox priests are doing now. Madame glanced at the setting sun, estimating the date in his mind. It's been almost a month since they set sail upstream, hasn't it? By the way, what do those natives at the river mouth call their land again? Madame chattered on. Congo. Oh, right, what an awful name. Dinas put down his compass, took out his nautical journal, and, in the glow of the setting sun, recalled the details of his journey. More than a year had passed since they left La Palma. In that year, they had arrived at the islands of Argin and Grego in the Kingdom of Portugal, and then visited the Byzantine Islands, the San Nicolas Islands, Porto Queen, and the St. William Islands of the Eastern Roman Empire, following in the footsteps of their predecessors. Half a year ago, shortly after leaving the St. William Islands, they accidentally struck a reef along the coast and were forced to retreat to the St. William Islands for rest. This archipelago, dotted with sugarcane and coffee plantations, is currently the headquarters of the Eastern Roman Empire's colonial administration, headed by Count William of the Monferrato Valillo family. Compared to La Palma, which was treated as a homeland, the Byzantine Islands, which retained a transit function, and Porto Queen, which attracted European gold miners with its abundant gold reserves, the St. William Islands had a smaller immigrant population. A little over 200 white men drove a large number of enslaved Africans, cultivating the fertile land. The sugarcane and coffee produced there underwent preliminary processing before being sent to Europe, to the tables of royalty and nobility. Colonial Minister William's vision for the islands was clear. No large-scale urban development was planned. The original rural landscape would be preserved, with only a small port for transportation and a small castle for surveillance. Following the orders of the Eastern Roman Emperor Isaac, the colonial headquarters would be established wherever the empire's borders extended, a policy that Dennis strongly agreed with. However, this also meant that the ship repairs were extremely slow. After 2 months of anxious waiting, Dinas' patience finally wore thin. He left the 2 severely damaged ships in St. William and took the remaining 3 sailing ships south to explore the unknown. After sailing along the coastline for some time, the fleet discovered a large river, flanked by lush tropical rainforests, seemingly holding countless mysteries. Dinas sailed upstream along the river mouth for a distance and soon found the local indigenous tribes. The indigenous people here seemed relatively advanced, possessing sophisticated agricultural and metallurgical knowledge, and their language was quite complete, using oral traditions and legends to record their history. The various tribes of the Congo formed an alliance, all pledging allegiance to the supreme ruler located deep in the rainforest. The indigenous people called this river the Congo River and revered their supreme ruler as Mwinkongo, meaning King of the Congo. Upon discovering the enemy's large numbers and use of iron weapons, Dinas quickly adopted a friendly demeanor, presenting the tribal chief with the small handicrafts he carried. He received food and fresh water in return and noted the local situation in his nautical logbook. After receiving the gifts, the gentle natives softened their hostility, expressing great surprise at the arrival of the white monkeys, dancing and gesturing around them. They said the great king resided in the eastern inland, possessing thousands of slaves and boundless wealth, and would likely be interested in their trinkets. Dinas showed little interest. In the colonists' minds, the rainforest was tantamount to a forbidden zone of death. However, several missionaries on board were intrigued, hoping the tribal chief would take them up the river to the court of the King of Congo to spread the gospel of Jesus Christ. Thus, the 4 missionaries from the Greek Orthodox Church waved goodbye to the fleet, boarded the canoe provided by the tribal chief, and embarked on their eastward journey. Dinas continued south, encountering numerous tribal regimes along the way, some vassals of the Kingdom of Congo, others enemies. The fleet didn't engage in much negotiation, instead using small handicrafts to win over the tribal chiefs in exchange for some food and fresh water. As the voyage continued, the Rhine forest gradually disappeared, and savannas grew larger. Herds of strange beasts roamed the grasslands, astonishing the explorers. Until one day, even the grasslands vanished, replaced by endless deserts shrouded in thick fog. Animal skeletons lay exposed on the shore, their empty eyes staring at the sea. This coastline seemed to belong to the devil. At the same time, the ocean currents became erratic, fluctuating between hot and cold, as if to overturn all the colonists who didn't belong there. Dennis immediately remembered Isaac's warning and ordered the fleet to leave immediately, sailing out to sea and maintaining a safe distance from the coast. "Captain, those Greek sailors said their emperor is a messenger sent by heaven, who will clear away all dangers on the voyage. Is it really that effective, madam?" Munching on a banana, Dennis looking over, hesitated for a moment, then offered him the banana, its surface marked with teeth marks. Dennis, barely suppressing the urge to throw this unreliable boy overboard, pushed his hand away. "Whether it's that effective or not, don't you know?" Dennis said irritably. Long before setting sail, Dennis had been summoned to Black Castle to meet the young emperor and have a long talk with him. The emperor seemed to know everything, giving him a long list of instructions, big and small, which made Dennis roll his eyes. "There's a vast windless zone around Guinea. You must stay close to the coast and use the land breezes generated by the alternation of hot and cold air between the sea and land to aid your navigation. Deep in the Rhine forest lies a populous kingdom with a high level of civilization. Don't act rashly, try your best to maintain good relations and spread the gospel. At the edge of the Rhine forest is grassland, and at the edge of the grassland is an endless desert. Thick fog will shroud the desert, and the ocean currents will be extremely unpredictable. At that point, immediately leave the shore and sail to the middle of the sea until you can no longer see the coast." Dennis initially dismissed these prophecies, considering them mere theoretical talk from a young monarch. But everything that happened later corresponded perfectly to the emperor's advice, and Dennis couldn't help but admire the young monarch's erudition and foresight. Could it be that he had truly received divine revelation? This emperor is truly amazing. I heard a sailor say the other day that His Majesty Isaac has everything arranged perfectly, with smooth sailing and no fun at all. Haha. Dennis ignored him and continued to look at the stars in the sky, adjusting his course. As the fleet continued south, the coastal desert gradually disappeared, and after a short stretch of arid grassland, lush green land reappeared before them. The climate here was mild, humid, and rainy, with plains and hills interspersed along the coast, and towering mountains in the distance. The crew members exclaimed in amazement, feeling as if they had returned to their winter homeland. After trading with a local nomadic tribe, Dennis once again embarked on his voyage, heading south. Frankly, he felt a mixture of anticipation and unease. No one could guarantee what lay at the southernmost tip of Africa, at the edge of the world. He also harbored a faint fear, for he remembered the young emperor's final prophecy at their parting. After the Rhine forest comes the grassland, after the grassland comes the desert, after the desert comes the mild climate hills, Dennis had asked on the dock at Billy Lynch. And then, what comes after that? The young emperor looked at him for a moment, seemingly assessing his courage, before slowly speaking. "A storm, the fleet rounded a cape, and suddenly a fierce wind arose, the stars vanished, and dark, thick clouds swept in. Captain, look ahead, from the lookout tower." A sailor shouted anxiously and panikedly to Dennis on deck. "A storm. We've encountered a storm. Faced with a powerful enemy, we are fearless and undaunted, courageous and loyal, worthy of God's honor, speaking the truth, even unto death, protecting the weak. It is the law of nature." Inside the Carthaginian palace, a grand investiture ceremony was underway. In the magnificent hall, to Isaac's left stood his vassals and generals, led by Marcus Michael, and to his right stood his crusader allies, led by Duke Ferdinand. They all stood solemnly, swords drawn, witnessing this glory and splendor. Cardinal Isidore stood to the side, impeccably dressed in his robes, adding a touch of sanctity to the ceremony. Isaac, dressed in purple and wearing a crown, held his sword and gently touched the right shoulder of the kneeling man. The middle-aged man before him was visibly moved, reciting a prayer. His name was Norant, from the Bertucelli family, nephew of the former Pope Nicholas V. During the Crusades, with his family's support, he assembled an 800-strong mercenary army to fight. Recently, He led his army to threaten the Zayanid dynasty and seize the city of Annaba. After Nicholas V's death, the Bertucelli family's status in Rome was no longer what it once was. Norint was powerless to change this, and could only fight even harder, hoping that Isaac would keep his promise to the old pope and bestow upon him the reward he deserved. Unexpectedly, Isaac not only did not break his promise because of Nicholas V's death, but also included him among the first recipients of the reward. Norint from the Bertucelli family, "This is your oath." "I will remember it," Norint answered loudly. "Do you pledge allegiance to me, Isaac of House Palaiologos, to guard my crown and support my children, to the death? Do you promise to treat your people kindly, to be just, to aid the weak, and to defend justice?" "I will." "Do you promise to learn martial arts, to train soldiers, and to conquer the barbarians with my sword, to be the vanguard of the king?" Now, Isaac extended his hand, and Norland kissed the ring engraved with the eagle emblem. The ceremony was complete. Isaac held up the sword and placed it on Norland's raised hands. "In the presence of God and all the holy warriors, I knight you an Earl of Annaba, granting you the city of Annaba and the surrounding lands. I hope you will remember your oath today." Slap! Isaac seized the opportunity and slapped Norland hard across the face. "This is to make you remember." Norland was not angry at all. His slightly flushed face was filled with excitement and gratitude. Now rising is Count Norint of the Bertucelli family, an imperial knight, Lord of Annaba. Isaac helped Norint to his feet, placing him among the crowd to receive their congratulations. "Imperial Knight, Lord Norint of Annaba." The crowd drew their swords and cheered loudly. As the cheers subsided, Isaac continued, "You all saw it. Norint has been granted the title of Count of Annaba for his military achievements. He is the first, and he will certainly not be the last. The Saracens of the Zayanid dynasty still occupy Byzantium and Constantinople, lands that rightfully belong to us. Just yesterday, the Sultan of the Zayanid dynasty sent me a letter, shamelessly begging for peace. Warriors of Christ, tell me, how should we respond?" Isaac looked around, satisfied with the greed and fighting spirit in everyone's eyes. "Destroy them, destroy them." On July 16, 1456, after initially pacifying the situation in Carthage, Isaac held his first investiture ceremony, choosing the distinguished Norint Bertucelli as his representative and bestowing upon him the title of Count of Annaba. Besides him, Isaac also bestowed titles upon 5 barons, 15 imperial knights, and 12 pronia. Their fiefs were located on the coastal plains between Annaba and Carthage, on the southern coast of the Mediterranean Sea and the northern foothills of the Atlas Mountains, fertile lands suitable for both grazing and farming. These were all Isaac's direct vassals, pledging allegiance to him. Of the 5 barons, 3 were jihadists from Europe, all minor nobles and mercenary leaders, renowned for their martial prowess and leading groups of mercenaries hardened by blood and fire. They were assigned to the western and southern border regions. The other 2 baronial titles were given to 2 of Isaac's legion commanders, who, with the assistance of imperial commissioners, would control and manage their territories, distributed around the city of Tunis. Imperial knights were a new class created by Isaac based on his own circumstances, drawing on the strengths of the chivalric systems of the Holy Roman Empire and the Kingdom of France. They were hereditary titles bestowed upon Western European holy warriors. There was no way around it, they simply accepted this system. Pronia, on the other hand, was a unique system already existing in the Eastern Roman Empire, originating during the Comnenus dynasty. It was initially a stopgap measure to address land annexation. Pronarian vassals enjoyed lifelong ownership of land, which reverted upon their death, and continued inheritance required Isaac's consent. Isaac modified the existing chivalric and pronarian systems according to local characteristics and the realities of Rome. Imperial knights were primarily bestowed upon minor nobles and mercenaries from Europe, enjoyed tax breaks but required military service, and were stationed in border regions as the first line of defense against Muslim counterattacks. Pronia, conversely, were mainly bestowed upon princes and nobles within Isaac's own territory, requiring them to pay substantial taxes but not military service, and were primarily stationed in coastal areas, contributing to tax revenue. The following day, Isaac appointed Prince Marcusum of the Hafs dynasty as Sultan of Bizrak, ordering him to lead all the Muslims near Carthage who were willing to leave to Bizrak in the Atlas Mountains to continue the Hafs dynasty's rule. After Isaac's decisive victory over the Hafs dynasty and the nomadic tribes, many nomadic tribes fled deep into the Atlas Mountains, fighting fiercely with the original tribes for territory and water, creating chaos. These Berber nomads were extremely stubborn and difficult to eradicate completely, something even the later French could not do, and Isaac had no intention of doing so either. He only wanted them to remain weak. Perhaps in 5 or 10 years, the nomads would gradually awaken from Isaac's blows and begin to covet the territories below the mountains again, launching attacks on the towns below, attempting to reclaim their homeland. At that time, there would likely be another bloodbath. But by then, Isaac would only be even more powerful. On July 20, 1456, Ferdinand led his army from Manaba, continuing westward along the coastline. These powerful nobles, with Isaac's help, would reclaim cities like Byzantium, establishing independent crusader principalities and counties, nominally aligning with Isaac. By this time, Isaac had essentially established the administrative framework of his newly conquered territories. Drawing a line from Carthage to Gafsa, the eastern territories were directly governed, establishing large regions and administrative districts similar to Cyrenaica. The western territories were divided, with lands divided among vassals of different religions and cultures, the types of vassals varying accordingly. On July 25, 1456, Isaac's army marched south, joining forces with the remaining troops, besieging Kairouan, and engaging in religious negotiations with the Great Mufti. The map is currently being made, please be patient. If anyone is interested, they can try making one themselves. Chapter 154 Religious Laws and Serfdom. The army marched on, banners obscuring the sky. Isaac sat astride his horse, the white holy city looming in the distance. Since the siege of Kairouan, the Grand Mufti, using his religious authority, had rallied jihadist warriors to defend the city and bestowed the nominal title of Caliph upon Abni. This had indeed had some effect, successfully forcing Isaac to hesitate in securing 6 months of peace. Objectively speaking, the Grand Mufti's selfish actions not only failed to halt the Crusaders' advance, but also deprived the crucial city of Tunis of vital reinforcements, providing Isaac with considerable assistance. With the fall of the Hafsid dynasty and the disruption caused by the Zayyanid dynasty, only Kairouan remained as a lone city in the Muslim territories east of the Atlas Mountains. The army had blocked the defenders of Kairouan from 3 directions, leaving only the western pass leading to the Atlas Mountains. Over the past 6 months, the number of jihadist warriors gathering around Kairouan has increased dramatically. With the arrival of summer, food and water supplies have become increasingly scarce. The garrison is poorly equipped, morale has plummeted, and Epini, having lost his stronghold and eldest son, is utterly demoralized and on the verge of collapse. When Isaac arrived with his army, a fierce argument erupted in the city. Epini, no longer obeying the orders of the Great Mufti, led his remaining few thousand soldiers to loot the city and flee west, disappearing into the depths of the Atlas Mountains. This upheaval completely shattered the morale of the city's defenders. After deliberation, the Great Mufti decided to send an envoy to the new ruler of Carthage for negotiations. Your Majesty, the Kairouan delegation has arrived at our camp and is awaiting your arrival. At the camp gate, Isaac nodded, dismounted, tossed the reins to his personal guard, and headed straight for his own camp. Let them come to me. A short while later, in the central camp, Isaac met with Kairouan's envoy. They were all dressed in religious robes, with full beards and turbans, typical Sunni ulamas. Sit, coffee, pastries. The guards handed the prepared drinks to the envoys, who sat upright, eyes fixed straight ahead, motionless, occasionally glancing at the elderly man at the front. Isaac ignored them, eating and drinking to relieve the fatigue of a long day. After a while, the camp was silent except for the sounds of Isaac chewing and sips. Suddenly, as if remembering something, Isaac stood up, startling the envoys. Yargh Bey, present. The captain of the guards pushed open the door, standing with his sword drawn, glaring at the envoys. After fighting for so long, everyone is tired. Go tell the quartermaster to give the soldiers something good to eat tonight. Distribute the date cakes, mead, and the wine sent by the King of Aragon that I brought. Yargh Bey left, and soon after, cheers erupted outside the camp. Isaac continued to sit and eat and drink, while the envoys exchanged bewildered glances. Was he now completely confident of victory, utterly disregarding them? When Isaac reached for the third piece of honey cake, the elderly man at the front finally couldn't remain seated any longer. May God grant you health, Your Excellency, Emperor of Rome, Lord of Cyrenaica, Sirte, and Tunisia, Isaac of the Palaiologos family. The old man's voice was deep and weathered, resonant and ethereal. Thank you. And may the Holy Father grant you health and longevity. Seeing that Isaac was unmoved, the old man had no choice but to reveal his identity. I am the current religious leader of Karawah, the great mufti of the holy city. Oh, welcome. Although our positions differ, I must admit you are a very formidable figure, with unparalleled strategic vision, far ahead of your time, and your every move is a decisive blow. Speak plainly. Isaac interrupted the great mufti's meaningless flattery. Then I will speak frankly. I hope you will convert to the embrace of God. I will lead the people to support your rule. Your fame will spread throughout the Maghreb, and countless jihadist warriors will serve you. With your literary and military prowess, the several countries in the Maghreb region will find it difficult to stop you. In the future, you can lead your troops eastward, take control of Cairo, and march on Baghdad. Perhaps you can become the next Saladin and Baybars? Isaac smiled contemptuously. That's impossible. Saladin was a vassal of the Abbasid Caliphate his entire life. No matter how strong Baybars was, he could not change his status as a Turkic slave, and I am the Roman Emperor, the ruler of 3 continents and 5 seas, the protector of Constantinople, Rome, Antioch, Jerusalem, and Alexandria, and a follower of Jesus Christ. As for those places you mentioned, they were originally my territory. In the future, I will take them back one by one. Even if the Holy Father did not give me enough days, I still have equally wise children and grandchildren. Isaac stood up, and his personal guard struck their halberds on the ground. If this is the purpose of your visit, then please leave. I will launch a general offensive tomorrow morning. Seeing Isaac preparing to see them off, the ulama members panicked. Great Mufti, you? Great Mufti gestured with his right hand and sighed softly. Then, Emperor of Constantinople, how do you intend to treat us? You have already committed much bloodshed, but as a monarch, bloodshed brings you no real benefit. It only deepens hatred and destabilizes your territory. Isaac remained silent. Great Mufti's words were very pertinent, pinpointing Isaac's greatest predicament, the religious issue. Compared to Europe, the Berber people of North Africa, whose society was primarily tribal, had a weaker sense of national identity, even lacking a concept of ethnicity altogether. From a very early age, they had lived under the oppression of outsiders. Powerful nations like Carthage and Rome successively occupied the fertile coastal lands, pushing the Berbers into the Atlas Mountains. Although the Roman Empire converted to Christianity during the reign of Constantine the Great, it did not undertake large-scale religious enlightenment for them. After the rise of Islam, the Maghreb and Egypt quickly fell, and the rulers changed to Arabs who adhered to Islam. Objectively speaking, the Arabs did not actively proselytize, but the relatively advanced Islamic civilization assimilated most of the Berbers over the next few centuries, gradually evolving into their present state. Islam's influence on the world is extremely profound. It can blend the originally diverse cultures of a place, forming a new nation with religious identity at its core. Arabs, Berbers, and even some ethnic minorities in later China are such religious nations. In the context of the collapse of universal values in the Roman Empire, Isaac maintained the cohesion of his territory primarily through this religious and ethnic ideology, in addition to his own prestige. Replacing national identity with religious identity, vigorously promoting Orthodox Christianity in his territory, and reunifying them under the cross were all things Isaac consistently did. Currently, the situation seems promising. In the past decade or so, the earliest converts to Orthodoxy among the Berbers and Bedouins have already integrated to some extent with the migrating Greeks and Slavs, becoming incompatible with the traditional Berber people in the West. However, unlike the sparsely populated Sirte and Cyrenaica, the African coastal region was densely populated. Even after Isaac's conquest and expulsion, a considerable number of Muslims remained. If the original coercive methods were still employed, it would inevitably provoke a strong backlash, leading to widespread rebellion. This contradicted Isaac's original intention in conquering Carthage. Therefore, it was essential to appropriately relinquish some religious interests and adopt a policy of appeasement. Your faith differs from mine, but as long as you are willing to pledge allegiance to me and obey my commands, you can still live in my land and receive my protection, Isaac said solemnly. However, I must make it clear beforehand that any disobedience will be severely punished without leniency. So, how do you intend to implement this policy? The great Mufti, clearly dissatisfied with Isaac's verbal assurances, continued to press for answers. First, as the religious leader of Karawah, you must stabilize the city, open the gates, and lead your people to pledge allegiance to me. Those unwilling to pledge allegiance may leave directly for the western mountains. I will not stop them. If your conditions are suitable, I will comply. Isaac nodded, considering for a moment. I hope you can reorganize the church and establish a new school. The great mufti hesitated for a moment, then continued, I am not clear on which school you currently belong to, Shafi'i? Hanafi? Malik? It doesn't matter, what matters is that I do not want my people to collude with foreign powers. You must sever ties with them. The great mufti fell silent. It seems you know us quite well. Most European monarchs simply refer to us collectively as Saracens, unwilling to delve into the differences between us. Isaac smiled non-committally. Broadly speaking, Islam can be divided into Sunni and Shia. Besides these two major schools, there are also smaller sects such as the Abbot and Kharijites. The Emir of Mzab in the southern frontier region is an Abbot follower. This division is very vague. Both Sunni and Shia are further subdivided into numerous sects and orders, which fight each other to the death over minor religious differences. Creating your own school is something only masters are qualified to do. You overestimate me, Isaac said coldly, showing no regard for the Grand Mufti's feelings. During my conquests, I wiped out the most stubborn jihadists, and many tribes were driven to the mountains. Those left behind are just a bunch of cowardly, stupid fools. Now is the best time for religious reshaping. If you are unwilling, I can find someone else. So, what is your definition of this new school? To develop scholarship, encourage commerce and industry, weaken religious concepts and jihadist thought, and serve my rule. In fact, Isaac had been considering this matter for a long time. The idea of reforming Islam was not unfounded. Others had already set a precedent. Among the three Abrahamic religions, Islam was the latest to take shape and the most enlightened. Many Islamic monarchs even held dual religious identities. The early Mongol Khans, while embracing Islam, retained considerable belief in the eternal heaven shamanism. Timur, the most recent Khan, was simultaneously the great Sultan of Islam and the great Khan of the Mongols. The most notable example was the Sultanate of Rum. Babashak, a Sufi scholar from the Comnene family, even attempted to integrate Islam and Christianity, achieving considerable success. Qutb I, the powerful ruler of the Sultanate of Rum, held both Muslim and Christian identities. Neither Isaac nor the Grand Mufti before him possessed the necessary abilities, but slightly modifying Sunni doctrines, weakening their rebellious spirit, promoting loyalty to the monarch and patriotism, and advocating a focus on scholarship and commerce was still worth a try. Even if unsuccessful, it would still throw the believers' Sunni religious beliefs into disarray, facilitating subsequent missionary work. My cardinal is on his way. The specific terms need to be discussed with him. I'm only giving you one night. If you don't surrender by tomorrow morning, I will burn Karawat to the ground, and you will become a sinner in the Islamic world. Isaac waved his hand, signaling the guards to take the distraught Grand Mufti away. On the morning of July 26, 1456, the gates of Karawat opened wide, and the Grand Mufti led the city's soldiers and civilians to surrender and pledge allegiance to Isaac. The next day, Cardinal Isidore rushed to the scene, leading a portion of the Greek Orthodox Church to participate in the religious negotiations presided over by Isaac. Besides the Greek Orthodox Church, other Christian churches such as the Armenian Apostolic Church and the Coptic Orthodox Church were also allowed to attend. After 10 days of disputes and compromises, Isaac's first religious decree was officially promulgated. The decree stipulated that the Greek Orthodox Church was the official religion of the Roman Empire, that the emperor and his successor must be Greek Orthodox, and that the coronation ceremony of the Roman Empire must be presided over by the Patriarch of Constantinople. The Mufti the Elder founded the Karawan Church in the Holy City, stipulating that the Roman Emperor and his legitimate successor were the only monarchs, and all believers must swear allegiance to him to the death. Due to previous acts of usurpation, Karawan believers were required to pay double taxes, and every couple had to give their first son to the emperor as a blood tax for 15 years. In addition to the Greek Orthodox Church, the Armenian Apostolic Church, the Coptic Orthodox Church, the Syrian Eastern Church, and the Karawan Church were all legitimate churches in the Roman Empire, enjoying missionary rights within certain areas and holding their own seats in the imperial diet. The decree stipulated that all former Muslims must convert to one of the legal religions. Engaging in Sunni religious activities without permission was illegal, and anyone found doing so would be enslaved. Furthermore, Isaac organized merchants and artisans from coastal towns like Carthage, modeling it after the Ottoman Brotherhood of Ahmed, to form the Carthaginian Merchant Guild, guiding commercial and industrial activities in the new territory. Merchants, perhaps the least religiously minded group, were inherently profit-driven and unlikely to have pure faith, making them Isaac's best allies in the new territory. Elevating the status of merchants to counter religious forces was also part of Isaac's plan. The decree caused an uproar. The Sunni ulama in the new territory accused the great mufti of betraying God and began inciting rebellion, but few responded. Isaac ordered his army to attack, beheading the rebel leaders and enslaving the rest, killing the rebellion before it even began. Including prisoners of war, Isaac's number of slaves approached 30,000, distributed throughout the cities, performing arduous tasks such as building fortresses. Building on this foundation, Isaac issued a call to action to Sird and Cyrenaica, inviting all Christians to travel to the new Western territories. The imperial government would sell land and serfs at extremely low prices to cultivate the fertile coastal lands. Serfdom would become the dominant agricultural system in Africa. In the following months, Isaac traveled throughout Africa, suppressing uprisings, establishing administrative institutions, distributing land and serfs, and organizing autumn planting. During this period, the turbulent situation in Africa gradually subsided. Former Muslims who refused to accept Karawanism either fled westward into the Atlas Mountains or were captured and enslaved, sold into slavery around the world. Within 6 months, the Muslim population in the new territories had decreased by 1/3. Simultaneously, large numbers of Christians arrived from the east, purchasing serfs and cultivating the land to fill the void left by the population loss. Isaac's new policy drew inspiration from the Tsarist system of the Ottoman Empire, serfdom in the Russian Tsarist Empire, and the westward expansion of the United States, and he guaranteed its smooth implementation with his overwhelming military force. At the end of 1456, having finally quelled the initial chaos, Isaac withdrew his troops northward, announcing the relocation of the center of his rule to Carthage. He allocated 20,000 ducats from the funds obtained through the slave trade and the confiscation of the Hafs treasury for the relocation and resettlement of administrative personnel and military families. With his nearly 20,000 absolutely loyal followers as his base, Isaac could sleep soundly in the Carthaginian palace. In the Balkan Mountains, a large army was advancing, its numbers vast and covering the hillsides. Under the golden crescent and star banner, in a magnificent tent, Memdi peeked out. The continuous battles and the increasingly cold weather made him somewhat uncomfortable, forcing him to abandon riding and instead lie down in a carriage. Despite months of preparation, Memdi was still not entirely satisfied. His opponent was a formidable foe, not a foolish, overconfident prince like Durad. However, time was running out. The war in North Africa was essentially over, and the young monarch, roughly his own age, was about to return to the Balkans. The defeat 3 years prior was still fresh in his mind. Memdi knew that without completely crushing unity in the West, he couldn't spare all his forces to single-mindedly attack Constantinople. The Eastern Roman Empire was preoccupied with North Africa, and the Kingdom of Hungary was embroiled in internal strife. This was his best and last chance. If he failed to defeat unity this time, he might never be able to take Constantinople. This time, Memdi was gambling everything again, gathering a large army, determined to teach these troublemakers in the Balkans a lesson. "Where are we?" Memdi asked. "Your Majesty, Belgrade has arrived, Volume 4, The Land of Sunset, complete. Stay tuned for Volume 5, The Tiger of the Balkans." Chapter 155 Peasants' Crusade. Messina, on the island of Sicily, in the southern part of the Apennine Peninsula. This Mediterranean port town has an extremely long history, originally founded by Greek colonists who crossed the sea. It was an important hub between North Africa and the Apennine Peninsula, and between the eastern and western Mediterranean. Later, with the decline of the Byzantine Empire, it lost control of southern Italy, and the two Sicilies fell into endless turmoil, with royal families from various European nations fighting fiercely for the crown. Fueled by Michael Vilii, the first monarch of the Palaiologos dynasty of the Byzantine Empire, the wars of the Sicilian Vespers broke out. The Angevin family from France was defeated in several subsequent wars by the Trastan family from Aragon, and King Afonso V of Aragon thus claimed the crown of the two Sicilies, marking the beginning of Spanish influence in southern Italy. Despite this, the defeated René did not give up, still yearning for his throne, waiting for an opportunity to return to southern Italy. King Afonso V greatly admired Naples' environment and climate, moving the Aragonese court to Naples. With his benevolent and virtuous rule, he suppressed the conflicts between Roman Catholics and Greek Orthodox Christians, as well as between Angevin and Trastanal nobles, transforming Naples into a rare artistic capital in southern Italy. As the year drew to a close, The humid and mild winter of Messina quietly arrived. The drizzling winter rains washed away the summer heat and dryness, bringing new life to the parched land. In the bustling dock area, workers chanted slogans while unloading cargo, sailors sang songs to attract the attention of young women, and guards, swords in hand, watched the surroundings intently. At the edge of the dock, a gray-robed priest, accompanied by several guards, descended from the deck of a sailing ship, looking in astonishment at the thronging crowd. In the center of the square near the dock, a group of people gathered, and a man who appeared to be a nobleman stood on a high platform, holding a tattered notice and addressing the onlookers. "Alexander, over here," a richly dressed middle-aged man called out loudly to the gray-robed priest from the crowd. His plump hands were adorned with rings, the gems inlaid on them gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight. The middle-aged man strode towards the gray-robed priest, patting him warmly on the shoulder and leaving a layer of perfume on his simple robe. "Peter, long time no see. There are too many people here. I've arranged a carriage for you. Let's go to my lodgings first, we'll talk there," Peter said softly, smiling as he ushered the gray-robed priest into the ostentatious carriage. The carriage wound its way through Messina's crowded streets, finally stopping in front of a grand mansion. The guards and servants at the gate bowed and greeted them. Peter loudly ordered them to properly entertain the distinguished guests who had traveled from afar. Peter led the gray-robed priest to his dining room. The two sat down as host and guest, and servants brought food and drinks to the table. The abundance of precious ingredients made the gray-robed priest frown. In the bustling and extravagant Italy, he felt utterly out of place. After a simple meal of fruit and a few glasses of light wine, the gray-robed priest hesitated for a moment before speaking again. "Peter, you've read my letter. So you must know why I'm here." Peter gave a mumbled reply and continued working on his plate of braised beef tenderloin. "The alliance between His Excellency Hunyadi and Grand Duke Durad has broken down again. Ottoman Sultan Mehmed has essentially pacified southern Serbia, seized the new Burdo gold and silver mines, and is using the mined gold to recruit an army, which is now marching north. When I left, Grand Duke Durad had completely lost control of the nobles in his country, was bedridden, and the local nobles were choosing sides. The situation was extremely urgent." Peter nodded. "The relationship between the Habsburg and Hunyadi families is almost completely broken, and the White Knight has received almost no help from within Hungary." Peter nodded again. "Bishop Capitolano is calling for holy war and summoning crusaders. He has sent me to Italy to recruit mercenaries and peasants willing to participate in the holy war." Seeing that Peter remained unmoved, the gray-robed priest finally couldn't hold back and raised his voice. "If you feel that the third plate of roast meat in front of you is more urgent than the holy war taking place in Serbia, then please continue." Seeing that the gray-robed priest was losing patience, Peter reluctantly pushed the plate away, picked up a napkin to wipe his mouth, ordered the table to be cleared, and had 2 cups of coffee brought out. "Oh, don't rush. Fighting for the Father and filing my rumbling stomach are not mutually exclusive," Peter burped, smiling as he enjoyed the gray-robed priest's cold expression. "Speaking of which, Alexander, when did you get involved with the White Knight? You know, he's always been lukewarm towards the Orthodox Church, has a bad temper, and is notoriously stingy with his subordinates. He's not a good master," the gray-robed priest sneered. "If you ask me, Emperor Isaac's biggest mistake was trusting you bunch of flies who only care about profit." "Alice, you're mistaken." Peter wasn't angry, calmly shaking his short, thick fingers. "If it weren't for us, how would His Majesty sustain the endless wars, and how would he feed his numerous armies?" "You mean the slave trade, turning living people into commodities? I thought that after your homeland was occupied by the Ottoman Sultan, you would hate those Saracens even more." Peter wasn't angry. He knew exactly what he was doing, and he knew that such actions would inevitably attract a lot of criticism, and he remained calm about it. "All right, let's get back to the point." The gray-robed priest didn't want to delve any further, his brow furrowed, and waved his hand. Before this, Bishop Capitolano wrote several letters to Emperor Isaac, requesting him to send troops north to support the holy war in Serbia, but he never received a definite answer. "Besides recruiting crusaders, my main purpose in coming here is to find out what your attitude is, and that of the Emperor of Constantinople behind you, towards this holy war. Doesn't he realize that if Hunyadi falls and Mehmed I conquers all of Serbia, Constantinople will be the next target?" Peter paused for a moment, then changed the subject. "When you came, did you see the scene in the square and at the docks?" "Yes, very prosperous. The city has regained its glory under Afonso V's rule." "So what?" The gray-robed priest felt like laughing in exasperation. Peter ignored him and continued speaking. The last time the city was this prosperous was over 200 years ago, at the height of the Crusades. Back then, hundreds and thousands of pilgrims, holy warriors, landless knights, and peasants gathered here daily, boarding large ships to journey to Jerusalem. They believed that all sins could be forgiven in Jerusalem, and all complex questions could be answered at the Holy Sepulchre. They believed that the massacre of the Saracens was not murder, and that plundering their property and land was justified. They believed that a penniless country boy in France could also own a city in the Holy Land. I know you have lofty beliefs, are ashamed to talk about profit, and hope to unite the people with pure faith to fight against the Ottoman army. But the truth is, most people, including myself and the emperor, are driven by self-interest. Peter took out a document, the very one that had been read aloud in the square. Not long ago, His Majesty issued several decrees in the new capital, Carthage, inviting landless knights and peasants from all over Europe to Africa. After pledging allegiance to His Majesty, they could obtain land and serfs at low prices. In addition, His Majesty also called upon mercenary organizations and slave-hunting groups to enter Africa, venture deep into the Atlas Mountains to develop land and capture slaves. 3/4 of the developed land will belong to the settlers, and the captured slaves can be sold to local administrative bodies and sent directly to various farms. The emperor's 3 major merchant guilds in the Mediterranean, the Monferrato Trading Company, the Cyrenaica United Merchant Guild, and the newly established Carthaginian Merchant Guild, have all mobilized, spreading the decrees throughout Europe via trade routes. The guilds will provide them with inexpensive transportation. Seeing the gray-robed priest's stunned expression, Peter continued. Since the two Sicilies are close to Carthage and still have a significant Greek Orthodox population, this has become our focus. The prosperity you see is not the achievement of Afonso V, but an illusion created by a group of profit-driven creatures. Among them, some are simply ambitious, hoping to line their own pockets when the tide turns, while others are disillusioned individuals who can no longer survive in populated Italy and wish to start a new life. After this exchange, neither side rushed to speak. Peter sipped his coffee, waiting for the gray-robed priest to digest a vast amount of information. So, after a year of stalling, you plan to continue stalling, turning a blind eye to the suffering of your kinsmen in the Balkans? That's not what I meant, Peter sighed softly. What I mean is, you've come to the wrong place. This place belongs to merchants, mercenaries, and speculators. If you can offer enough benefits, you can attract a large number of reinforcements, but an empty slogan alone will never sway their greedy hearts. In Italy, even His Holiness the Pope in the Vatican has to borrow money from Venetian merchants to support his army, let alone someone as new as you. Peter looked at his old friend's graying hair and sighed inwardly. The gray-robed priest was named Alexander Petrov, born in the Kosovo mountains of southern Serbia, to a family of honest, devout farmers. From a young age, he displayed exceptional intelligence, earning the praise of the local priests, who groomed him as their successor. He spread the gospel of Jesus Christ to the farmers in the mountains, gradually gaining fame through his talent. His birthplace was near the New Boulder gold and silver mines, where he witnessed firsthand the oppression and exploitation of the lower classes by the wealthy nobles and mine owners, developing a strong resentment towards these bloodsuckers and the traditional church that aided and abetted their evil. Later, Alexander came into contact with some Wagnerian ideas, which he immediately embraced as guiding principles. He advocated reforming the church, confiscating church property and distributing it to the common people, opposing secular rulers and landowners, and hoping to establish a harmonious society where everyone was equal. This ideology was naturally unacceptable to most of the ruling class, but it also gained the support of the common people. Alexander, in particular, was affectionately known as the Grey Cardinal by his followers due to his simple lifestyle. Meanwhile, Peter had left the Balkan mountains early on, becoming one of the first Slavic immigrants to venture to Sirte. Through his business acumen, he gradually built his fortune, even gaining access to the courts of Carthage and Berinchus, and his son was able to study alongside the princes. Despite their differing stances, Peter always held Alexander's pure idealism in high esteem. A few months earlier, the Ottoman Empire had occupied his homeland with unparalleled force. The Grey Cardinal must be in great pain now. You should focus on the Balkans and Hungary, like Bishop Capistrano. Their methods of production are more primitive, and their farmers are more devout. Uniting them can unleash tremendous power. As for the professional mercenaries you've always hoped for, I'm afraid that, another silence fell. Alexander slowly rose, brushed the powder Peter had left on his shoulder, and dusted off his gray robes. I understand, Thank you for telling me all this, and thank you for helping me understand myself." The gray-robed bishop forced a smile and made the sign of the cross. "I will not give up, no matter what. Good luck, dear friend, venerable priest." The gray-robed bishop suddenly felt suffocated, rejected Peter's embrace, and walked out of the opulent house, into the sunlight, taking a deep breath of fresh air. "I will send someone to take you back to the port. The army's march is not a simple matter, and the White Knight Uniti is not a simple man either. You still have time." Peter chased after him and stood beside Alexander. "We'll go ourselves, no need for you to see us off." The gray-robed cardinal glanced at the carriage emblazoned with his ostentatious family crest and shook his head. Peter sighed, changed to a simpler carriage, and insisted on seeing Alexander onto the ship. In the harbor, numerous mercenaries and knights of lost land shouted as they boarded ships bearing the double-headed eagle emblem with their recruited men, their faces filled with anticipation for the future and a thirst for profit, heading towards the unknown distance. "That's enough. May the Father bless you." Peter saw Alexander onto the ship and waved to him from the shore. "Peter, speak. That Emperor Isaac, who claims to be the protector of Christians and the sworn enemy of the Ottomans, is he really going to stand idly by?" the gray-robed cardinal shouted as Messina receded into the distance. "Before I departed, His Majesty said that he would never tolerate the Ottoman aggression and would punish the Lord's enemies in his own way. Always remember, the Emperor has never gone far away. You are not alone," Peter answered loudly, making the sign of the cross on his chest. Watching the ship disappear into the horizon, Peter returned to his carriage. In fact, he did not tell Alexander that the Emperor's words were only half finished. In the Carthaginian palace, the young emperor paced slowly with his hands behind his back. Regardless of who won or lost the war in Belgrade, regardless of whether the White Knight lived or died, it was irrelevant to my grand plan. On the ship, Alexander sat uneasily in his cabin when the door suddenly opened, and his follower rushed in, carrying a gray-black leather bag. "What is it?" the gray-robed cardinal asked. "Your Excellency, this was given to me by Mr. Peter before his departure, and he asked me to give it to you." Alexander opened the gray leather bag, only to find it filled with gold. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 156: Gold and Salt Trade. The Eastern Roman Empire, on its southern frontier. On the hard sand, a caravan moved, light cavalry in blood-red uniforms patrolling the outer perimeter, guarding the main banner in the center. Under the gold and red double-headed eagle banner, the short-statured barbarid pulled the carriage, galloping across the endless wasteland, kicking up clouds of dust. The carriage was entirely black, its interior and exterior lavishly luxurious, the coat of arms of Palaiologos gleaming golden in the sunlight. "Father, is this the Great Salt Lake of Jared? It's so beautiful." Beside the caravan, the Great Salt Lake of Jared, refilled with salt water in winter, several dry rivers flowing from distant mountains into the lake, combining with the minerals at the bottom to create a magnificent rose-colored hue. In the largest carriage, Isaac and his son sat side by side, Justinian leaning against the window, enjoying the cool breeze while gazing intently at the beautiful and spectacular Salt Lake. "Where shall we stay tonight? How about we camp by the Great Salt Lake? We'll stay at Romanesburg tonight. It's also close to the Great Salt Lake, and the scenery is even better than here," Justinian cheered, continuing to tilt his head to admire the view. The winter sun appeared very small, like a golden disk, hanging high in the sky. After the military and political affairs of the new territory were on track, Isaac ended nearly 2 years of conquest and finally had some free time. He dumped all the trivial matters on the ministers who had moved to Carthage, and took his family to tour the territory, receiving the allegiance of the ministers and tribal chiefs. Justinian, freed from his heavy studies, had a hard-won vacation, and he was cheerful and chattering incessantly the whole way. However, Isaac wasn't going to let him be so happy. There was, of course, a purpose in bringing him out. "Last week in the Gafsa region, I took you around the edge of the Atlas Mountains and met with some tribal chiefs. I asked you to share your thoughts. A week has passed. You should have made up your mind by now, right?" Isaac tapped Justinian's head and pulled him closer. They all seem quite afraid of you, of course. I just gave them a good beating." Isaac laughed and scolded. "It seems quite chaotic there." "Oh? How so?" The various tribes are constantly fighting over water and territory, with significant disagreements. The pioneering knights and slave hunting groups have taken advantage of this, trading with the tribal chiefs, buying serfs and war slaves, and turning the mountains into a mess. I heard that many tribal chiefs have asked you to allocate them territories and stop the inter-tribal fighting. Can't you do something about it? Seeing Justinian's curious expression, Isaac couldn't help but pat his head. It's good that you can see the cause through the phenomenon. However, don't easily trust those cunning chieftains. Those who come to see me are all small tribes pushed to the margins. What they hope for is nothing more than me to uphold so-called justice for them, trying to use me to defeat their enemies and annex their land and people. As for those pioneering knights and slave hunting groups, they were all my doing. Their purpose was to create chaos, to make them focus their energy on fighting, and to deplete their strength. Only when they are in chaos and remain weak will they have any demands on us. So that we can sit back and relax our grip. Justinian thought for a moment. Did you recently bestow the title of Sultan of Bizrak upon Prince Macusum? Aren't they your vassals? Macusum is utterly incompetent. A few months ago, I sent troops to help him defeat the local forces and seize Bizrak and the surrounding towns. The local forces, under pressure from the military might, did acknowledge his status as Sultan of Bizrak, and nominally he was indeed my vassal. However, Macusum himself is of such poor character that he cannot gain the genuine support of the people. After my army withdrew, he immediately began to indulge in extravagance and debauchery, causing his subordinates to become disloyal. Not long ago, Epony, who had fled from Karawah, led his army to defeat Macusum's remaining forces in Tebisa, seized the territory, declared himself king, and sought investiture from me. Did you grant it? Although Justinian had no recollection of these unfamiliar place names, he was still very interested in these war stories. He was given the title of Emir and ordered to pledge allegiance to the Sultan of Bizrak, but this man is ambitious and will certainly not give up so easily. He will likely confront our Sultan of Makshum later. Isaac waved his hand, putting these complicated worries aside. Let them fight it out. Until they reach a conclusion, the war deep in the Atlas Mountains has little to do with us. Then, after their continued fighting, will a powerful chieftain emerge, annex all the surrounding lands and people, and then launch an attack on us? Justinian pressed. Possibly, but extremely difficult. Unlike the vast grasslands, the layered Atlas Mountains divide large settlements into small geographical units, interconnected by limited roads. This unique topographical barrier is often more severe than cultural or religious divisions. Settlements and towns surrounded by mountains are the perfect breeding ground for ambition and separatism. Even if a genius were to emerge, capable of subduing the tribes in the mountains and uniting them under his banner, his hastily established empire would inevitably crumble upon his death. It couldn't last. Besides, we are not to be trifled with. We cannot ignore this. Furthermore, these nomadic tribes in the mountains rarely form large cities. They lack complete metallurgical and commercial systems, let alone technological development, and must rely on external support. As times progress, their armies will only become increasingly backward, falling far behind us. Isaac smiled and patted Justinian's head, quite satisfied with his performance. Father, I actually have another idea. Seeing Isaac smile, Justinian became even more eager to show off. Go on, Isaac said. I just returned from the Iberian Peninsula and visited your new territory. I found that some people compare your holy war to the Iberian reconquest, and there's some truth to that. Oh? What makes you say that? First, both your holy war and the Iberian reconquest were done in the name of God, driving out the Saracens who had seized Christian lands and redistributing the Father's glory to the land that rightfully belongs to us. Second, I discovered that the terrain, climate, and culture of south-central Iberia are very similar to this place. It's also relatively arid, predominantly mountainous and hilly, and inhabited by a large number of Saracens. I heard from the Prime Minister that your expansionist decrees are also remarkably similar to those of the former Iberian kings. Good. As expected of my son, such insight at such a young age even surpasses many of my ministers. Isaac was extremely pleased, hugged Justinian, gave him a big kiss, and took out several pieces of cake from his bag as a reward. In fact, Isaac's expansion decree was based on the Iberian reconquest movement, incorporating some experiences he brought from later generations. Similar to North Africa, the Iberian Peninsula's climate is extremely variable, with rainfall decreasing sharply from northwest to southeast. Galicia in the northwest corner receives up to 2,000 millimeters of rainfall annually, while the Benice Desert in the southeast receives only 200 millimeters, making it the only desert on the European continent. The current capital of the United Kingdom of Castile is Toledo, a semi-arid city deep inland on a plateau, receiving only a little over 400 millimeters of rainfall annually, less than half that of Carthage. However, low rainfall does not equate to barren land. Ample river water and abundant sunshine allow wheat to thrive and irrigated agriculture to flourish. Similar to the Iberian reconquest, Isaac's encroachment on the Atlas Mountains also relied on pioneering knights from across Europe, who would gather the increasingly surplus population of the continent to carve out new territories in the mountains. The Atlas Mountains are dotted with rivers and springs, and in some high-altitude areas, snowmelt also flows through them. Besides common wheat, Isaac also vigorously promoted rye cultivation. This plant, originating from the Iranian and Afghan plateaus, is better tolerant of high altitudes, drought, and salinity. Its seeds are edible, and its stems are high-quality forage. These pioneering knights would cooperate with slave hunting groups, either fighting or reaching compromises with local tribes, selling captured slaves to nearby serf estates, forming a complete industry chain. Father, you just said these Saracens are very backward, so why did you grant Saracen merchants and artisans so many rights, integrating them into the Carthaginian merchant guild, and even relying on them to complete the construction of the new capital? Well, Isaac stroked his beard. Remember this, it's not the people, nor Islam, that are backward, it's simply this mode of production based on nomadic tribes. The Saracens are not backward at all, their civilization is just as prosperous, even surpassing ours in many ways. The largest city in Africa is Cairo in Egypt, and the largest city in Europe is Granada on the Iberian Peninsula. Even Fez, the Marin dynasty city, had a larger population than Paris and Venice. Before we came, Carthage also surpassed most of the capitals on the European continent. These cities are the jewels of Saracen civilization, shining brightly in inconspicuous places. A qualified ruler must know how to learn from the strengths of various cultures, to be inclusive and eclectic. Self-admiration is absolutely unacceptable. Isaac continued his earnest teachings. Governing a large city with a population of over 100,000 is a skill. The empire hasn't had such experience for a long time. When you're older, I will arrange for professionals to assist you in governing Billinge. This city already has 60,000 people. Perfect for you to practice on. Isaac spoke of his future plans, unaware of Justinian's somewhat gloomy face. Father, according to you, the Saracens seem to be much more advanced than us. I heard from my geography teacher that the most prosperous city in Asia used to be Baghdad, then Bahdussarai, and now Samarkand, all Saracen cities. Isaac stared wide-eyed, secretly deciding to find Justinian a new geography teacher when he returned. Bahdussarai isn't an Asian city, and neither are Baghdad and Samarkand the most prosperous cities in Asia. As for the Saracens, they are indeed more advanced than us now. In the Far East, there are two civilizations completely different from ours. India in South Asia is also densely populated, and China in the Far East once had cities with over 1 million inhabitants. You might have to deal with them in the future. When we get back this time, I'll have your mother take the time she wastes at banquets to tell you stories every day, starting with Marco Polo's travels. It might not be entirely authentic, but you'll definitely love it. Father and son chatted as the convoy continued its journey, eventually stopping at Ramonisburg, the capital of the southern frontier, beside the Great Salt Lake of Jared. This city was originally the capital of the Jared Sultanate. Isaac conquered this unwalled town early last year, renaming it Ramonisburg as one of the residences of the resident ministers. A year has passed, and little has changed. It remains a stronghold of a few thousand people. In the distance, on a low hill, a small castle is under construction. On a tower already built, the double-headed eagle flag of the Roman Empire and the roaring boar flag symbolizing the southern frontier fly high. Abel, the resident minister of the southern frontier, greets your majesty and the prince. The giant knelt on one knee, bowed his head, and paid homage to Isaac and Justinian. Behind him, a dense mass of officials and tribal chiefs from the southern frontier knelt. Justinian looked at the giant with curiosity, tiptoed, and patted Abel's furry head. Abel did not get angry. Looking at Justinian, a smile appeared on his scarred face. The prince is exceptionally gifted. With such an air, His Majesty can rest easy. The crowd behind him showered him with praise. Although Justinian didn't understand the dialect very well, he was overjoyed. Isaac helped Abel to his feet, ordered his guards to set out the food and drinks they had brought, and lit a bonfire under the blue sky and white clouds. He then sat down with his subjects. Among them were some who had migrated from the east, and others were local tribes willing to submit to Isaac's rule. The atmosphere of the banquet was quite harmonious. During the feast, Isaac introduced his eldest son and heir to his subordinates, instructing them to send their children to Carthage to serve as the prince's companions. Early the next morning, Isaac sought out Abel, listening to his account of the situation in the southern frontier and offering guidance on future priorities. There has been little progress in the overall situation in the southern border region. The Tughut Sultan and the Mzab Emir, upon hearing of the tragic fall of the Hafs dynasty, have become much more subdued, allowing Abel to send envoys to their capital, sending a few unimportant sons to Ramonisburg as hostages, and also sending several hundred elderly, weak, and disabled soldiers as auxiliary troops. Abel has divided administrative power among Ahmed and Hussein, while he himself retains supreme military power. His main objective is to establish authority and subdue any rebellious tribes that refuse to obey. Isaac is relatively confident in Abel's military capabilities, and his visit has another primary purpose, the trans-Saharan gold and salt trade, which he has long coveted. Compared to the trial and error gold plundering in West Africa, the trans-Saharan gold and salt trade has been going on for centuries, with well-established routes and currently at its peak. This trade route, primarily using camels, traverses the desolate Sahara Desert, directly connecting to the legendary land of gold, Mali. Because sub-Saharan Africa is salt-poor but rich in gold, camel caravans traveling from North Africa to Central and West Africa have no trouble finding buyers. Cheap salt from the Mediterranean world could fetch high prices after crossing the desert, sometimes even equal to gold. Isaac had previously established a gold and salt trading post in Sebha, which proved very successful, quickly generating substantial profits. Starting from Carthage, passing through Ramonisburg and heading south, all the way southwest to Mali, this was the second trans-Saharan trade route Isaac planned to establish. Compared to the Sebha route, this route was shorter, had a larger carrying capacity, and its destination, Mali, was far richer and more affluent than the steppe countries of Central Africa. While camel caravans had limited carrying capacity, making it difficult to successfully transport bulk commodities like grain and cloth, they were perfectly suited for transporting small, high-priced goods like gold and salt. It could be said that Isaac's painstaking efforts to occupy North Africa, annexing the area east of Carthage to Gafsa, and sacrificing a third of his population to stabilize it, were largely driven by this highly profitable trade route. Due to the arduous desert crossings, the gold and salt trade routes and transit points were fixed, facilitating Isaac's tax collection and monopolistic practices. The operation of a nation requires substantial funds as a lubricant. With money comes manpower and an army. Your Majesty, rest assured, though I am a rough man, I will certainly cooperate with your work to build Ramonisburg into your desired form, Abel assured Isaac in the tent. From every gold and salt trade profit, you will receive 5%, used for the operation of the southern border region and the development of your family. Isaac nodded, also conceding some benefits to Abel. Your Majesty, urgent report. Captain Yurgubay hurriedly pushed open the tent, holding a letter sealed with sealing wax. Prime Minister Isolt needs you to return to Carthage as soon as possible. Something has happened in the Balkans. Chapter 157 Ironclad Holy Cavalry. Your Majesty, just 3 days ago, Ottoman Sultan Mehmed I led an army of 100,000 to besiege Belgrade. The city is defended only by 6,000 soldiers led by Hunaydi Laszlo, the eldest son of the White Knight Hunaydi, and a few thousand laborers. In the Carthaginian palace, Isaac, watching the flustered vizier Isert, slowly made himself a cup of coffee and offered the vizier a glass of wine. 100,000? And so many, Isaac spoke calmly to himself. Of the 100,000 troops, nearly 20,000 are knights and laborers from Serbia. The White Knight Hunaydi has gone too far, forcing even the originally neutral nobles to Mehmed I's side. What did he do? Isaac took a latte art pitcher, frothed milk into the brown coffee, and admiring the foam he had created, taking a leisurely sip. Last year, the White Knight Hunaydi, seeing the growing power of the Ottomans and overwhelmed by domestic and international criticism, announced a public reconciliation with all his enemies to jointly confront the advancing Ottomans, including Grand Prince Durad. The White Knight Hunaydi and Grand Prince Durad joined forces and initially achieved considerable success, even sending a detachment to bypass the Ottoman army and advance directly into Bulgaria, forcing the Ottomans to retreat. Wasn't that great? After the Ottoman offensive temporarily halted, the White Knight became arrogant again, not only sending men to confiscate Grand Prince Durad's property to fund his army, but also mocking the nobles who had previously supported the Ottomans. Meanwhile, Mehmed I, on the other hand, proceeded cautiously, continuing to amass troops and river fleets while employing a diplomatic offensive to win over the Serbian nobility. Many Serbian nobles already harbored deep resentment towards the White Knights, and Grand Duke Durd himself was deeply suspicious of the arrogant Hunidi family. The alliance between the two sides quickly crumbled again. Next, the Ottoman army continued its northward advance. The Hunidi, unable to stop it, withdrew to Belgrade to defend it, appointing his eldest son Laszlo as the city's defense commander, while he himself returned to Corvin Castle to gather reinforcements. I've made it perfectly clear in my letters to you. Do you really not care about the situation in the Balkans? Isert, his eyes red with anger, slammed his hand on the table. These days, he had been tasked with coordinating the integration and stability of the African region, establishing administrative institutions, and planning land allocation. He was extremely busy. Look, you're in a hurry again. Isaac pulled out a map of Belgrade and beckoned to the Prime Minister, gesturing for him to look over. Belgrade is a formidable city, built from the ground up to defend against invasion. The city is roughly triangular in shape, with only its southeast side directly facing the enemy. The other three sides are surrounded by the Danube and Sava rivers, allowing for a continuous supply of waterways. Truly a shield of God, the Danube flows from northwest to southeast. The Hungarian navy sails downstream, while the Ottoman navy must sail upstream, putting them at a disadvantage from the start. If Hunidi can defeat the already weak Ottoman navy and secure the supply lines to Belgrade, then the Hungarian army has the potential to hold out for a long time. Whether it will be a protracted war of attrition or a decisive battle depends on the will of Hunidi and Mehmed I. Isaac drew a circle on the map. Who wins or loses is not of much concern to us. It would be best if they fought a real battle, a fight to the death. If Mehmed I loses, his prestige will further decline, giving us a chance to reclaim lost territory. If Hunidi loses, his enemies within the Kingdom of Hungary will surely take advantage of his misfortune. The young King Ladislaus is a coward, but his uncle, Count Ulrich of Seer, has always been very dissatisfied with the White Knight's power. The conflict between the Habsburg and Hunidi families will erupt. The prerequisite is that they must fight a fierce battle in Belgrade. Isert seemed to understand, his eyes narrowing slightly. I see. Is this why you didn't recall your army to the Balkans? Isaac nodded. Due to the butterfly effect he had created, Mehmed I lost the Battle of Constantinople, failing to gain the high prestige of the original history. And unlike in the original history, he didn't rely on his unparalleled bravery and recklessly charged towards Belgrade. Having fought in North Africa for nearly 2 years, with the defenders of Constantinople barely able to defend themselves, Mehmed I still chose to proceed cautiously, only formally besieging Belgrade in the spring of 1457. Had he remained steadfast in his defense of Constantinople and not opened the North African front, Mehmed I might never have developed the desire to march into Serbia. In that case, even if he spent 10 years rebuilding and learning from his mistakes, and by chance defeated Mehmed I in open battle, foreign powers would inevitably flock to seize the spoils of victory. But your majesty, Isalt continued, our army has just finished its campaign. Rest and replenishment will take time. If Mehmed I wins the war, how will we respond? It doesn't matter. According to my plan, the moment the decision was made to march on Belgrade, Mehmed I had already lost completely. In these years of Balkan wars, the Ottomans, Hungary, Serbia, even Wallachia, Moldavia, Venice, they were all losers. Isaac spread his arms, covering the entire Balkan peninsula, his eyes gleaming crimson. The only winner is me, Belgrade, Balkan Peninsula. Across the river from the White City, on the plains surrounded by rivers, tents were densely packed, like dark clouds, pressing down on the city and the defenders on the walls. Inside a large red and green tent, Mehmed I was in high spirits, talking and laughing loudly with several of his trusted ministers. Your Majesty, just as you predicted, the Greek Emperor is bogged down in North Africa, his army scattered across various cities stabilizing the situation, showing no intention of advancing north. I heard that Grand Prince Durad, upon hearing this, cried out that he had been tricked, vomiting blood incessantly, and has been bedridden ever since, likely nearing his end. Once you defeat the White Knights, the Balkan Treaty, already a mere formality, will completely crumble, and the disaffected Isaac will no longer be able to obtain even a shred of aid from the Christian nations of the West. Then, won't Constantinople be yours for the taking? A middle-aged pasha exclaimed. downing his juice in one gulp. Memdi nodded slightly, a smile playing on his lips. In his view, the Constantinople emperor's war in North Africa was undoubtedly a blunder, and his neglect of his Balkan allies had caused Constantine and his son to lose the prestige they had painstakingly built. After all these years, was the seemingly infallible Emperor Isaac finally about to reveal a weakness? Ibrahim, you truly live up to your reputation as a member of the Chandral family. Your eloquence is something we all envy, haha. A Yanichari legionary commander from the Devshirm faction spoke sarcastically beside the sword-wielding Vizier Mahmud. Chandral Ibrahim's face immediately darkened. He opened his mouth to speak, but Mahmud, who had stood up, forcefully interrupted him. Your Majesty, as far as I know, the White Knights are gathering their army, and a priest named Capistrano is also calling for a crusade. We don't have much time left. As for this Ibrahim, he doesn't need to command battles, so naturally he doesn't understand the hardships of warriors fighting. Mahmud glanced sideways at Ibrahim, whose face flushed red and then paled, forcing him to swallow his words. Memdi watched his subjects bickering with a smile, making no attempt to intervene. After the death of Grand Vizier Khalil, the warlord Mahmud rose to power, and the Devshirm faction's influence also increased significantly. Memdi initially intended to support Jagan Pasha against Mahmud, but Jagan Pasha's declining health and waning ambition quickly thwarted this plan. The Sultan was forced to seek new allies to maintain the balance of power. Perhaps out of some guilt towards his teacher, or perhaps remembering the contributions the Chandral family had made to the empire, Memdi began to exonerate Khalil the Great Vizier. He not only erected a pillar outside the palace in Khalil's name in his memory, but also reinstated Khalil's son, Ibrahim the Younger, and returned a portion of the confiscated Chandral family property to them. Mahmud Pasha was naturally resentful but couldn't help but admire Khalil the Great Vizier's political acumen. In that desperate situation, he might have rebelled and taken a desperate gamble, rather than sacrificing himself to ensure the Chandral family's preservation and resurgence, as Khalil did. Alright, you are all pillars of the nation, and we should work together to overcome this difficult time, Memdi said solemnly, turning the meeting to its main topic. Isaac's army is stuck in North Africa, Vlad II is busy with domestic affairs, Skanderbeg is willing but unable, and Hungary is in turmoil. This is an opportunity given to Ispaiola, the commander of the Belgrade garrison. Hunidi Laszlo is ambitious but incompetent. We should try our best to capture the city before the White Knights arrive with reinforcements. Memdi turned to the fleet commander in the corner. Bartoglu, how is the fleet? Reporting to your Majesty, we have seized civilian boats, gathering more than 100 ships of various sizes, all of which have entered the Danube and Sava rivers, cutting off Belgrade's waterways. Very good. I hope you will make amends and make sure to stop Hunidi's reinforcements on the other side of the river. Memdi nodded. What did Venice say, Your Majesty? After the Greek emperor destroyed the Hafis dynasty, he joined forces with various Italian powers to force Venice to sign the humiliating Treaty of Lodi. The treaty stipulated that the Republic of Venice would return in Negroponte, Modon, and the port of Colony to Constantinople, cede the Carpathos Islands to the Knights Hospitaller, return several Italian cities it had occupied in previous years to the Duchy of Milan, and relinquish its commercial privileges in Constantinople and Albania. It is said that if it weren't for the new Pope's mediation, even the Naxos Islands would have been divided up by the Greek Emperor and the Knights Hospitaller. For this, the former Doge of Venice, Foscari, resigned, and soon after died of illness. These profit-driven merchants will probably not easily support our war again. Memdi stroked his beard, silently calculating. This may not be so bad for us, Memdi concluded. After losing a series of colonies, the Venetians have become more dependent on our coastal ports and have become sworn enemies with the Greek emperor. We might be able to take advantage of this. The most valuable island, Crete, is still in their hands. The loss is significant, but they won't be crippled. Ultimately, we must win this war, use our victory to threaten Constantinople, curb the Greek emperor's expansion, and give his enemies hope of a united attack. He stood up and looked at the assembled civil and military officials. Tomorrow at dawn, prepare the food, and send the entire army to attack the city with cannons. Before summer, we must take this city and ensure Hunidi never returns. On February 3, 1457, Roman Emperor Isaac III, accompanied by his family and ministers, went hunting in the forest with various Sheikh tribes. He hit the target 3 times out of 3, capturing a wild boar and 2 rabbits. His ministers congratulated him fervently, Afterward, the emperor moved to the parade ground to demonstrate the might of his army to the people, who were all impressed and shouted, "Long live the emperor!" On the newly opened racecourse outside Carthage, Isaac struggled to decipher the ancient Latin script, reading the manuscript word by word, wishing he could throw the parchment in the historian's face. Lake, standing before him, readily accepted Isaac's scrutiny, seemingly quite proud of his masterpiece. "I told you not to use such obscure words to describe things, why won't you listen?" As the co-emperor of the Roman Empire, Isaac certainly recognized Latin, which had once been the official language, but Lake's deliberate use of ancient scripts to display his literary talent made Isaac's reading experience very poor. "Your Majesty, I thought you liked my writing style, which is why you appointed me as the royal historian. If you really can't understand it, I will translate it into Greek later." Isaac took a deep breath and handed the parchment back to the cheerful and eccentric historian. If it weren't for the fact that he did have some real talent, and that his Maghreb map and his compilation of historical records had provided Isaac with considerable help, Isaac would not have agreed to his request to appoint him as his royal historian. "After all, my ultimate goal is to write a true history, which is destined to be incomprehensible to the world." Pushing the incessantly talking Lake aside, Isaac refocused his attention on the racecourse. On the vast training ground, 400 heavily armored knights stood in a disciplined array, their riders and horses fully armored. The powerful knights, mounted on tall horses, galloped across the hard ground, each step shaking the earth and thrilling the hearts of the onlookers. This was Isaac's recently formed cavalry regiment, the only heavily armored cavalry unit currently in the Eastern Roman Empire. Armored knights, the ironclad paladins. As the most renowned special force in the Eastern Empire, the ironclad paladins had been active on various battlefields, establishing a formidable reputation. Compared to the wandering knights of Western Europe, the ironclad paladins were organized, disciplined, and absolutely loyal to the emperor, the Senate, and the Roman people, a true sharp blade. Isaac had long ago attempted to rebuild this powerful heavy cavalry, but due to limited funds and the looming enemy, he had to temporarily shelve the idea, opting instead for the more cost-effective infantry and firearms. Nevertheless, Isaac still recruited the last few individuals trained in the ironclad paladins, appointing them as instructors at the Royal Knights Academy, laying the groundwork for future reconstruction. Following Carthage's victory in the war, Isaac, who had amassed a fortune from trade in West Africa and across the Sahara, immediately prioritized the establishment of the ironclad cavalry. He allocated 8,000 ducats and instructed instructor Tilon to select the strongest soldiers from the army and the Knights Academy using the most stringent standards, reorganizing them into the ironclad cavalry regiment. This regiment was extremely expensive. The armor and horse armor, lances and maces were all custom-made to the highest standards, and the horses and squires underwent rigorous selection. In just over 6 months, more than 8,000 ducats poured out, ultimately forging this 400-man heavy cavalry regiment. Due to political needs, the Royal Knights Academy had become almost a place for the sons of nobles and wealthy merchants to gain prestige. Isaac ordered instructor Tilon to rebuild the ironclad cavalry academy in Carthage, specifically to train suitable heavy cavalry personnel. The members of the Paladin were exclusively Orthodox Christians, but ethnicity was not strictly defined. Besides the majority of Greeks, there were also significant numbers of Berbers, Slavs, Armenians, and Southern French, all of whom underwent 3 political vetting processes to ensure absolute loyalty. In any case, on the register, they were all legitimate Romans. Isaac divided the Paladin into 2 divisions, named the Belisarius and the Narcissus, each with 200 men and 400 squires and servants. In terms of tactics, the Belisarius primarily used lance charges, with maces as melee weapons. Both men and horses were heavily armored, and in addition to their war horses, they were equipped with 1 riding horse and 2 camels for transport, serving as anti-infantry. In fact, the Paladins were not initially solely for charging heavy cavalry, and lance charges were not their primary method of combat. Horsebows and javelins were also important weapons. After Manuel I of the Comnenus ascended to the throne, he greatly admired Western European knights and drastically altered the armored paladins, modeled after Norman knights, into their current form. Isaac's Belisarius regiment was also a Western European-style heavy cavalry. As for the original armored paladins' appearance, training methods, and tactics, neither Dilling nor Isaac knew. As for the Narcissus regiment, they were a completely different story. Narcissus regiment, charge. On the racetrack, Dilling's instructor waved his banner. and another heavy cavalry unit began their charge. Their mounts were the resilient and enduring Turkmen horses, sacrificing some speed for greater speed and stamina. The Narcissus cavalry wore medium armor, with only their horses' heads armored, making them more agile and nimble. Their weapons were not heavy lances, but a special type of short-handled iron hammer, thicker at the front and thinner at the back. Fire, the cavalrymen spread out, raised their strangely shaped weapons, aimed forward, and lit the fuses. Bang! 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 As the smoke cleared, the target was riddled with bullets. The three-eyed musket, a testament to Eastern wisdom. Years earlier, Isaac had personally drawn up the designs and commissioned craftsmen to create this weapon, capable of both long-range and close combat, but without success. The iron-casting technology of the Christian world was too poor, the weapons were either leaky or too heavy, failing to satisfy Isaac. Later, Isaac sent men eastward, tricking and kidnapping several Islamic craftsmen from Samarkand, finally breaking through the technological barrier and putting it into practice. Besides the three-eyed musket, the Narcissus regiment was also equipped with sabers, serving as anti-cavalry units, Isaac's unique weapons specifically designed to counter Berber and Turkic cavalry. Seeing the stunned expressions of the tribal sheikh, Isaac was very satisfied. The armored holy cavalry were still inexperienced, their coordination insufficient, and their mastery of the new weapon incomplete, but even so, the unfinished heavy cavalry still greatly impressed these frogs in a well, who had spent their lives in the mountains. Isaac's lips curled into a smile, he raised his right hand, and felt the thunderous shouts of "Long live the Emperor." The term ironclad paladin should actually be translated as armored knights, but Paradox Interactive's translation was used here for fun, it's incorrect. Just so you know. Chapter 158 The Pirate King. Carthage, a major city in North Africa, lies on the southern shore of the Mediterranean Sea. Its geographical location is extremely important from political, military, and commercial perspectives. To the east, the Tib Peninsula extends from southwest to northeast, forming the Strait of Tunis with Sicily, dividing the Mediterranean Sea in two and facilitating frequent maritime trade. To the west, the Atlas Mountains end there, and the Majerta River, originating deep within the mountains, flows from southwest to northeast into the Mediterranean Sea, carving out fertile plains suitable for growing wheat and various grain crops. The Majerta River's flow varies greatly with the seasons. It dries up in summer with a small flow, while in winter it surges and widens, forming two natural barriers to the west of Carthage along with the Atlas Mountains. To the northeast of Carthage lies the Gulf of Tunis, a bay nestled between the peninsula and the mainland, with gentle currents and abundant marine life. The Mediterranean currents and the waters of the Majerta River, carrying silt, deposited sediment at the convex points of the coast and riverbanks due to the slow flow, forming lagoons of varying sizes. The soil around these lagoons was fertile and suitable for agriculture, while the coastal lagoons, with their higher salinity, not only served as flood control measures but also provided an excellent source of sea salt. The Mediterranean spring was mild and humid. On the fertile lands surrounding Carthage, farmers began their arduous work, harvesting and drying the winter wheat and rice sown the previous autumn, then sending them to mills and bakeries for processing. After the harvest, the farmers did not rest but continued to sow spring wheat, spring rye, various vegetables, and cash crops, working tirelessly until summer when they finally had a moment of respite. After the Carthaginian Wars, Christians from Sirte, Cyrenaica, and other parts of Europe arrived, purchasing land and serfs, occupying the land vacated by population loss, and establishing numerous serf estates. Muslims who converted to Karawanism escaped slavery while watching in fear, but heavy taxes weighed on them like a mountain, forcing them to struggle year-round for basic sustenance, leaving them unable to hold their heads high. Those who refused to convert, along with defeated soldiers, became spoils of war, toiling in farms, pastures, and salt fields, day after day swallowing meager rations, their hard-earned produce being handed over to the warehouses of plantation owners and slave traders. Those adorned in fine silks were never the ones who raised silkworms. However, they were not without hope. Unlike the Ottoman Empire, Isaac did not prohibit conversion of non-believers for the sake of taxation. Instead, he vigorously promoted rebaptism, ensuring the doors of the church remained open to them. On the country lanes, the sound of horses' hooves and the turning of cart axles broke the tranquility of spring plowing. Farmers and serfs toiling in the fields watched in fear as armored knights and carriages adorned with the gold and red coats of arms sped past, kneeling on the ground, unable to meet their gaze. Agriculture is the cornerstone of a great nation. Without a stable grain output, it is impossible to support a large population, and thus impossible to form large cities. Without large cities, traditional industry and commerce cannot flourish, let alone develop advanced technology. Inside the carriage, Isaac gazed at the scenery outside the window, imparting his principles of governance to Justinian beside him. The agriculture mentioned here includes crop cultivation, animal husbandry, forestry, and fishing, all industries that produce food. Constantinople was able to reach a population of hundreds of thousands thanks to the agricultural plains surrounding Thrace. Baghdad, located in Mesopotamia, possessed fertile land along the Euphrates and Tigris rivers, and at its peak, its population exceeded 1 million. Cairo, relying on irrigation from the Nile, fed nearly 400,000 people in the arid desert, making it the largest city in the Mediterranean world. Justinian nodded, seemingly understanding. So, apart from Carthage, Berinchus, and a few coastal cities, it seems your African territories are unsuitable for agriculture. Does that mean we can't become a great power? Not necessarily, Isaac smiled. Indeed, we have limited arable land in our territory, and most of it is located along the coast. This was the father's decision, and we cannot change it. Precisely because of this, apart from the major coastal cities, the populations of Africa, Sirte, and Cyrenaica are relatively dispersed, scattered across pastures and oases, engaged in animal husbandry and commerce. This is actually a good thing for our rule, with several large cities suitable for agriculture as the core, supplemented by vast dry oasis pastoral areas, coupled with my ongoing three-field system reform and the integration of agriculture and animal husbandry. There will be no problem with food supplies in the territory in the short term. The Mamluk Sultanate to the east and the Marin dynasty to the west both employed this method of production. Ultimately, rulers must adapt to local conditions and implement different laws in different lands. To fight against nature is extremely foolish. The advantage of agriculture is its relatively stable output, but precisely because of this, having lost almost all our territory in the Balkans and Anatolia, we cannot rise rapidly on basic agriculture alone and must rely on external means. Of course, once we become strong, we will drive out the Ottomans and reclaim our homeland. At that time, we will no longer have to be so cautious, walking on thin ice at every step. Justinian tilted his head in thought for a while before continuing to ask questions. You just said that agriculture is the most stable, but its effects are slow. So, we must develop other industries to quickly boost our national strength. Indeed. Objectively speaking, our main source of funding isn't agricultural output, but rather the ocean trade in West Africa, the slave trade in North Africa, and the gold and salt trade across the Sahara. In contrast to agriculture, commerce has the advantage of quick returns and doesn't require a large workforce. Its disadvantage is instability. It can decline rapidly due to unforeseen circumstances, but remember, no matter how trade routes change, the ocean will always be a source of wealth, and it will become increasingly important with technological advancements. In the core regions of the empire, agricultural areas are as scarce as in the Balkans and Anatolia. At this point, maritime trade is the best supplement. I brought you here today mainly to illustrate this point. The carriage continued its journey, crossing fields of farmland, finally stopping at a port outside Carthage. Isaac led Justinian into the port, where they met the waiting naval shipbuilder, Mansridi, a Hussite. After capturing Carthage, Isaac summoned Mansridi, who was stationed in the Oran military district, to the new capital. He instructed Mansridi to rebuild a larger naval shipyard in the Gulf of Tunis, building upon the foundations left by the Hafs dynasty. The Oran military district was too far from Isaac's North African territories, isolated overseas, and constantly surrounded by foreign powers, making its security precarious. During the previous Mauryan War, the Venetian fleet had effectively blocked the Oran military district's sea routes, causing Isaac considerable distress. The Gulf of Tunis, nestled between two landmasses, was not only calm but also had a larger population, offering greater security. Isaac had now moved the main port of his Mediterranean fleet to the Gulf of Tunis and added supporting facilities nearby, with the naval shipyard being the most important. Your Majesty, as per your orders, and with the cooperation of the Chancellor, I have brought most of the workers and service personnel from the Oran City Naval Shipyard here for resettlement. In the past 6 months, we have completed 1 large dock and 8 medium and small docks, with further expansion planned for the future. Mansridi, beaming, nervously rubbed his hands as he explained. Managing a large shipyard and having his own ship sail the world had always been his dream, and now it was finally about to come true. The old equipment left over from the Hafs dynasty is still stuck in the last century. We've modified it again and again, barely managing to clear out 3 small docks. Isaac nodded, pulling Justinian along as they strolled in the salty sea breeze, watching the workers busily hammering and banging away. Mansredi followed behind, explaining the shipyard's various facilities and the different ships under construction to the emperor and the prince. This is the Bangkok Fu, a small galley commissioned by Prince Theodoro. It cost 400 ducats to build and is being sold for 1,100 ducats. Unlike other galleys, the Bangkok Fu is more like an armed merchant ship. Its spacious hold can accommodate more slaves and goods. It's a special design we adopted specifically for Black Sea trade. Mansredi touched and tapped here and there, a satisfied smile on his face, as if kissing his first love. This is the Neptune, a caravel, built specifically for long-distance trade. Once completed, it will belong to your Atlantic fleet, commanded by Earl William. The Ramses, a slave ship ordered by a Coptic slave trader. The Flying Goth, commissioned by a Gothic merchant for Mediterranean trade. Your Majesty, Your Highness, please come this way to witness our main event today. Mansredi walked quickly, muttering to himself. Isaac and Justinian followed him to the only large dry dock in the Carthaginian shipyard. Looking up, they were greeted by a massive keel. Wow! Justinian's mouth dropped open, his eyes shining. Look, we're working hard to complete this large carrack, our first large warship independently developed and built, the Marcus Aurelius. Isaac nodded slightly, clapping his hands in congratulations to Mansredi. This large warship was, of course, built on his orders, and he had seen it several times before, so he wasn't particularly surprised. Although it was independently developed, the Marcus Aurelius was almost entirely modeled after the warship captured from Venice, the large carrack renamed Constantine the Great. Building a large warship was extremely difficult, and maintaining a large naval shipyard was even more challenging. Even after opening up the sale of ships to foreign ships, the Carthaginian shipyard had still not turned a profit and relied on Isaac's financial subsidies. The navy is a money-guzzling behemoth. Since the War of Moriah, Isaac hadn't continued to expand the fleet. Instead, he had carried out another round of streamlining and downsizing, selling off old warships while building new ones to supplement them. The Marcus Aurelius, into which Isaac had poured so much effort, would be officially launched at the end of this year, joining the Mediterranean fleet and replacing the aging Grand Duke of Moriah. At that time, the Grand Duke of Moriah, which had fought for Isaac for 10 years, would also be decommissioned and permanently moored on the shore of the Naval Academy, receiving the admiration of all. Manslet, our previous visits were too brief. We haven't had a proper heart-to-heart talk. In your opinion, what is the biggest obstacle hindering the development and expansion of our shipyard? Isaac let Justinian tour the ship, then pulled Manslet aside and asked seriously. The shipbuilder thought for a moment. Your Majesty, the funds and personnel you have provided us are abundant, even extravagant. However, despite this, our shipyard still faces some difficulties that are hard to overcome in the short term. For example, our shipyard's reputation isn't strong enough. Foreign nobles and wealthy merchants clearly prefer the renowned Genoese shipyard and the Venetian armory. A few months ago, the Knights Hospitaller contacted us, attempting to rebuild a large warship as their flagship, to replace the one they seized from the Mamluks. If we could secure this deal, the net profit would be enough for you to build another Marcus Aurelius, but unfortunately, they didn't choose us. Instead awarding the order to the Genoese, Mansredi shrugged helplessly, his tone quite regretful. This certainly takes time. I believe in your talent. If you can turn the shipyard around within 3 years, 1/5 of the profits will be yours, Isaac promised. Mansredi thanked him and continued. The biggest difficulty is that we don't have a stable source of timber. Oh? Go ahead, the trees in the Atlas and Green Mountains aren't suitable for building large ships and ocean-going vessels. If you only need small to medium-sized ships that can navigate the Mediterranean and Black Sea, then the timber from those 2 regions is more than enough, but clearly, your needs go beyond that. Mansredi approached the Marcus Aurelius beside him and patted its broad keel. All the large timbers on this warship come from my hometown, the Netherlands. Not only us, but Venice, Genoa, Portugal. These countries all use Dutch timber when building large warships and face the same predicament. Isaac stepped forward, stroking the warm, smooth wood, pondering a solution. Historically, the Netherlands rose rapidly thanks to its advanced shipbuilding industry. quickly becoming a maritime power, inextricably linked to these suitable shipbuilding timbers. So, how did Portugal break through this predicament? Brazil. Brazilian mahogany and the South American colonies named after it freed Portugal from the Netherlands' timber monopoly, allowing it to establish its own naval supply chain. Don't rush me, I'll give you an answer in 10 years. After bidding farewell to Mansredi, Isaac, with his son, walked to a rocky outcrop by the sea, gazing at the distant naval port. Isaac's initial motivations for occupying North Africa were twofold: the thriving trans-Saharan gold and salt trade, and the advantageous geographical location. From Carthage, if we advance at top speed, we can reach Messina in less than a day, Naples and Rome in less than a week, and any coast of France, Aragon, and Italy in less than a month, Isaac explained, patting Justinian's head. In this way, if the situation on the European continent changes, the entire southern European coast will be directly exposed to our attacks. The following words were too cruel for Isaac to tell the young Justinian. After more than a decade of naval development, Isaac could confidently say that, apart from Venice and Genoa, he held the largest navy in the Mediterranean. The War of the Naples Succession was imminent, and the Kingdom of France was about to invade Italy. He needed to plan ahead. If one day he were to break ties with the Catholic nations to the north, their coastlines would become his hunting grounds. The Barbary pirates had wreaked havoc on the southern European coast for centuries. With his nation's full support for piracy, they would be even more helpless against him. In the distance, the fleet, having completed its training, was returning home, eagle flags fluttering above the warships. A few days earlier, Isaac had written a long letter to his father in Constantinople, requesting his cooperation in gradually implementing his plans. Everything was in place. Now, he would await the opportune moment. Chapter 159 God's Shield. On the wide river, hundreds of ships clashed in a fierce battle, crossbow bolts flying, flames roaring, black smoke rising from burning decks, and the corpses floating on the water, along with the shouts and screams of sailors, creating a brutal and bloody panorama of war. One fleet, consisting of about 200 small oarsmen, sailed downstream from the northwest, flying the Raven flag of the Hunyadi family. Another fleet, blocking the river, had over 100 warships of various types, completely blocking the Danube and cutting off the waterway to the downstream city of Belgrade. This fleet was more professional, led by 2 large warships, flanked by several medium-sized warships, with the remaining small oarsmen scattered across the water. The warships flew red flags with stars and crescents, clearly loyal to the monarch of the Balkans and Anatolia, the most powerful ruler in the Islamic world, the shadow of God on earth, Sultan Mehmed I of the Ottoman dynasty. On a high ground on the lower Danube, Mehmed I stared intently at the naval battle unfolding on the river, his fists clenched, his face contorted in a grimace. After a month-long siege, he had failed to capture Belgrade before the arrival of the White Knights, leaving the city's soldiers to wait until reinforcements arrived. Belgrade's 3-tiered walls were formidable. Compared to the Theodosian walls, the younger Belgrade had been designed with future large-scale siege weapons in mind, incorporating countermeasures that prevented the Sultan's artillery from achieving its intended effect. Nevertheless, the outer walls were already teetering on the brink of collapse under the relentless artillery fire. The elite Janissary legion scaled the walls several times, and it was only through the personal battles of the city's commanders, Hunyadi Laszlo and Siraj Milari, that they were finally annihilated. On April 20, 1457, the White Knight Hunyadi led his mobile force by boat, sailing south along the Danube to engage in a bloody battle with the Ottoman navy attempting to break through the blockade and deliver reinforcements and supplies to the city. Meanwhile, Giovanni Capistrano, with the help of several priests, organized a peasant crusade of tens of thousands, stationed on the north bank of the Sava River, and confronted the Ottoman army on the opposite bank. Mehmed I, upon learning this, was furious and immediately ordered his fleet commander, Bardagl, to sail up the river, determined to block the White Knights' reinforcements on the other side. The distant cannon fire continued to ring out. The commander-in-chief, Mahmud, was ordered to continue the siege, but the distant banners of ravens and crusaders greatly boosted the morale of the defenders, making it seem unlikely that any significant gains would be achieved. The Sultan's generals stood with him, silently watching the battle unfolding on the river, their lips tightly pressed together, not daring to utter a word. Naval battles on the river are the most monotonous and tedious. Compared to land battles, they lack the grandeur and magnificence of the knight's charge. Compared to naval battles, They lack the thrill and excitement of towering waves and booming cannons. On calm waters, there is only one rigid but effective rule: in a close encounter, the strong prevail. Huniades' fleet consisted mostly of small vessels, largely conscripted river fishing boats. The sailors, accustomed to fishing on the river, were more familiar with its conditions and possessed a stronger desire to defend their homeland. The Ottoman fleet, on the other hand, consisted mostly of naval ships remaining from the Battle of the Golden Horn, also supplemented by some river boats. Once the naval battle began, Huniades' fleet quickly dispersed, using its superior maneuverability to divide and encircle the Ottoman fleet. The large and medium-sized warships, which were adept at maneuvering on the sea, could not maintain their advantage. Their wide hulls and heavy reliance on sails made them slow and difficult to maneuver, becoming easy targets for Huniades' river fleet in close quarters boarding maneuvers. As time passed, the number of Ottoman ships gradually dwindled. Several large and medium-sized warships, like trapped beasts, could only fire their cannons in vain, attempting a final, desperate cry. "Damn it! Fools!" Memdi roared, drawing his scimitar and hacking at a nearby tree, splitting the trunk in two. Just moments before, another large warship had been captured by Huniades. The sailors, swaggering, climbed the mast, throwing down the crescent and star flag representing the Ottoman Sultan and replacing it with the Huniades family's raven flag. The commanders fell silent, none wanting to provoke the Sultan. It was clear to everyone that the Ottoman navy's defeat was inevitable, and Belgrade was about to receive a large influx of reinforcements. On April 21, 1457, the naval battle on the Danube ended in a resounding victory for Huniades. More than 20 Ottoman ships sank, more than 10 were captured, and the remaining fleet fled down the river. The following day, Huniades led his army into the city, completely extinguishing the Ottoman army's ambition to conquer Belgrade in 2 months. Inside the Belgrade palace, a military council was being held. Huniades, the White Knight, sat on the throne that had once belonged to the King of Serbia. Below him were his generals and officers. The White Knight, who rose from humble beginnings, was a veteran of 4 reigns in the Kingdom of Hungary. In his youth, he followed Sigismund I of the Luxembourg family in his campaigns, gradually building his reputation. Sigismund was a generous monarch, never stingy with rewards for his subordinates. Huniades rose rapidly through the ranks in wars, becoming the largest landowner in the Kingdom of Hungary. Later, Huniades successively served Albrecht II of the Habsburg family, Władysław II of the Jagiellonian family, and the recently enthroned young king, the posthumous son Ladislaw, wielding absolute power in Hungary. He was nearly 70 years old at this time, his hair and beard completely white, the wrinkles on his face deepening, and his body growing weaker, but his eyes remained sharp, his spirit still vigorous, and when angry, he was still like an enraged tiger. Standing to the left of the throne were, in order, Siraj Mirali and Huniades Laszlo, the brother-in-law and eldest son of the White Knight Huniades, the 2 commanders of Belgrade, who, with a force of just over 6,000 men, held out against the Ottoman onslaught for more than a month. To the right of the throne were the 2 leaders of the Peasants' Crusade, Brother Capistrano of the Franciscan Order and Cardinal Alexander the Grey. In the 6 months leading up to the Battle of Belgrade, they had used their influence and appeal in the Catholic and Orthodox worlds respectively to organize a holy war, raising a peasant crusade of 40,000 men from the Kingdom of Hungary and the Balkan countries, currently stationed on the north bank of the Sava River. Father, the Ottomans have suffered a recent defeat, their fleet has been severely damaged, and they can no longer pose a real threat to our water transport. This means they will have to engage in a war of attrition against us at the city walls. Although the Ottoman army far surpasses us in both quantity and quality, their losses will still be considerable, Laszlo said. In my opinion, as long as the Ottomans' rear is in trouble, Memdi will have no choice but to retreat, and we can then pursue and reclaim lost territory. This is our chance to break the deadlock, the White Knight snorted lightly, offering no comment. Your Highness, I suggest you contact Emperor Isaac in Constantinople as soon as possible and have him send troops to harass us, ideally besieging Edirne directly, so that Memdi cannot attend to both ends. The mature and prudent Siraj's expression was serious. As the de facto commander of Belgrade's defenses, he was well aware that while the Ottoman fleet remained as unsatisfactory as ever, its army maintained a formidable fighting force. Their tactics, morale, and professionalism far surpassed those of the defending forces, and their resilience to casualties and adaptability to protracted warfare were significantly greater. This was something neither the mercenaries of Uniti nor the peasant crusaders of Capistrano could match. I've summoned you here today precisely for this matter. The White Knight picked up a letter from the table, handed it to his eldest son, Laszlo, then closed his eyes tightly, veins throbbing on his forehead. Read it. Laszlo pulled up the letter and read aloud. Your Highness, this is for your perusal. As per your orders, I have compiled information from North Africa and Constantinople. The situation is truly dire, and therefore urgently send it to the front lines for your decision. Laszlo recognized the handwriting. It belonged to his father's intelligence chief. According to reports from spies, Emperor Isaac has already arrived in Constantinople by ship, accompanied by over 7,000 soldiers. Adding to the original garrison, there are now over 10,000 soldiers in Constantinople. Upon reading this, Laszlo's voice noticeably rose, tinged with disbelief. 10,000, Silagi was astonished. What can such a force do? The garrison left behind by Memdi alone numbers 5,000, and with a militia conscripted during the war, reaching 12,000 on short notice wouldn't be difficult. Edirne is the Ottoman capital, with strong military-civilian cohesion, well-maintained walls, and a wide moat. The commander left behind is known for his prudence, Grand Vizier Zagan, sending only 10,000 men. They probably wouldn't even be able to reach the very base of Edirne's inner walls. Silagi frowned deeply. You know, the Ottomans aren't as weak and easily bullied as the Berbers of North Africa. Isn't our Emperor Isaac a bit too arrogant? HMPH, Brother Capistrano beside him couldn't help but snort as well. It seems this Emperor of Constantinople is quite confident in his abilities. Alexander ignored the two Catholics' sarcasm and looked at Laszlo, who was continuing to read the letter. What is the quality of the army he brought? How many cannons? It is said that of the 7,000 men he brought, 3,000 belonged to the Janissaries, 1,000 to the Purple Guards, and more than 3,000 are Berber auxiliaries. Laszlo continued reading. In other words, not only are the numbers small, but the quality is also uneven. Silagi now seemed to understand why his commander-in-chief had been so irritable lately. What about his elite forces, the Crowned Lion Legion? The Knights of St. Simon? The chariot troops? The Spartan Heavy Artillery Company? And that newly established armored paladin? Clearly, this veteran of the battlefield was quite familiar with Isaac's military system. According to North African intelligence, apart from the Royal Guard's Crown Lion Legion accompanying Isaac to Constantinople, the rest of the elite troops remained in North Africa. The Knights of St. Simon acquired several castles and manors near Gafsa and Bizida. Most members, including Grand Master Conti, are busy maintaining stability and strengthening control over the new territories to prevent a nomadic counterattack. The chariot units and Spartan Heavy Artillery Company were lent by Isaac to Duke Ferdinand, who was besieging Bajaya, and did not go to Constantinople. The Paladin cavalry seems to have become a tool for intimidating those who disobey. After Isaac went north, they escorted Prince Justinian, training him while patrolling between cities. They appeared in Tripoli last week. As for the Morea Peninsula, Isaac did not add many troops there either, only transferring the 2nd Royal Guard Legion and some auxiliary troops to Athens to join the 6th Legion in garrison duties. Laszlo could no longer read, tearing the letter to shreds, his face flushed with anger. Father, I'm afraid the cunning Greeks have no intention of attacking the Ottoman homeland at all. Instead, they've chosen to sit back and watch the two sides fight, waiting for us and Memdi to fight to the death. I knew it. That's why the Ottomans didn't retreat after their defeat. They saw the Greek emperor's weakness. We helped him before, and not only is he ungrateful, he's so cold-blooded. I wish I could. Enough. Hunidi opened his eyes, looking at his hot-tempered and easily angered eldest son with a mixture of disappointment and pride. The Greek emperor is indeed cunning, cold-blooded, and shrewd, with a sharp mind and deep scheming, but he's not unwise. He should understand the current situation. If he doesn't rely on the quantity and quality of his army to win, then he must have other means of support. Sitting back and watching the two sides fight? Perhaps, letting the Ottomans grow stronger? Impossible. Hunidi spoke slowly. I'm not worried about Isaac. What worries me is, since when have we started placing our hopes for victory on outsiders? His hawk-like gaze swept over his son and brother-in-law, who quickly lowered their heads, avoiding his eyes. Even if Isaac does adopt a policy of appeasement, does that mean we will stop fighting? Surrender to the Ottomans, even if others fear the power of the Ottomans, fear the strength of Janitri. I, Janis from the Hunidi family, will never back down. The White Knight looked at the two priests on his right, his tone much gentler. The nobles of my country have received many favors from me, yet they abandon me when the time comes for crisis. The Greek emperor saved Constantinople because of me. Yet he sees me as a pawn in his own scheme, plotting against me relentlessly. You have received no gratitude from me, yet you are willing to personally fund and lead a large army to my aid. I promise, if we can successfully overcome this crisis, the glory and wealth will be shared with you. Hunyadi placed his right hand on his sword and bowed slightly. Capistrano and Alexander were somewhat moved and quickly returned the bow and thanks. Your Highness, this is not our achievement. If you wish to thank someone, please do not forget those loyal to God's people, Capistrano said. But I must remind you, although the Crusaders are devout and enthusiastic, their equipment is poor, and they have not received professional training. I fear they will not last long. The monk spoke cryptically, but everyone present understood perfectly well. Disorganized command, disregard for orders, independent actions, disobedience, proneness to collapse under pressure, and inability to sustain prolonged warfare, these are all weaknesses of peasant armies. If you intend to wage war, you must do so swiftly. The White Knight nodded, spreading out a map. The Ottoman army has been relatively quiet these past few days. I suspect Memdi also doesn't want a protracted war of attrition. They are likely to launch a general offensive soon. I hope you will all be prepared then. Chapter 160 The White Knight's Swan Song. 1457. Under continuous bombardment, the walls of Belgrade finally began to crumble in large sections. Ottoman Sultan Memdi was overjoyed and ordered a full-scale attack. 5,000 elite Janissary infantrymen swiftly stormed the outer city and began clearing out the surrounding streets. Seeing the bait had been caught, the White Knight Hunyadi pushed pre-prepared oil in logs down the outer walls and set them ablaze. Instantly, flames engulfed the city walls, blocking the roads and trapping the Ottoman army. Unable to advance or retreat, they could only watch as the Janissaries were surrounded. Seeing their escape route cut off, the Janissary soldiers fought desperately, shouting "Long live the Sultan," and charging the defenders, determined to die a glorious death rather than dishonor the Sultan. On the north bank of the Sava River, the peasants' crusaders were stationed. Due to differing beliefs and ethnicities, the peasants' crusaders were divided into several independent military units, each independent of the others, and stationed in their own tents. Bishop, scouts report that the Ottoman army on the other side of the river is small in number and in disarray due to their failed siege. They are hardly on guard against us. In Bishop Alexander's command post, a priest rushed in, his eyes gleaming with fervor. If we seize this opportunity to cross the river and attack, we might be able to completely disrupt the Ottoman army. In the chaos, our disadvantages in equipment and troop quality will be minimized. Alexander stepped out of his tent, gazing at the opposite bank, and found the reports to be true. Bishop, give the order. Alexander hesitated, but he truly didn't want to give up this hard-won opportunity. Should we inform Capistrano first? These Catholics have never taken us seriously, even blaming us for the appeasement of the Emperor of Constantinople. This is a golden opportunity to make our mark. Why should we rely on others? Alexander pondered for a moment, then gritted his teeth. The opportunity is fleeting. Send messengers to Capistrano and Hunyadi to request reinforcements. Prepare the boats. We're crossing. For the Holy Father, the peasants roared. At noon on April 30th, 1457, a peasant crusade, without orders, crossed the Sava River, landed in the weak rear of the Ottoman army, and charged the well-equipped forces. Despite being outnumbered, ragged, and poorly equipped, the peasants, inspired by religious fervor, unleashed tremendous power, quickly routing the Ottoman army that came to stop them. Upon hearing the news, Brother Capistrano was overjoyed and immediately ordered the entire army to advance. Tens of thousands of disorganized and undisciplined peasants, like headless flies, swarmed across the Sava River and charged onto the battlefield. Seeing the situation was dire, Memdi, anxiously waiting for the fire to extinguish at the city walls, hastily dispatched Sipahi heavy cavalry to reinforce the left flank, attempting to drive the frenzied peasants down the Sava River. However, when the Sipahi cavalry arrived on the battlefield, they found only chaos. The peasants had no fixed objective, no unified command, and were simply charging and killing indiscriminately based on their own fervor. Upon discovering the Sipahi cavalry's arrival, the peasants, having found a new target, shouted "Fight for the Lord," and charged at the cavalry instead. Forced into the battle, the Sipahi cavalry easily broke through several square formations before immediately becoming bogged down in a human wave tactic. The peasants seemed endless, swarming forward, desperately thrusting their wooden spears and machetes at their superior enemy, venting centuries of pent-up pain and anger. The Sipahi cavalry were quickly cut off and surrounded by the human tide of the peasant crusaders, unable to utilize their cavalry's advantage of momentum. In the chaos, they were pulled from their horses and trampled to death. Ignoring the raging fires outside the city walls, Mehmed I personally led the remaining Janissary legions to relieve his left flank, engaging in a bloody battle with the continuing encirclement of the peasant crusaders. Just as the tide of war began to turn in favor of the Ottoman army, the White Knight Unides forces finally arrived, delivering a heavy blow to the Ottoman army from the flank, and subsequently becoming embroiled in endless melee. At a critical moment, the last peasant army led by Brother Capistrano crossed the Sava River, directly outflanking the Ottoman army from the rear, forming a four-way encirclement. "Charge! Charge, Brother Capistrano, armored and mounted," shouted from the crowd. The Lord decides the beginning of the war, and also decides its end. The armies continued to fight, the Ottoman army caught in the sea of rampaging militia. In this chaotic situation, weapons, armor, and training became meaningless. The difference in the quality of the troops on both sides was minimized. "Don't retreat. Keep fighting." Seeing his army in disarray, Mehmed I shouted anxiously, charging left and right, cutting down a reckless Hungarian knight. "Your Majesty, this situation is extremely unfavorable for us. You must retreat." Loyal guards stood beside the Sultan, shielding their king from all open and hidden attacks. "Shut up, scoundrels," Mehmed I roared. "I even killed one myself, Your Majesty. You must move to a safe place immediately. It's too dangerous here." At this moment, the peasants also noticed the richly dressed Mehmed I charging on horseback and began to attack him. The one in red with the long beard is Mehmed. In an instant, arrows rained down. Mehmed I felt a sharp pain in his thigh, lost consciousness, and fell from his horse. "Holy Father! The Turkic Sultan is dead," the peasants shouted excitedly, forgetting their own pain. The massive camel finally gave way to the last straw, and the Ottoman army scattered and fled in disarray. That night, General Mahmud Pasha, defying all advice, led the remaining tens of thousands of soldiers in a retreat south from Belgrade, disappearing without a trace. Thus, the Battle of Belgrade officially ended. The Ottoman army of 100,000 failed to capture even a small castle, suffering heavy losses and returning in panic. The war left behind a trail of broken limbs, and a plague quickly swept through the Belgrade camps, forcing the Crusaders to halt their pursuit. "Where am I?" The White Knight awoke from a nightmare to find his eldest son, Laszlo, with an anxious face. "Father, you've been slightly ill and are on the ship home. We've prepared a well-trained doctor for you." The White Knight was somewhat delirious, his eyes widening as he saw the swaying scenery along the shore. "Did we win?" "Yes, Father, you won." Laszlo embraced the White Knight's head, his eyes red-rimmed. The White Knight nodded, the light in his eyes gradually dimming. His withered hands hanging limply at his sides. "Father? Father!" Suddenly, as if in a final burst of energy, the White Knight's face flushed, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "Cross the river. Kill the enemy, Father." Silence. Meanwhile, on a country road in the Balkans, the remnants of the Ottoman army, heads bowed, moved southward. The once glorious gold-and-red banner was now dull and lifeless, hanging limply above the carriage. Inside the carriage, the awakened Mehmed I stared blankly at the sky outside the curtain. Mahmud, General Mahmud, mounted on his horse, pulled back the carriage curtain from the side. "You did the right thing. Leading the army back and stopping my suicide were both the right things. You flatter me. Victory and defeat are common in war. Your territory is prosperous and will soon be able to raise another army. Besides, things haven't come to that point yet. Perhaps a turning point will appear." Muhammad I nodded, a bitter smile forcing a smile on his pale face. "Would there really be a turning point?" "Your Majesty." The Sultan, a cavalryman, galloped in from afar, his face beaming, and knelt before the carriage. Muhammad I, forcing himself to remain ailing, opened the curtains, the glaring sunlight causing him to frown. "What is it?" "The White Knight is dead," the messenger shouted. The entire army erupted in cheers, but Muhammad I did not smile, waving his hand to stop them. He was a great enemy, may Allah protect his soul. Even so, his expression improved considerably. A moment later, another scout arrived with a report. "Your Majesty, the peasants' crusade has broken apart and disbanded due to dispute over spoils." "I know, this was to be expected," And Memdi wasn't too surprised, his complexion even regained some color. The scouts, seemingly endless, delivered another round of good news to the Sultan's carriage. Your Majesty, Grand Prince Durad has passed away, and the new Grand Prince Lazar Blankovic has immediately expelled the envoys from Hunidi and Isaac, declaring his allegiance to you. Good, good, good. Memdi finally couldn't help but burst into laughter, aggravating his wounds and wincing in pain. The army continued its march, the oppressive and somber atmosphere vanishing. Everyone chatted and laughed, as if the recent crushing defeat was merely a nightmare. Your Majesty, an anxious voice came from the road ahead, growing louder as it approached. The messenger knelt down in a disheveled state, barely catching his breath, and immediately handed Memdi a crumpled letter from his chest. 3 days ago, the Greek Emperor Isaac swore an oath in Constantinople before setting out to conquer Edirne. Chapter 161 Transformation into a Natural Disaster. As the sun rose, its warm rays shone upon Constantinople in the early morning, illuminating the endless Theodosian walls, the intricate streets, and the magnificent Grand Palace and Hagia Sophia. Outside the Theodosian walls, a large army was assembling, forming phalanxes in batches, awaiting the inspection of the two emperors. Isaac and Constantine walked side by side, saluting their soldiers from the Theodosian walls. There were 10 phalanxes in total, each composed of 1,000 soldiers, several infantry legions of the Praetorian Guard and the Royal Guard, a Slavic 1,000-man unit, and 3,000 Berber auxiliaries. After the Battle of Constantinople, the Ottoman army retreated in disarray, leaving behind only ruins. The Theodosian walls, which had collapsed in several places, underwent reconstruction and improvement in the following years. Isaac summoned architects and military strategists from both the east and west, combining his own experience from later generations to redesign the dilapidated walls and gradually put it into practice. The most severely damaged central section of the wall was the first to be improved. Isaac not only heightened and widened the original wall but also built several new prismatic towers, which were equipped with cannons and crossbows as large defensive weapons. From a distance, the newly built central section of the wall looked like a menacing monster, extending tentacles towards the attacking enemy. Bastions, a special type of wall in the age of firearms, essentially transformed a fortress from a convex polygon into a concave polygon. This way, no matter where the enemy attacked from, they would be exposed under 2 or 3 bastion faces, thus being suppressed by the concentrated firepower of the defenders. Before the age of gunpowder, engineers and military strategists had a relatively superficial understanding of walls, and the methods of strengthening city defenses were very simple and crude. If one layer wasn't enough, multiple layers would suffice. Constantinople had 2 layers of walls, Belgrade had 3, and some Spanish Crusader fortresses even had 4 or more. The nobles attempted to confine themselves within layers of stone walls, their defensive strategy primarily focused on delaying the inevitable and waiting for a turning point. Historically, the Battle of Constantinople in 1453 marked the formal obsolescence of medieval city defense systems. The Ottoman army, with its superior artillery, captured the supposedly impregnable Constantinople in just 2 months, causing a sensation throughout Europe. For the next half-century, artillery was widely used as a brute force siege weapon, breaching seemingly impregnable castles and drastically reducing siege time, becoming virtually unstoppable. Later, military engineers realized that instead of the time-consuming and costly multi-layered walls, it was more effective to modify existing walls and utilize the power of firearms for countermeasures. Thus, the bastion was born. To be honest, Isaac's modifications to the central section of the Theodosian walls were merely a simple borrowing of the bastion model, but that was perfectly adequate. Besides the Theodosian walls, Isaac had also transferred funds, provisions, and slaves to the Corinthian wall and the Oran military district for similar bastion modifications. As for his North African territories, the surrounding enemies were nomadic tribes without large siege weapons. So there was no immediate need for such modifications. The short marching formation quickly came to an end. Seeing Constantine's puzzled expression, Isaac stopped and waited quietly for him to speak. Isaac, tell me honestly, are you really planning to lead them to attack Adrianople? Yes, Isaac nodded. Where are your Spartan heavy artillery? Have they arrived? No, I lent them to Ferdinand. What about the armored paladins? They've only been formed a short time, their proficiency is insufficient, and they're undergoing emergency training. Constantine remained silent. Do you really think your little tricks will succeed? Isaac smiled, rolled up his sleeve, revealing a peculiar scar on his shoulder. Besides Isaac, all the common people, soldiers, nobles, and merchants in Constantinople, Attica, Sirte, Cyrenaica, and Africa bore the same scars on their shoulders. I often say that the more you scheme, the more you discover the limits of human ability, Isaac said. But the power of nature is boundless. Isaac's year-long, self-imposed, and forceful application of these scars to every corner of his territory was no small trick, as Constantine claimed. These ugly scars came from a tiny creature, the cowpox virus. Now, the first light cavalryman vaccinated with cowpox had thrown blankets, clothing, and various household items carrying the smallpox virus into the wells, squares, and markets of the villages surrounding Edirne, where it would spread with a flow of people, entering various cities and villages. The smallpox virus was Isaac's ultimate weapon against the Ottoman Empire. Throughout human history, smallpox has played a significant role in various periods. Originating in the Nile River Valley, it gradually spread throughout the world through war and trade. As a parasitic organism, smallpox evolved relatively successfully. Its airborne transmission ensured its high infectivity, while its roughly 4% mortality rate was just right, avoiding the high mortality rates of viruses like Marburg and Ebola, which led to its demise. This allowed smallpox to persist from ancient Egypt to the present day, resurfacing periodically and asserting its presence in an extremely vicious manner. In Europe, smallpox has repeatedly rewritten history, claiming the lives of countless monarchs and nobles. The death of Joseph I of Austria completely eliminated the Habsburg family's chances of reclaiming the Spanish throne. His father, 2 sisters, 4 nephews and nieces, and 3 grandnephews also died of smallpox. The Austrian Habsburg family then faced its demise, officially becoming extinct within a few years, with the throne falling to a collateral branch. The death of Louis XV's grandson paved the way for his favorite son, Louis XV, to ascend the throne. After plunging France into chaos, Louis XV also succumbed to smallpox, and the throne passed to Louis V. During the decades when smallpox was at its worst, a Queen of England, an Emperor of Austria, a King of Spain, a Queen of Sweden, a King of France, and a Tsar of Russia all succumbed to the disease, sparking a wave of monarchical extermination across Europe. However, as a DNA virus, smallpox was structurally stable and resistant to mutation, which ultimately led to its demise. Vaccinia virus, another pox virus and a close relative of smallpox, shared similar antigenicity. This virus originally circulated only among livestock, primarily dairy cows. Infecting humans caused only mild symptoms and was not fatal, leaving only scars and no lasting effects. However, humans infected with vaccinia virus acquired antibodies against smallpox, gaining immunity for 3 to 5 years. A year earlier, Isaac had been searching his territory for smallpox patients and cows infected with cowpox, preparing for today's use. The smallpox virus is highly resilient, surviving for up to a year at room temperature. 6 months ago, Isaac's spies in the Mamluks found several smallpox patients about to be buried alive, stealing their clothes and blankets soaked in their saliva and scabs, storing them on a ship. Cowpox inoculation was gradually implemented. Isaac first infected a large number of cows to obtain the protozoa, then, along with other nobles, led by example, inoculating himself and forcibly promoting it in every city and village, claiming it was a blessing from the Father. These strange actions naturally attracted the attention of foreign powers, but having never witnessed such methods before, they merely regarded it as a joke by a young monarch and did not investigate further. Even if they had, they would likely have been completely baffled. In fact, as early as the Battle of Constantinople, Isaac had considered using this method to cause the Ottoman army to collapse without a fight, but he had never found a suitable protozoa, ultimately leaving it for now. This time, Isaac disregarded Grand Duke Durud's pleas for help, deliberately leaving his elite troops in North Africa, watching the White Knights and Mamdii fight to the death, abandoning his prestige and political reputation, waiting until today. There is no cure for smallpox. Once infected, one is left to fate. Just yesterday, a messenger reported that the first cases had appeared in an Ottoman village west of Constantinople. Patients would experience vomiting, diarrhea, rapid heartbeat, persistent high fever, and weakness within 2 weeks of infection. At this point, they might still mistakenly believe it's just a common cold, but soon the measles and blisters would plunge them into despair. Father, we are about to set off. May the Holy Father protect us, Isaac said to Constantine Zi, his voice filled with conviction. Smallpox alone wouldn't wipe out the entire garrison of Edirne, but it would render them incapable of basic combat for a considerable period. Unable to even wield swords, they would be utterly powerless to stop Isaac's army. With the White Knight dead, Mehmed I defeated and forced to flee, Serbia embroiled in internal strife, and the remaining smaller states no longer an obstacle for Isaac. This was the perfect opportunity he had been waiting for. "Father, I have ordered several legions in North Africa to prepare. They will soon land on the Morea Peninsula, transported by the Mediterranean fleet, and launch an attack from Athens to the north." Two massive armies, one to the south and one to the north, formed a pincer movement, severing Thessaly, Macedonia, and Thrace from the Ottoman Empire's Balkan territories. "Move out." Isaac raised his eagle staff, pointing westward. "You've fought long enough. My turn." In the early summer of 1457, a plague struck the Ottoman capital, Edirne, sweeping across Thrace in just 2 months and rapidly spreading outwards with the fleeing masses. Simultaneously, for unknown reasons, smallpox began to bloom throughout the Mediterranean world. Cairo, Paris, Venice, one after another. Major cities were struck by the plague without warning, turning into hell on earth. The local civil officials were baffled. Despite their swift efforts to cremate the infected individuals, they had failed to halt the spread of the plague, which in fact escalated. Strangely, the plague seemed to have a mind of its own, deliberately bypassing Roman territory. While the European continent ravaged the plague, Attica, Cyrenaica, and Africa enjoyed peace and tranquility, as if blessed by God. Many began to believe that the millennia-old Roman Empire was divinely protected. Driven by fear, they took their families on ships bound for Carthage, Billy, and Athens, seeking refuge in the local cathedrals and receiving baptism. Isaac, the Roman co-emperor at the forefront of the Edirne campaign, immediately issued a statement to European nations, declaring the plague a curse from God upon the brutality of the Ottoman Sultan Mehmed I, and suggesting it be named the Great Plague of Mehmed. When Isaac led his army of 10,000 to the walls of Edirne, Zagan Pasha was quite puzzled. He couldn't understand why this illustrious Greek emperor dared to be so arrogant. Nevertheless, he implemented the most stringent defenses, not only relocating the civilians outside the city to prevent them from being used by the enemy, but also conscripting a garrison of 13,000 men and preparing contingency plans for fire and flooding, striving for absolute certainty. When smallpox began to ravage the city, Zagan Pasha remained calm, ordering quarantine measures while sending envoys to Isaac outside the city to request a withdrawal. Even then, he didn't know the origin of the plague. In times of war, releasing plague into cities to aid in sieges was not uncommon. Generals around the world had used it extensively. However, such methods were extremely costly, harming both the enemy and the generals, and commanders were generally very cautious to avoid harming themselves. Knowing the devastating effects of smallpox, Emperor Isaac on the other side would never use such a highly contagious virus with no cure as a weapon of war. Normally, when such a deadly plague strikes, both sides in a war would tacitly withdraw their troops to avoid unnecessary casualties. Zagan Pasha believed this. However, the Roman army outside the city walls was not only unaffected by the plague, but instead thrived, their morale soaring. Isaac ordered his army to seal off the city, prohibiting the movement of people, turning this city of over 100,000 people into a breeding ground for the virus. Zagan Pasha's blockade policy quickly revealed its flaws. The plague began to spread to every corner of the city, the garrison weakened rapidly, and the number of soldiers still active on the walls dwindled dramatically. By June 10, only a little over 1,000 soldiers in Edirne remained in good fighting condition, anxiously patrolling the empty walls. They might have been survivors of the previous smallpox outbreak, or they might have inadvertently come into contact with the cowpox virus while milking cows. It didn't matter. Crucially, under the ravages of smallpox, Edirne, a city occupied by the Ottoman Empire for nearly a century, was now like a weak lamb, unable to withstand Isaac's onslaught. On June 15, 1457, the already frail Zagan Pasha died, and with the Sultan's reinforcements nowhere to be seen, the defenders were completely crumbled, and they surrendered. Bathed in the blood-red sunset, Isaac's army marched into the ravaged city, singing triumphant songs, and headed straight for Mehmed I's palace. Constantine's eye stood beside Isaac, gazing at the magnificent palace and the grand throne, momentarily dazed. He reached out and touched the armrest of the throne, feeling its cool yet solid touch, gradually regaining his composure. "Isaac, you Constantine's eye looked at his eldest son with complex emotions and worry. Histories written by the victors, Isaac understood Constantine's eye's thoughts and spoke slowly. Rest assured, in future history books, you and I will be the restorers of Adrianople, the revivers of the Roman Empire, celebrated by thousands. Most importantly, the smallpox vaccination method I invented will help hundreds of millions of potential victims escape the disease, completely eradicating smallpox. Isaac smiled, pulled Constantine along, and sat on the Ottoman Sultan's throne, receiving the homage of the courtiers. Lake, come here, Isaac beckoned to the historians below. Whatever you command. Lake took out his pen and began writing his book Wars. I speak, you write. Chapter 162 Gallipoli. On the main road along the northwestern coast of the Sea of Marmara, a troop of cavalry galloped. The road ahead was crammed with deserters and refugees, broken wagons and dead livestock blocking the way, the crowd jostling and pushing. They spotted the cavalry formation behind them, saw the double-headed eagle banners raised high, and their faces paled with terror. They hastily took their wives and daughters and fled into the roadside woods, making way for the army. Perhaps knowing escape was impossible, perhaps still retaining a sliver of courage, or perhaps driven by deep hatred for the Roman emperor who had brought them disaster, some deserters gritted their teeth, used their lances for support, staggered to their feet, raised their spear shafts, and their expressions were resolute. The Ottoman deserters, ravaged by plague and on the verge of death, were powerless to stop the surging Slavic cavalry and were easily riddled with bullets. The remaining soldiers, having lost their last hope, threw down their weapons and knelt on the ground. Get out of the way, put down your weapons and line up. I don't have time to take you prisoner, Isaac shouted in Turkic from the center of the army. The Slavic cavalry didn't stop, bypassing the blockade and continuing south, leaving behind clouds of dust and devastation. Nearly 2 months had passed since the fall of Adrianople. During this time, Isaac's army swept across the eastern Thrace plain. The Ottoman army, having lost its only major city, was powerless to resist and was quickly divided and defeated. Isaac and Constantine I divided their tasks. Isaac would remain in Adrianople to stabilize the situation, provide relief to refugees, control the epidemic, dispose of the corpses, resettle the people, and negotiate with the remaining Turkic nobles. Adrianople was the capital of the Ottoman Empire. Mehmed I and most of the relatives of his higher-ranking officials were still there, inexplicably caught up in a plague, inexplicably losing a quarter of their lives, and inexplicably becoming Isaac's prisoners. Of Mehmed I's sons, his second son Mustafa and his daughter, who married Mahmud Pasha, died of illness. The young Prince Jem, however, miraculously survived and became Isaac's prisoner. Unfortunately, before the Battle of Belgrade began, Mehmed I's eldest son, Bayezid, who was already 10 years old, was sent to Manisa as governor, thus escaping the massacre. Sending older princes to various regions for experience was a tradition of the Ottoman Empire, and Isaac had no choice. This Prince Jem was also a prominent figure in the original history, and Isaac planned to imprison him for future use. Every member of the Ottoman family was invaluable, a valuable political asset. As for Bayezid, far away in Manisa, Isaac was temporarily powerless to intervene. This Ottoman prince, with over 3/4 Roman blood, was meticulous and cunning from a young age. Given the dramatic shifts in the timeline, Isaac could not predict his next move. In the 2 months that followed, many things happened in the Mediterranean world. Smallpox had a devastating impact on several densely populated major cities. The plague in Paris, Venice, and Cairo was out of control, causing widespread panic. Residents who were healthy and energetic one week began to develop fevers the following week, smallpox the next, and were on the verge of death by the fourth. Isaac's methods were too far-reaching to be concealed by those with ulterior motives, and were quickly discovered by the monarchs of several of the hardest-hit countries. King Charles VI of France, who was negotiating with the Anjou family in Marseilles, was furious and wrote Isaac a strongly worded letter of accusation, demanding compensation for the plague damage in northern France and a personal apology. The new Doge of Venice, Pascal of the Maripello family, had survived the plague. With a pockmarked face, he addressed the Great Council, declaring an irreconcilable conflict with the Eastern Roman Empire and sending a warning letter to Isaac. As for Cairo, the sudden outbreak of plague caused Ashriver's army, which was besieging the city, to retreat like a receding tide, indirectly helping Sultan Mansur. This sultan, who was completely outmatched in the civil war and now relied on Isaac's mercenaries, chose to remain silent. Isaac received the letter during his march, glanced at it briefly, and then ordered Lake, the royal historian, to write 2 obscene letters in Old Latin, which were sent to the leaders of Venice and France. Upon receiving replies, the 2 leaders ordered learned priests to translate them, only to find them filled with profanities, leaving them trembling with anger and speechless. The 2 letters were then sent to the Vatican, demanding that the new Pope, Castiglione III of the Borgia family, excommunicate Isaac and terminate all agreements signed between him and the Crusaders. When Isaac spread the plague, he deliberately bypassed several countries with which he had good relations: Genoa, Montferrato, Portugal, Aragon, Castile, and the Papal States, none of which were directly affected by smallpox. Moreover, at the very beginning of the plague, Isaac summoned their envoys, explained the detailed procedure of smallpox vaccination, provided them with cows infected with the virus, and showed them the scars on his shoulders to increase credibility. Seeing that there was indeed no large-scale outbreak in Isaac's territory, the monarchs of the friendly countries finally stopped questioning and began to vaccinate on a large scale, using the cows provided by Isaac. The spread of the plague took time. By the time the plague, originating in Paris and Venice, had spread to Iberia and central and southern Italy, it had no serious impact. Therefore, Pope Castiglione III, beaming with joy, received the envoys of his 2 greatest enemies, listened amiably to their indignant statements, and then promised a thorough investigation. He then declared the plague a curse from God upon the unfaithful, and that the leaders of both countries should reflect on whether they had committed any acts of insult against God and the papacy. Thinking of this, Isaac couldn't help but snort. Besides the Ottoman Empire, his plague offensive was primarily aimed at the Kingdom of France and the Venetian Republic, and he was naturally prepared for their resentment. Venice was a century-old enemy of the Eastern Roman Empire, a sworn enemy, so there was nothing more to say. The Kingdom of France, however, was Isaac's greatest adversary for a long time to come. To protect his interests in Italy, he had to sever the tentacles of Charles VI and Louis XI extending into Italy completely. The conflict between the 2 sides was irreconcilable. Under Isaac's manipulation, the plague first broke out in the Venetian arsenal, with sailors on warships and workers in the naval factories being the first to suffer, and recovery would take time. As for France, the most prosperous cities in the north were also affected, with Paris, Reims, and Orléans becoming breeding grounds for smallpox. Perhaps in the not-too-distant future, France will recover from the plague and seek revenge against Isaac. Constantine and his ministers are deeply worried about this, but Isaac remains completely unperturbed. In terms of land power, even the 3 Eastern Roman empires cannot match the Kingdom of France with its thousands of knights, but in terms of navy, France is far inferior. Charles VI's already small professional navy is mostly concentrated in the English Channel, and the number of warships along the Mediterranean coast is pitifully small, posing no threat to Isaac. If war does break out, Isaac's combined bandit and military fleet will set sail from various ports along the North African coast, harassing the ports and coastal towns of southern France like swarms of wasps. The looted money can be used to build ships, the built ships can be used to plunder more money, the captured people can be sold for money, the money from the sales can be used to build ships, and the built ships can continue to plunder more people, creating a virtuous cycle. However, regardless of how things develop, Isaac must end the Balkan Wars as soon as possible and increase his own strength as much as possible. Smallpox was not a panacea. Compared to the Black Death caused by the Mongols using plague bacteria, smallpox had obvious weaknesses. Not only was its mortality rate lower, but it also couldn't cause continuous or repeated infections. Once people developed antibodies, the virus lost its potency, it came on quickly and went away just as fast. Furthermore, smallpox was only effective in densely populated cities. With well-established administrative systems, governments could easily control the virus in rural areas, having accumulated rich experience over thousands of years of struggle. The plague devastated northern France, but it didn't cause much of a stir in the manor-based south. The plague in Venice spread widely across the lower Po River plain but couldn't break through the Alps. In some areas, smallpox was already a major epidemic zone, and the recurring outbreaks led to widespread immunity among the population, naturally suppressing the disease. The Vienna Basin and the Iberian Peninsula are examples of such places. Therefore, Isaac had to hurry and seize strategic locations and major cities before the Balkan plague subsided. Hurry up! Ignore the refugees and remnants on the road. Isaac turned and roared at the cavalry behind him. We must reach Gallipoli before sunset, The setting sun cast its blood-red rays upon Mehmed I's shoulders and into his empty eye sockets. Your Majesty, a decision must be made. Beside him, the sword-wielding Vizier Mahmud Pasha approached and stood quietly beside the Sultan. Before them lay a heavily guarded camp, soldiers patrolling and forbidding anyone from approaching. This was originally a village in northern Bulgaria. After the plague outbreak, the predominantly rural Bulgarian region had been spared. The Ottoman governor in Bulgaria, experienced in his duties, quickly implemented countermeasures after receiving Zagan Pasha's warning. He burned a no-man's land along the Bulgarian border, strictly prohibiting movement between villages and temporarily keeping the plague at bay. Upon learning of the fall of Edirne, Mehmed I was devastated and, already weakened, immediately fainted. Mahmud Pasha assumed command, leading his army along the edge of the Carpathian Mountains to northern Bulgaria, thus escaping the plague's reach. He did not conceal the fall of Edirne but instead made it public, claiming that their families had either died from the plague or been cruelly murdered by Emperor Isaac, with only a fraction remaining, and asked them to grieve. Mahmud soon achieved his desired outcome. The soldiers' transformation from shock to grief, and finally to hatred, occurred seamlessly. From the day Edirne fell, the army's cohesion shifted from blind obedience to the Sultan to hatred for the Greek emperor. Of course, the Janitary Guard were not allowed to marry, had no relatives, and remained loyal to Mehmed I, though this loyalty had been greatly diminished after several major military defeats. Your Majesty, your army is in dire straits, unease is spreading, the Rumelian Legion is blinded by hatred and is desperately trying to fight Isaac to the death, the Anatolian Legion is eager to return home and has no desire to continue fighting, the Janitary Guard is demanding pay and inciting unrest. Mahmud Pasha then produced a letter bearing the seal of the Bulgarian governor. Governor Nera has sent word that the plague has spread to Skopje, but has been contained in the mountains north of Skopje. Sofia is no longer safe. This will be Nera's last letter to you. Mehmed I took the letter, holding it blankly, without uttering a word. After a long while, he finally opened his chapped lips. In just 10 years, the nation has fallen to such a state. Isaac is so ruthless. I don't even know if my children in Edir are alive or dead, Mehmed I murmured to himself, like an old man facing the setting sun. Your Majesty, Mahmud suddenly shouted. With a nation in such a state, you should not only think of your own family's interests. Your daughter is my wife, and my mother and brothers are also in Edir. Please believe me, I am just as heartbroken as you are, but if you continue to be so despondent, the happiest people will be the Greeks hiding under the plague. His voice was deafening. Mehmed I's eyes gradually cleared, and a blush rose on his pale face. Well said, Mahmud, Mehmed I said, glancing at the letter. How many troops do we have left? Can we take advantage of Isaac's smaller force and catch him off guard? Your Majesty, I advise you to abandon this idea as soon as possible, leaving aside the issue of morale. Our army will be directly infected with the plague and weakened as soon as it crosses the Bulgarian border. In such a situation, Isaac only needs a small force to completely defeat us, and then the country will truly be beyond saving, Mahmud Pasha explained anxiously. Then do you have any good ideas? Mehmed I looked at his most trusted minister. First, quickly find ships and, before Isaac's navy heads north, transport the main force to Anatolia for rest, morale recovery, and stabilization. Our remaining fleet will anchor at Dobroga port. Please pardon Bardaglu's crimes and allow him to atone for his sins through meritorious service. Second, upon arriving in Anatolia, immediately employ the smallpox vaccination method that Isaac somehow obtained to completely eradicate the plague and stabilize morale. Third, the troops recruited from the various bays must not be disbanded. They must be firmly controlled to prevent the local bays from becoming ambitious. Mehmed I nodded. That makes some sense. Anything else? Fourth, quickly send someone to bring Prince Bayezid to your side to prevent him from being used by others. Mahmud carefully observed the Sultan's expression. I will. Mehmed I's eyes deepened. In short, you must leave Rumelia, which is ravaged by the plague, as soon as possible and return to Anatolia to recover, quell the unrest, and plan for the future. There, the population is sparse, and the strait separates us, so the plague won't spread so easily. As for Bulgaria, it has the largest Ottoman population and is the core of the empire. Of course, it cannot be left to Isaac so easily. I suggest you leave the Rumelian legions, who are determined to seek revenge, here to contend with the Greek army. They hate Isaac to the core and will fight to the death. I understand. On September 2, 1457, Mehmed I led the Anatolian legions and the Janissary guards, sailing around the northern coast of the Black Sea, landing in Anatolia, and heading directly to Bursa. The Rumelian legions were placed under the command of Mahmud Pasha, and based in Bulgaria, they began to be vaccinated against smallpox, preparing to launch a revenge attack on their southern enemy. On the same day, Roman Emperor Isaac, co-ruler of the Roman Empire, led an army of 3,000 men on a long march, finally reaching the Gallipoli Peninsula on the western shore of the Dardanelles, and advancing on the Gallipoli fortress. Simultaneously, the Mediterranean fleet arrived at the Dardanelles, supplying the besieging army with provisions and artillery, ready to break through the strait and head north to Marmara. The Battle of Gallipoli had begun. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 163 I Am the Tide. The Sea of Marmara, a narrow sea surrounded by the Balkan and Anatolian peninsulas, contains the Marmara Islands, named after their abundant marble deposits. The Sea of Marmara is relatively isolated, connected to the outside world by only two narrow straits, the Bosphorus Strait to the north, connecting to the Black Sea, and the Dardanelles Strait to the south, connecting to the Aegean Sea and even further to the Mediterranean Sea. Together, the Bosphorus, the Sea of Marmara, and the Dardanelles Strait form the Black Sea Straits, guarding the only sea route between the Mediterranean and the Black Sea. During the Black Sea's prosperous trade, furs, grains, and gems from the Baltic coast flowed south via the Don and Dnieper rivers, while spices, silk, and porcelain from the east traveled west via the Silk Road. After initial gatherings at several trading centers along the coast, these goods were then transported across the Bosphorus Strait via the Black Sea route, reaching Constantinople directly. It can be said that the Black Sea Straits played a crucial role in Constantinople's becoming a coveted city. After the decline of the Eastern Roman Empire, it gradually lost control of the Black Sea Straits. The Latins, arriving from the west, planted their flags on islands with their powerful naval fleets, while the Turks, arriving from the east, established their absolute authority on the western shore of the Aegean through repeated military victories. The Eastern Roman Empire retreated to the Balkan Peninsula to hold its ground. The civil war between the two Johns completely depleted the Eastern Roman Empire's last reserves. The two sides clashed fiercely in Thrace, frantically trading land for reinforcements, even resorting to introducing foreign enemies to win the war. Venice on the Apennine Peninsula, Genoa, and the kingdoms of Edenda and Chalcidice on the Anatolian Peninsula all deployed mercenaries to the warring parties. Unable to pay their troops, the two emperors allowed the mercenaries to levy taxes on the ground, causing widespread displacement and starvation among the Roman populace. In the mid-14th century, the Pope, in alliance with the Republic of Venice, launched several crusades against the kingdom of Edenda, which frequently raided trade in the eastern Mediterranean, with Smyrna as their target. John VI of the Cantacuzene family repeatedly pleaded in vain, watching helplessly as the army of the Aden who supported him returned to defend their homeland and disappeared across the straits. Unwilling to relinquish this advantageous situation, John VI pondered deeply and ultimately made a decision that would change the course of European history. In 1343, the Ottoman leader Orhan received John VI's plea for help and was overjoyed. He ordered Prince Suleiman to lead an army across the Black Sea Straits and set foot on European soil. In 1354, Prince Suleiman, with only a small force, launched a surprise attack on the strategically vital Gallipoli fortress, opening the gateway to Europe. Then, a sudden and massive earthquake caused widespread collapse of many walls and fortresses of the Eastern Roman Empire in Thrace. The recurring Black Death and long-standing wage arrears also reduced defenses to a minimum, giving the Ottomans the opportunity to invade. In the decades that followed, the Ottomans began a massive invasion of the Balkans, conquering cities and territories at will. The Eastern Roman Empire, like a candle flickering in the wind, was powerless to stop them, watching helplessly as vast swathes of land fell. And today, fire, before the Gallipoli fortress, Isaac waved his scepter, and the artillery battery, arrayed in formation, lit the fuses. The immense energy from the exploding gunpowder propelled the lead bullets from the cannons, carrying over a century of resentment and pain, crashing heavily against the fortress walls. Watching the Ottoman soldiers scrambling to avoid the flying arrows and stones, Isaac's lips curled into a slight smile. This fortress held a special place in the hearts of the Ottomans, seen as a symbol of victory. Besides this formidable fortress, Gallipoli also boasted a surrounding town and naval port, serving as the main base for the Ottoman navy. The Ottomans believed that fleets departing from here would be blessed by Allah, bringing them good fortune. After Isaac arrived with his army, he quickly occupied the plague-stricken towns and empty naval ports, ordering the Mediterranean fleet to use it as a base to gradually reclaim the small islands in the Sea of Marmara that had been seized by the Ottomans and Venice. Currently, this fortress is the only remaining stronghold of the Ottoman Empire on the Gallipoli Peninsula, like a small boat in a giant wave, teetering on the brink of collapse. Your Majesty, let us claim this glory for you. Beside Isaac, a middle-aged general clad in leather armor knelt on one knee and spoke loudly. His name was Oliver, a local Greek Orthodox Christian from the Gallipoli Peninsula. He had long harbored resentment towards Ottoman rule, and upon Isaac's arrival, he united with the villagers, rose in rebellion, killed the remaining Ottoman soldiers, and joined Isaac's ranks. Due to the Ottoman Empire's religious policies, a large number of Greek Orthodox Christians remained in the Balkans, living under the exploitation and oppression of Memdii, exchanging high taxes for limited autonomy. With the resurgence of the Eastern Roman Empire, these Roman remnants saw renewed hope and, with Isaac's support, secretly organized militias. After the fall of Edir, the rebel leaders became convinced of the Ottoman weakness, raising banners of rebellion throughout the land and welcoming the Ottoman army with open arms. Isaac, looking at Oliver's sincere and honest face, noticing the traces of smallpox on his features, felt a surge of guilt. The core of the Ottoman Empire was also the core of the Eastern Roman Empire. While the plague ravaged the Turks, it did not spare these simple Roman people. The smallpox epidemic a few months earlier had devastated Thrace, Macedonia, and Thessaly, killing nearly 150,000 people. These simple, honest Romans were stubborn and slow-witted, deeply influenced by the Church, and wholeheartedly believed the Orthodox priests' preaching. They firmly believed the plague was God's punishment of the Ottomans, and that Isaac and Constantine, by the Father's command, would liberate them from the Turkish hordes. Their faith in the Church bordered on blind obedience. They considered the Latins and Turks their mortal enemies and scoffed at their malicious rumors. Isaac dismounted, pulled him to his feet, took off his cloak and fastened it around his neck, then handed him the sword. Go, you will share this glory with me, I will repay you with my life. Oliver, holding Isaac's sword, excitedly waved it at the militia behind him, shouting loudly. Isaac quietly looked at them, at this group of the purest Romans. They were indeed weak, xenophobic, and stubborn, extremely hostile to the Latins and the Roman Catholic Church, and deeply dissatisfied with some of Isaac's policies. However, they were, in any case, Isaac's compatriots, the core of the Roman Empire, and held a deep faith in and unparalleled pride in this ancient empire that had lasted for thousands of years. Isaac shook his head, casting aside the guilt in his heart, and his heart became as firm as iron once more. He walked up to the high platform and looked down at the scattered militia formations below. 100 years ago, the Turks seized this land, forcing you to pay heavy taxes and enslaving your children. They never considered you subjects of the Roman Empire, calling you Greeks, a herd, placing you alongside chickens and sheep. For 100 years, you never gave up, fighting the invaders with unwavering determination and steadfast will, rising from the countryside, waging guerrilla warfare in the mountains, and marching to the battlefield under the blessing of priests, chanting, "The Gospel of our Lord." 100 years later, our Lord answered your call, bringing the Ottomans their just punishment, and so, beneath the walls of Constantinople, I saw the Janissaries flee in disarray, their armor and weapons discarded, and so, in the streets of Galata, I saw the invading Turkic army engulfed in flames, reduced to nothing but smoke, and so, on the surface of the Golden Horn, I saw the ships of Myzon ablaze, the crescent flag falling into the sea, the double-headed eagle gleaming, and so, in the palace of Adrianople, I saw the Turkic nobles kneeling in supplication, their former arrogance long gone, their white turbans now stained with dust. Isaac looked around, observing the changing expressions on the faces of the onlookers, anger, sorrow, hope, and longing. Today, my Lord has sent me here to liberate you from the iron hooves of the Turks. This is my glory, and yours as well. Isaac produced a prepared document, its cover bearing the emblem of the double-headed eagle. From this day forward, all righteous soldiers who fight against the Ottomans in the war will be heroes of the Roman Empire, enjoying privileges and benefits. For 3 years, taxes will be completely waived, and no corvée labor will be required. For 5 years, taxes will be halved, and no corvée labor will be required. For 10 years, taxes will be reduced by 1/4, and no corvée labor will be required. Isaac looked at the wide-eyed militiamen and nodded slightly. At this time, the people's desire to have children was strong. As long as there was no unrest and food was plentiful, the population would grow rapidly. If taxes were completely waived, within 5 years, the 150,000 people affected by the plague would recover, and there might even be a surplus. May God bear witness to my vow, and may you believe in my resolve. Take my words to every corner, tell every Roman citizen willing to rise up, and urge them to fight to the end. We will fight in Thrace, we will fight in Macedonia, we will fight with confidence on the seas. We will fight on the beaches, we will fight on the hills, we will fight in the fields and streets, we will reclaim our homeland at any cost, we will never compromise. Isaac cried out, raising his eagle staff. Since God has brought me here, follow in my footsteps, stay by my side, and share in my glory. We will unleash a raging storm, raise towering waves, and let our enemies tremble in the storm and the towering waves, for God will be on our side. Charge, kill, fight. The double-headed eagle banner is immortal, the glory of Rome endures forever. I fear not the storm, for I am the wave. On September 10, 1457, Isaac III, co-emperor of the Roman Empire, conquered the Gallipoli fortress, and the Mediterranean fleet sailed north to the Sea of Marmara. The following day, Legion Commander Merhamat led his troops to capture the fortress of the Throat, formally declaring the Eastern Roman Empire's absolute control over the Black Sea Straits. On September 20, 1457, the Eastern Roman Empire's Mediterranean fleet crossed the Bosphorus Strait, and after 5 years, the double-headed eagle flag once again flew over the Black Sea. That same day, the Mediterranean fleet captured an Ottoman squadron hiding in a Crimean Khanate port, demanding that the port garrison cease its protection. When this was refused, the fleet bombarded the port, burning it to the ground and looting it before returning. On September 30, 1457, Prince Justinian swore an oath in Thebes to launch a northern expedition, ordering Marcus Michael to lead 15,000 troops to advance on Larissa, where they engaged in a major battle with a hastily assembled army of over 10,000 men. In this battle, the newly established ironclad Holy Cavalry showed its prowess. After several hours of fierce fighting, the weakened Ottoman army gradually succumbed, and the heavily armored cavalry seized the opportunity to charge. The hard earth began to tremble, and the rapid hoofbeats and sharp heavy lances heralded the end of the Ottoman remnants. The Ottoman defenses, like paper, crumbled in a single encounter. The heavy cavalry continued their charge, piercing 3 layers of the Ottoman local army's lines and reaching the central camp. Iron hoods trampled over tents, sabers splattered blood, crescent and star banners fell to the ground, and Ottoman generals were crushed to pieces in terror. The next day, Justinian led his army into Larissa, dispersing his forces to gather provisions and mop up the remaining troops. In the following months, the effects of the plague gradually subsided. Isaac and Justinian, one in the north and one in the south, formed 2 offensive lines, a single guillotine that cleaved Ottoman Balkan territory in 2. Isaac ordered light cavalry and lower-ranking priests deep into enemy territory, traversing the countryside, proclaiming his tax exemption declaration, and calling for an armed uprising. Seeing Isaac's overwhelming advance, the Ottomans suffered repeated defeats, and a large-scale uprising broke out among the lower classes of Romans. They took up makeshift weapons, killed local Turkic soldiers, and once again raised the double-headed eagle banner. The Ottoman Empire's local military forces had long been depleted, and the remaining elderly, weak, and disabled were filled with fear, and their morale had plummeted, making any successful counterattack impossible. A sudden plague struck, the Sultan abandoned the country, and these successive misfortunes led them to question whether Allah had truly closed his eyes and no longer cared for his people on earth. The Ottoman weakness caused previously hesitant local powers to join the rebellion. Landlords and powerful families who had aided and abetted the rebellion transformed into leaders of the rebels and staunch loyalists of the Roman Empire. These local powers quickly sent envoys to contact Isaac, simultaneously opening granaries to provide food and supplies, and providing the rebels with new uniforms, resulting in a significant leap in the rebels' equipment. Their joining also marked the complete collapse of the Ottoman system. The remaining Ottomans either tried to escape by boat or fell to the swords of the enraged militia. The spark that ignited at Adrianople finally grew into a raging fire. Within 6 months, Isaac and Justinian conquered cities and territories, advancing along the coastline and, with the support of their fleet, capturing port after port, expelling invaders and liberating the people. On December 10, 1457, Isaac led his army across the Strymon River into the Hakkadi Peninsula, besieging Thessalonica. The following day, Prince Justinian and Marcus Michael arrived at the city walls and joined the siege. 30,000 troops completely surrounded the great city, and the southern sea was filled with warships flying eagle flags. The city's defenders, supported by a Venetian mercenary force and receiving a personal letter from the Doge of Venice, refused Isaac's offer of surrender, massacring the remaining militia who had failed in their uprising, and attempting to stall for time using the city's fortified walls. On December 28, 1457, Isaac ordered the cannons to be fired upon the city, while simultaneously ordering the fleet to patrol the coastlines to guard against a sudden Venetian attack. On the same day, Isaac received a letter from Constantine's eye, covered in sealing wax. An eerie atmosphere pervaded Buda. Internal strife in Hungary was imminent. Chapter 164 The Shattered Holy Shield. Buda, on the banks of the Danube. Originating in the Black Forest Mountains, the Danube is the second longest river in Europe, flowing from northwest to southeast and emptying into the Black Sea. At the southern foot of the western Carpathian Mountains, the Danube is blocked by the mountains and abruptly turns south, where it gathers several tributaries near Belgrade before continuing westward into the sea. In its middle reaches, the Danube is wide and its current gentle, making it suitable not only for inland waterway transport but also for irrigating the fertile Hungarian plain. Towns and villages line the riverbanks, and agriculture and animal husbandry flourish. The Hungarian plain is situated in a basin, bordered by the Alps to the west, the Balkan Mountains to the south, and the Carpathian Mountains from north to east. Its interior is flat, dotted with rivers and lakes, and enjoys a mild climate. Surrounded by mountains and water, it is a vast expanse of fertile land. Due to its unique topography, the Hungarian basin guards the gateway to the Catholic world of Central and Western Europe, like a giant shield, firmly blocking the invasion of powerful Eastern nations. The main ethnic group on the Hungarian plain is the Magyars, a nomadic people who migrated from the east due to climate change. They settled here, absorbing agricultural knowledge and Catholic thought while retaining some of their own traditions, including archery and horsemanship. After Hungary's baptism, it was accepted into the Catholic world and repeatedly resisted invasions by heretics and pagan forces. The early expansion of the Rus people ended here, the Mongol conquest halted, and even the Ottoman army failed to force the valiant Magyar light cavalry to lower the proud heads. However, the Kingdom of Hungary had not produced a legitimate Magyar king for a long time. The Angevin family of France, the Luxembourg and Habsburg families of Germany, and the Jagiellonian family of Poland and Lithuania successively donned the crown of St. Stephen, a symbol of supreme power, and resided in Buda Castle. It was precisely during these successive dynastic changes that the nascent centralized system of the Kingdom of Hungary gradually disintegrated. Various noble families occupied a significant portion of the land, making it difficult for the king to maintain his throne without circumventing them. The current king of Hungary was Alexander Ladislaus, a posthumous son of the Habsburg family. Besides being the king of Hungary, this frail young king had held the titles of King of Bohemia and Archduke of Austria since birth, a position of extreme prestige. Had it not been for the untimely death of his father, Albrecht II, this young king would likely have also been the Holy Roman Emperor, becoming a true king of kings. On the Azure River, Matthias United gazed at the distant, prosperous city, his mind uneasy. A raven suddenly appeared nearby, landing in front of Matthias, tilting its head and squawking loudly. Matthias ignored it, looking at the Habsburg eagle flag fluttering above Buda, cursing under his breath, kicking a pebble at his feet, and watching it fall into the river, creating ripples. Buda, situated on the west bank of the Danube, is the capital of the Kingdom of Hungary and one of the most prosperous cities in the Danube region. Its thriving inland waterway transportation has earned it the nickname Pearl of the Danube. Buda faces past. Located on the east bank, across the river, the two cities enjoy convenient transportation and frequent exchanges, and with their prosperity and development, they seem poised to merge into one. Your Highness, it's time to go into the city. Your brother is waiting for you, a servant kindly reminded Matthias. The young man sighed, nodded, mounted his horse draped in a coat emblazoned with a raven's crest, and galloped towards the vast city. Ravens took flight, circling above him, still cawing loudly. Outside the city, Matthias's elder brother, Laszlo of the Hunidi family, rode a tall horse, already waiting for his brother, laughing heartily as he gave him a large hug. "Matthias, cheer up, stop frowning." Laszlo looked at his younger brother, patted him on the shoulder, and wiped the dust from his journey. Seeing his smug older brother, Matthias couldn't refuse and forced a smile. "Let's go into the city first. I'll show you around Buda's splendor. Don't keep thinking about that woman from Count Kale's. Once we brothers have control of the kingdom, we'll immediately send people to propose marriage for you. We'll marry as many princesses as there are in France and Germany." Laszlo and Matthias walked side by side, talking boastfully the whole way. Not long ago, Matthias's first wife, Count Ulrica's daughter, had passed away without leaving any children. "Laszlo, you know I'm not that kind of person. There was no love between us. What I'm worried about is whether the current situation is really as perfect as you think." Matthias couldn't help but stop and look at his brother seriously. Many things had happened in the Kingdom of Hungary since the Battle of Belgrade. The brother's father, Jonas the White Knight, died of the plague, leaving behind a substantial political legacy. The Pope was overjoyed with the victory at the Battle of Belgrade, immediately canonizing the White Knight and declaring Victory Day a holiday, celebrated with a ringing of bells. For a long time, in the holy wars against infidels, the emperors of the East had dominated, winning every battle and reigning supreme, causing the Pope some embarrassment. The White Knight's victory at Belgrade greatly boosted the morale of the Catholic kingdom, and the Pope seized the opportunity to promote the victory extensively, attempting to salvage some of his reputation. Due to the mountainous terrain, the smallpox plague did not cause much of a stir in the Hungarian basin, and the smallpox vaccination method invented by Emperor Isaac quickly spread throughout the kingdom. Nobles and landowners were vaccinated, and from then on, they no longer had to worry about the plague. However, at the same time, the White Knight's death completely disrupted the already turbulent political situation in the Kingdom of Hungary, ultimately pushing the country to the brink of civil war. The nobles within the kingdom held an ambivalent attitude towards the Hunidi family. They were deeply dissatisfied with their arrogance, yet they relied on the White Knight's military prowess to repel foreign invasions, thus largely tolerating their tyranny and tacitly accepting their autocratic rule. However, after the Battle of Belgrade, the powerful external enemies were wiped out, and powerful ministers within the kingdom died suddenly. Long-suppressed discontent erupted, unleashing a storm upon the Hunidi family. The posthumous son, Ladislaus, relinquished the position of kingdom governor, which rightfully belonged to the White Knights, to his uncle, Count Ulrich of Sels. Later, at Ladislaus's instigation, Ladislaus sent a letter to Hunidi Laszlo, demanding the return of the lands and property seized by the White Knights during their regency, and also requesting that military power be transferred to Ulrich. Laszlo feigned agreement, luring the uncle and nephew to Belgrade, where he set a trap, publicly executed Count Ulrich, kidnapped King Ladislaus, and disbanded their army. Laszlo claimed that Count Ulrich had attempted to murder him, and that he had been forced to defend himself by taking the young king to Colvin Castle. He was forced to swear not to avenge his uncle and was allowed to succeed his father as Grand Master of the kingdom. A triumphant Laszlo returned to Buda with the king and began exercising his power. Matthias knew that his elder brother had always been proud of their father and longed to achieve great feats and be the center of attention. In some ways, Laszlo was indeed very much like his father, equally brave, equally righteous, equally skilled in winning over the army, and equally adept at military strategy. He was also equally arrogant. "Laszlo, you didn't heed my advice and insisted on killing Ulrich? Do you know how the nobles in the country view us now? Murder, power grabs, kidnapping the king. They're not fools, they've seen it all." Matthias roared at his elder brother, unable to contain his anger. "Furthermore, why did you insist on leaving Colwyn Castle and coming to Buda, a place you know nothing about? This is Habsburg territory, just for that position of Grand Steward. How foolish, away from father, away from our Transylvania. You and I are no better off than them. If you had father's prestige and power, even if you stayed at Colwyn Castle, nobles would come to visit you in droves. You wouldn't need to." Enough. Laszlo couldn't listen anymore and roared. "You are nothing like father's son. If it were him, even if there were thousands of troops ahead, he would stand alone with his sword and charge forward." Upon hearing this, neither brother spoke again. The servants were too frightened to breathe. Silence reigned all around, except for the anxious and piercing cawing of the ravens in the trees. "I apologize, Matthias, I misspoke. What's done is done. In your opinion, What should we do now? Laszlo apologized softly and continued on his way. The guards outside the city gate, seeing the bright raven banner, didn't stop him, but hurriedly moved aside to clear the road. Matthias, somewhat puzzled, followed Laszlo closely. Laszlo, as far as I know, the nobles are very dissatisfied with your actions. The most urgent task is to stabilize the situation, negotiate with them, and prevent them from reaching a consensus. Furthermore, we cannot stay in Buda for long. Once the negotiations are over, we must immediately return to Corwin Castle. Regardless of what a king thinks, you are your father's eldest son, the Grand Duke of Transylvania, and the locals will support you. Laszlo thought silently for a moment, opening his mouth but unable to find a rebuttal. You are right. Once this matter is settled, let's go home. It's a pity, the king had me summon you here, intending to appoint you as the city's defense commander. Matthias, looking at the empty streets, was suddenly startled upon hearing this. What did you say? The king had you summoned me, Kwa? A raven in the sky cawed sharply. What? Laszlo reined in his horse. Whoosh. Laszlo's black eyes bulged out, and he opened his mouth, only spitting out a mouthful of blood. To Matthias's horrified gaze, an iron arrow was embedded straight in his elder brother's throat. On the arrow, the Habsburg eagle emblem, its wings spread wide in the blood, was lifelike. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, a volley of arrows rained down, and archers emerged from the rooftops, drawing their bows. Habsburg guards, armed with heavy shields, appeared at the end of the street. Ladislaus, seated on his horse, sat in the midst of the ranks, a sickly flush rising on his pale face. Hunjadi Laszlo murdered a minister, held the king hostage, and deceived the emperor. The evidence is irrefutable. He has been executed. Surrender. Accept trial. The sound of hooves echoed from the road behind, and Count Seal's banner flew high. Scatter. Scatter. Charge out. Matthias charged through the rain of arrows, until his horse, struck by arrows, threw him from its saddle, and his vision went black. The one-sided slaughter continued. The Hunidi family guards fought desperately, but overwhelmed by the disparity in strength, one after another fell in pools of blood. A raven caught a few times, flapped its wings, and disappeared into the northwest horizon. Western Anatolia, Bursa. The current Sultan of the Ottoman Empire, Mehmed I, sat on his throne, looking at his eldest son. Father, a few days ago, there was a riot in Manisa. The local forces attempted to take me hostage and rebel against your rule. With their combined efforts, their plot failed, and I killed them all. Bayezid knelt before his father, his tone sincere. Mehmed I stared into his eyes, silent. He knew very well that things were far more complicated than Bayezid made them out to be. After the defeat at Belgrade and the siege of Edirne, local forces immediately began to instigate Bayezid, attempting to persuade him to declare himself Sultan and challenge Mehmed I's rule from his isolated position in Bulgaria. The young man didn't agree, but he wasn't as resolute as he claimed. Bayezid quickly sent men to inquire about Edirne's situation. Upon learning that one of his brothers was dead and the other captured, he wiped out the rebels and came to pay his respects in person. The rebellion in the south has been quelled. I have brought troops and provisions for your service. Mehmed I nodded, sighed, and pulled his eldest son towards him. You've grown up. The Greek emperor has temporarily gained the upper hand. We have lost Edirne, Thrace and Thessaly, and almost all our family and friends. This position is mine, and it will be yours. We should join hands and overcome this difficult time together. Mehmed I embraced Bayezid, stroking his hair. From now on, you will stay in Bursa to continue your studies and gradually participate in political affairs. Yes. Bayezid lowered his head, his face flushed, unable to meet his father's gaze. When you are a little older, I will send you to Bulgaria to follow your teacher and protect our territory. The Bays in the south are somewhat unstable. I will lead troops to subdue them one by one, so you don't need to worry about them. Mehmed I continued to explain his plans when the old eunuch entered. Your Majesty, envoys request an audience. Let them in. 2 European envoys entered the Sultan's palace and bowed to Mehmed I. Moro, it's been a long time. It's a pleasure to see you again. Mehmed I recognized one of them. He wore a golden lion emblem and was clearly from the Venetian Republic. It seems that our savior Isaac also left indelible scars on you. Mehmed I looked at the marks on Moro's face with a sly smile. Yes, Isaac is vicious and has incurred the wrath of both heaven and man. We will make him pay a heavy price. Moro's eyes flashed with venom as he spoke viciously. If your methods are limited to the mercenaries of Thessalonians and scattered fleets at sea, then there's no need to continue. Memdi regained his seriousness. I know these methods cannot stop Isaac's advance, but they are the only things we can do for the time being. We have suffered heavy losses in the plague, our armories are almost at a standstill, and our sailors are still not replenished, but because of Isaac's brutality, the Grand Council has united for the first time, vowing revenge against him. That is also why I am here, Moro said coldly. Oh? You've finally stopped bickering, congratulations. Moro ignored the dissatisfaction in Memdi's tone. Although Isaac has gained a temporary advantage, he also has many enemies. As long as we join forces, even someone as cunning as him will not have a good end, Memdi snorted coldly. When the Hafs dynasty fell, you refused to offer support. During the Mamluk civil war, you stood idly by. When I fought the White Knights, you remained bystanders. What, are you starting to feel fear now? Moro didn't answer. The young man beside him stepped forward, looking at Memdi. Your Excellency, the past cannot be undone, and the future is uncertain. Oh? I've never seen you before. The young man removed his cloak, revealing the embroidered coat of arms on his chest, blue and white irises. I am Charles of the Valois family, son of Charles VI, Duke of Berry. I represent France. Chapter 165 The Toko family. Along the coastal road, a small caravan traveled northeast in the fading light of dusk. Two fully armed knights led the way, carrying a large banner symbolizing their family's prestige. Three militiamen acted as guides, closely following the nobleman in the center of the procession. At the rear of the caravan were several mules, their backs laden with heavy bundles, clearly full of gifts. Brother, how much longer until we arrive? A small head peeked out from the middle-aged nobleman's chest, immediately shivering from the biting early spring wind, before retreating back into his elder brother's embrace, burying his head in his warm chest. Almost there, let's push on. The nobleman draped his cloak over his younger brother, lightly spurred his horse, and began to trot, snorting and exhaling puffs of white smoke. Sir, there's a village ahead. Shall we rest for a while? A guide asked kindly. The nobleman glanced at the setting sun, initially intending to refuse, but then he looked at his pitiful little brother in his arms, hesitated, and nodded. Vincent, the nobleman called to an elderly knight. My lord, what is it? Take a guide and scout the village ahead. Prepare food and hot water for us, and buy a better carriage. The roads here are better than in the south. We shouldn't get stuck in the mud again. Yes, sir. Old Vincent patted his chest, took a guide, and galloped forward. The moon rose, and the caravan arrived at the village. Old Vincent, along with the village priests and elders, greeted them respectfully at the tavern door. The elder recognized the blue and white wavy family crest on the banner and quickly stepped forward to greet them. Greetings, Your Excellency, Prince of Epirus, esteemed guest of the Toko family, welcome to Iacha village. This is Roman land, protected by Emperors Constantine and Isaac. I am the elder here. If you require anything, please let me know, and I will do my best to fulfill your needs. The head of the Toko family, Prince Ronaldo of Epirus, lifted his younger brother from his horse, exhaled a breath of cold air, and made the sign of the cross. Hello, I am Ronaldo Toko, from Arta, on my way to Thessalonica to pay homage to the Roman Emperor. I am passing through here, and I thank you for your hospitality. Ronaldo was not polite and stated his needs to the elder. We have traveled a long way and are somewhat weary. Please prepare hot water and food for us, as well as rooms for rest. In addition, please inquire whether there are any spare carriages available for sale nearby. The elder nodded. Your servants have already informed us of this, and everything you need has been prepared. As for the carriages, the village's 5 carriages were driven to Larissa by their drivers a few days ago, and we don't know when they will return. If you really can't wait, you can use my donkey cart. Leonardo looked slightly disappointed, but still declined the elder's offer. He turned to the kind-faced old priest and nodded slightly. Good health, Father. If possible, before we rest, we would like to offer one last prayer to thank Jesus Christ for his blessings and protection along the way. There is only one chapel in the village. Your Excellency, if you don't mind, I certainly have no objection. The priest looked at Leonardo and kissed the Orthodox cross on his chest. Leonardo paused for a moment, then smiled and shook his head. It's all right. Please prepare it for us, my lord. The knights beside him hurriedly called out in Latin, looking at their lord in disbelief. It's only a matter of time. Leonardo said this, took his younger brother's hand, and walked towards the dilapidated little chapel. The next morning, the rooster's crow woke Leonardo. He pushed open the door, went to the dining table, and sat down beside his younger brother and old Vincent. Just recently, Prince Justinian led his army through our area. He sat in your spot and raved about our village's homemade wine. He must have been a little older than you, probably a head taller, the elder said, gesturing as he told the story to the boy. Seeing Leonardo arrive, the elder and the priest stood up and bowed to him. Sir, please try our wine and jam bread. It's all made by the villagers themselves, the elder said with a smile. It's a pity my brother won't let me drink, otherwise I would definitely want to try some, the boy said regretfully, swallowing a mouthful of jam bread. Prince Justinian drank it secretly too. At the time, Marcus Mikhail was away fighting a rebellion, and no one dared to stop him, and then, the boy's curiosity was immediately piqued. When Emperor Isaac found out, he beat him up and then bestowed upon our village the vineyards to the east that originally belonged to Turkic noblemen. Since then, people have flocked here to drink. The elder finished his drink, clearly quite proud. Leonardo picked up a piece of bread, spread some coarse applesauce on it, and put it in his mouth. The table was laden with food. Besides ordinary bread and wine, there was salted meat, beans, various vegetables, a plate of apples, and a plate of unidentified seafood, simple yet plentiful. Do you eat this every day? Leonardo pointed to the wooden table. We've added a little since your arrival, but it's more or less the same. The elder looked at the food on the table, a hint of nostalgia flashing in his eyes. If you come here on Christmas Day, you can enjoy even more delicious food. Last year, December 25th was our first Christmas after driving out the Turks. We no longer had to hide or conceal ourselves. Every village held grand celebrations, and the parades were filled with joy, everyone wearing smiles. Oh, Leonardo was somewhat surprised. This place belonged to the Ottomans just 6 months ago, right? Such a big change in such a short time. What clever trick did Emperor Isaac use? The elder smiled and pointed to the food on the table. This place is not barren. The land yields wheat and oats, the forests teem with fruit and animals, and the sea is teeming with fish and shrimp. 6 months ago, bread lay in the Ottoman warehouses, fruit hung in the orchards of the Turkic nobles, and the livestock in the forests and the fish in the sea all belonged to the Sultan of Bursa. In their eyes, we were no different from cattle and sheep, paying heavy taxes, yet everything we ate was a gift from the Sultan. After Prince Justinian's army drove the Turks away, he bestowed upon us the wheat from the warehouses, granted us the rights to exploit the forests and the sea, and gave us Ottoman tools and oxen. These things are tax-free for 3 years, without taxes. Just harvesting the wheat left by the Ottomans in the fields, combined with the produce from the forests and the sea, is enough to make us rich for a whole year. The more grain left over, the more newborns we have. And the more new clothes people wear. My lord, don't underestimate the farmers. We have our own wisdom and our own ways of survival. We don't need any magic tricks. As long as the higher-ups don't cause trouble, we can live quite well, the elder said between sips of his drink, his slightly tipsy demeanor revealing a hint of melancholy. 100 years ago, my ancestors lived on the outskirts of Constantinople, true Constantinople citizens. The emperor at the time, in order to support his army, sent men to plunder all his wheat. My ancestors were forced to take their families south to seek refuge, and settled here. In all these years, this is the first time I've seen an emperor who doesn't collect taxes. Leonardo remained silent, but the little boy spoke up. Emperor Isaac's army is so powerful, and he doesn't collect taxes. How does he support his army? I don't know. Perhaps it's God's blessing. The elder made the sign of the cross. I heard from Italian merchants that Emperor Isaac killed many people and looted a lot of things. Is that true? The little boy asked impulsively. Carlo, Leonardo slapped Carlo on the head, making his eyes water with pain. HMPH, you can't trust Latin merchants, the elder snorted coldly. Even if it's true, so what? Who told them not to be born in Rome? If you ask me, even a dog should be born in Rome. Just then, the sounds of horses neighing and carriages rumbling came from outside the tavern. Elder, father, they've all been brought back. Oh, good, I'm coming right away. The group arrived at the open space outside the tavern, where 5 carriages were being emptied of slaves bound by ropes, their eyes lifeless, staring blankly at the ground. The quality is quite good this time. Those guys from the neighboring village are green with envy. Ha ha ha. The coachman jumped down from the carriage, opened his coat, and laughed loudly. Well, your family gets to choose first this time. Quickly call everyone over, choose an order, no arguing, the elder said, assigning people to inform each household. How much did it cost? Not much? The emperor sold and gave them away. 20 strong laborers cost only 60 ducats, a dozen or so women weren't expensive either, each of the village's widowers got one, 10 children were free. The priest taught them all, and after they learned Greek, they were freed from slavery and joined our village. With them, we won't have to worry about our newly reclaimed land being abandoned. The coachman rubbed his hands excitedly. This is the last batch. The village is only this big. I heard that several large villages near Larissa received hundreds of Berber slaves at once. That was quite a spectacle. Brother, let's go. Leonardo was engrossed in watching when little Carlo, hiding behind him, tugged at his sleeve. All right, it's time to go. Leonardo sighed and helped Carlo onto his horse. The Tocco family's caravan moved quietly, just as quietly as they had arrived. Brother, we met Emperor Isaac this time. What should we do? On horseback, Carlo looked at his absent-minded elder brother and couldn't help but ask. I heard from Vincent that Emperor Isaac probably won't allow us to continue ruling Alta, and we'll have to hand over the newly captured Ioannina. I'm afraid so. Leonardo nodded heavily. Just recently, a detachment of the emperor, in coordination with local militias, captured Skopje, bringing all of Macedonia under their control. Now, apart from Bulgaria, the Turks only have one weak city left in Europe, Thessalonians, which is teetering on the brink of collapse under the fierce onslaught of a large army. If he attacks us, swarms of ships will cut off our communication with the outside world, valiant armored paladins will tear our army to shreds, and powerful cannons will breach our castles one by one. But, brother, didn't you always say that Emperor Constantine is our uncle? With that relationship, he shouldn't be so barbaric towards us, right? Leonardo smiled strangely. In a sense, Constantine's I was indeed his uncle. His father's sister was the old emperor's first wife, but she had no children. Constantine Zai's 2 sons, born to his second and third wives respectively, had no relation to the Tocco family. Perhaps, that's why we still have room for negotiation. I heard Queen Leonora's about to give birth. If it's a girl, I'll ask for her hand in marriage. Emperor Isaac is more compliant with gentle persuasion and force. With our polite attitude, we should have a good outcome. The cavalry continued forward, the distant sounds of cannon fire and battle cries growing louder. At the end of the road, a cavalry unit galloped towards them, their blood-red uniforms adorned with eagles carrying blood-stained blades. Halt! There's fighting ahead. No one is allowed to pass. Leonardo dismounted, revealed his identity, and negotiated with the approaching Slavic cavalry. Thessalonians had arrived. Late at night, in the central camp of the besieging forces, Isaac waited anxiously by his wife's bedside, watching the fine beads of sweat on her face. I've already said, even if he's born in Carthage, the little one will still be my child, and no one will dare question his identity. Isaac grasped Leonor's hand and placed a gold cross in her palm. Justinian also leaned over the bedside, tilting his head to carefully examine his mother's protruding belly. After the queen became pregnant again, Isaac repeatedly instructed that the birth should take place in Carthage, without going to the palace of the purple nobles, to avoid the arduous journey. Leonor was quite stubborn on this point. Although she had agreed readily, she still forced Vice Captain Henry to take her north. After the fleet landed on the Morea Peninsula, it headed north, but when it reached the outskirts of Thessaloniki, Isaac stopped it, refusing to let her continue. It should be noted that the Bulgarian region was still under Mahmud Pasha's control, and the area near Thrace was not safe. Scouts frequently raided the countryside from the south. Do you think it might be a girl this time? Leonor's hair was disheveled, but her face was full of smiles. What name are you going to give her? As he spoke, Leonor suddenly froze, his jaw clenched, and sweat poured down his face. Your Majesty, Your Highness, the Queen is about to give birth. Please excuse us. Isaac glared fiercely at the midwife, squeezed Leonor's hand, and pulled Justinian away from the tent. The moonlight was exceptionally bright tonight, and Thessalonica, under the night sky, resembled a gentle beauty, lying quietly in the embrace of the Gulf of Saloniki. Silence reigned in the camp as soldiers peeked out from their tents, curiously awaiting the birth of the new life. Seeing this, Isaac simply lifted the ban, and the soldiers cautiously approached the camp. Their faces filled with expectant smiles. Your Majesty, if it's a boy, can we have a day off, drink some wine, and share the joy with you? A bold soldier in the crowd jeered, and a chorus of agreement immediately followed. Whether it's a boy or a girl, After conquering Thessalonica, we will feast for 3 days and indulge in revelry." The cheers rose and fell, everyone holding their breath, listening to the sounds coming from the tent. "Why?" The cry of a newborn baby echoed across the land. The midwife parted the curtain and brought out a healthy child. "Your Majesty, congratulations, it's a princess." Isaac nodded, took his eldest daughter, and held her high, spreading the breath of new life throughout the camp. "She was born in Thessalonica, this is the Lord's will. In that case, let her be called Thessalonica." Thessalonica, the name of the ancient Thessalian princess, the origin of Thessalonica's name, foreshadowing Thessalian victory. "The Lord has brought new life, foreshadowing the Roman victory. Conquer that city for me and this child, Roman soldiers, may the Lord be with you. Long live the Lord." The shouts resounded through the heavens, piercing the sky and causing the crumbling city walls to crumble. On March 1, 1458, Thessaloniki, the eldest princess of the Roman Empire, was born on the outskirts of Thessaloniki. At dawn that day, the Roman legions raised their eagle standard over the city. This marked the end of the Balkan Wars. Chapter 166 The Land of Exile. Greetings, Your Excellency Veli Angelos, Sofia, Bulgaria, Sofia Basin, on the banks of the Iskar River, Sofia City. Veli Mahmud Pasha, Grand Vizier of the Ottoman Empire, Vizier with the sword, Governor of Rumelia, sat at his desk, turning the letter in his hands over and over. On the envelope, a golden red double-headed eagle spread its wings in flight. "By the time you read this letter, I will have finished my meeting with your mother and brothers and am on my way to Skopje. Your mother is a devout and kind lady. With the blessing of the Father, illness has not taken her life. May the Lord grant her lasting peace." Through our conversation, I learned that she has always wished to serve our Lord devoutly, and her greatest desire is to make a pilgrimage to Constantinople. I have granted her a house near the Hagia Sophia and nearby land, and given her 3 maids and 5 servants. The old lady is currently well, so please do not worry. Accompanying this letter is a letter from home, all written by the old lady herself, full of heartfelt sentiments. I hope you will consider it carefully. Mahmud took out his mother's letter, quickly scanned it, and sighed. He knew that everything the Emperor Isaac said in the letter was true. The Difshermium system of the Ottoman Empire had separated him from his mother and brothers, leading him to convert to Sunni Islam, but it had shown considerable respect for his family's faith and had not forced them to abandon Jesus Christ. Mahmud's mother was indeed a devout Greek Orthodox Christian. Years ago, seeking refuge, she and her father traveled west, leaving Constantinople and settling in Kosovo, Serbia. A pilgrimage to the Hagia Sophia was indeed her long-cherished wish. There was unrest in Serbia, so I sent men to bring your brother, Mihailo, also from the Anglosian dynasty, from Kosovo to Constantinople, hoping to reunite you and your mother. He is also a devout Orthodox Christian, brave and skilled in battle. I appointed him commander of the newly formed 4th Legion of the Purple Guard, and he is currently training troops in Constantinople. Your father's tomb in Kosovo has been protected by me, with designated guards. The local lords dare not disobey my orders, so please do not worry. Mahmud's mind involuntarily drifted back to his father, that ordinary but kind man. His father was also an Orthodox Christian, a descendant of the Anglosian dynasty of the Eastern Roman Empire, and a descendant of the daughter of Emperor Alexius the Great. Because the Anglo-Saxon dynasty had a rather poor reputation, his father had always considered himself a descendant of Alexius the Great. Whenever he was drunk, he would often lament with his 2 brothers about the fickleness of the world and the unpredictability of human nature. Now, his wife and second son had returned to Constantinople, restoring the family's glory in the new dynasty. He must be very happy. Mahmud banished these thoughts and looked back at the exquisite paper. A few days ago, I forged a monument from the enemy's sword and placed it outside the Golden Gate. The blade is engraved with the names and coats of arms of the first citizens and emperors of all time, including several of your ancestors, who are now revered: Caesar, Octavian, Antony, Trajan, Aurelius, Constantine, Justinian, Heraclius, Basil, Alexius, Michael. For thousands of years, they have never gone far, always protecting Rome and its people. Protecting their descendants. Mahmud smiled dismissively. This Greek emperor certainly knows how to read people's hearts. It is said that you are still unmarried, and my cousin Zoe is in the prime of her youth, beautiful and talented, and writes excellent poetry. She might get along very well with you. Mahmud Pasha didn't want to read any more of these polite words and skipped directly to the last line. Memdi is deep and suspicious. He cannot possibly regard a servant as a confidant for long. You hold considerable military power and control the region. Once he quells the unrest in Anatolia, he will certainly not allow you to continue to control Bulgarian military and political affairs. It is highly likely that he will plant spies or even strip you of your power. You are a descendant of royalty, raised under the bells of the Orthodox Church. Forced by circumstances, you abandon the light and turn to darkness. You are fundamentally different from Kalil and others. There is no need for you to be loyal to the Ottoman family to the death. Twice you went against the tide and twice you turned the tide. Your bravery and loyalty are rare in the world. You have already deserved the Sultan's appreciation. The Ottoman family is now on its last legs. It is the right time for you to escape the vortex. Mahmud Pasha was silent for a moment and continued reading the letter. Your political nemesis, Khalil Pasha of the Chandral family, served as Grand Vizier of the Ottoman Empire for generations, establishing unparalleled achievements for the empire. He was indeed loyal, but what good is that? A single defeat, a single document, and the Chandral family, which had dominated the political arena for over a century, vanished without a trace, becoming scapegoats for the Sultan. In contrast, Grand Prince Skanderbeg and Grand Prince Vlad, both from the Devshirme lineage, became powerful regional princes after leaving the Ottoman Sultan's control, each with their own distinct authority. Bulgaria is also a fertile land, surrounded by mountains and rivers, with a compliant people, and the natural barrier of the Black Sea, a land ripe for imperial ambitions. Now that I have said this, I hope you will consider your options carefully. After reading the letter, Mahmud Pasha remained silent for a long time, then picked up letters from his mother and brother, reading them several times. Clearly, this politically astute Emperor Isaac was trying to persuade him to abandon the Sultan and establish his own power base. Frankly, Mahmud Pasha had been caught in a political vortex for the past few months, his mind far from at peace. After Mehmed I's withdrawal from Europe, the Black Sea Straits were occupied by the Greek Emperor, and the Black Sea was teeming with patrolling Christian ships. Envoys from Bursa even had to hide on merchant ships of the Komnen and Gavras families to safely reach Bulgarian ports. Now, in this isolated overseas territory, Mahmud Pasha was the sole king. He commanded two main military forces, the remnants of the Ottoman Rumelian army and local Bulgarian auxiliary troops, which, with vigorous recruitment, could number up to 35,000 men, a formidable force. Correspondingly, Bulgarian political power was also mainly divided into two factions. One was the relocated Turkic tribes, practicing Sunni Islam, highly loyal to the Ottoman Sultan and advocating obedience to Mehmed I's commands. The other was the local Bulgarian forces, practicing Orthodox Christianity, with less loyalty to the Ottoman Sultan and advocating independence from Mehmed I's control. The good news was that both the Turkic tribes and the Bulgarian landowners harbored deep hatred for the Eastern Roman Empire and strongly resisted Emperor Isaac's expansion. Of course, opinions within the two factions were not unified, and the political views differed greatly. Obedience, to what extent? What if the Sultan ordered the Turkic tribes to return to Anatolia and use them as cannon fodder on the battlefield? Independence, in what way? As a bey, emir, or sultan? Or directly convert to Christianity and proclaim himself Tsar of Bulgaria? Mahmud Pasha frowned. Mehmed I had indeed shown him great favor, and if possible, he would gladly serve as his vanguard to repay this kindness. He had indeed done so before. However, as the letter stated, Mehmed I was a suspicious man, and when he led the army to defend Bulgaria alone, the previously harmonious relationship between the two would inevitably crack. One's position determines one's perspective, not the other way around. Mahmud Pasha instinctively didn't want to be enemies with Mehmed I, but he also didn't want to entrust his wealth and status to the whims of another like Khalil. Just a few days earlier, Mahmud Pasha had received a letter from Mehmed I, written in a very mild tone. The letter not only formally granted him the title of Grand Vizier, but also proposed that he marry a Turkic noblewoman. However, at the end of the letter, the Sultan casually mentioned that with the death of Karaman Bey Ibrahim I and the impending internal strife among his sons vying for the throne, he hoped Mahmud Pasha could send a portion of his troops to Anatolia, transported by the Venetian fleet, to participate in the campaign against Karaman. In addition, the Sultan also attempted to send Prince Bayezid to Bulgaria for his tutelage. As a politically astute individual, Mahmud Pasha immediately became alert, rejecting the Sultan's proposals under the pretext of the Black Sea's treacherous terrain and the war in the south, while simultaneously strengthening his control over the army. Loyalty was one thing, but Mahmud Pasha wasn't foolish enough to lower himself to the level of Khalil the Great Vizier. He had risen to his position solely through his military prowess and high prestige within the army. Without it, he was less than Khalil. In his view, blind obedience to the Sultan would plunge him into oblivion, while surrendering to Emperor Isaac would only alienate him from his followers. Neither was desirable. The best solution was to retain his military and political power while remaining loyal to the Ottoman Empire, forging a new relationship based on mutual needs. Having considered this, he rang the bell on his desk. "Aga, what are your orders?" "Go tell that Bulgarian landowner that I have agreed to his proposal and will marry his daughter in a week. In return, he must provide me with 500 soldiers and enough food for a year. Also, distribute the refugees who have fled from the south to the soldiers of the Rumelian Legion, and grant them the vacant land." "Yes, sir." The attendant reached the door, but Mahmud hesitated for a moment, then called him back. "Let my scribe write a letter to His Majesty the Sultan, explaining our predicament in detail. And ask him to forgive my presumption." The attendant acknowledged and left. Mahmud sat at the table, watching the sunset and the moon rise outside the window. Night falling, the Golden Horn was bustling with activity today. All the citizens, having heard the news, crowded early at the several harbors along the coast, craning their necks towards the distant sea. At the port of Prausphilion, Constantine, and Isaac, along with their entire families, waited on the dock. Constantine and Isaac, dressed in purple robes, wearing crowns, and holding eagle scepters, stood at the forefront of the crowd. Behind them, Queen Leonor and Lady Mara stood on either side, their eyes fixed straight ahead. 7-year-old Prince Justinian and 4-year-old Prince Manuel stood together, looking around listlessly. Seeing that his parents and grandfather were not paying attention to him, Justinian winked at his uncle Manuel, who was 3 years younger than him, and produced a piece of cake from somewhere, stuffing it into his hand. "Father, Justinian gave me a piece of cake." Manuel, still a child at heart, gave his nephew a grateful look before excitedly running to Constantine to show off. "Just accept it. Everyone's happy today, so you can have a few more." The gray-haired Constantine's eye chuckled, patting his young son's head and pulling him closer. "Father, it's so boring here. I want to go back to the palace to see my sister." Justinian, seeing this, also ran up and hugged Isaac's leg. "No, go back and stand properly," Isaac said sternly. "Isaac, there are so many of us waiting here. Aren't you showing them a little too much importance?" Constantine looked at his grandson and shielded him as well. "Treat others as you would like to be treated. Only by combining interests with emotions can you firmly control the hearts of your subjects." Isaac ignored Justinian's commotion and continued gazing at the distant sea. Had Thessaloniki not been so young, and Alexius not been required to defend Carthage with his prime minister, Isaac would have brought them along. Thinking of this, Isaac turned and looked kindly at the little boy behind him. "Carlo, are you settling in well in Constantinople?" "Reporting to both your majesties, all is well," Carlo Tocco replied respectfully. Isaac nodded and patted him on the shoulder. After the fall of Thessaloniki, the despot of Epirus, Leonardo of the Tocco family, came to pay his respects with his younger brother, seeking the hand of Princess Thessaloniki in marriage. Isaac negotiated with him, and they agreed to offer the city of Ioannina as a dowry, convert to Orthodoxy, and reaffirm their loyalty to the Roman Empire. In return, Carlo, the heir of Epirus, would marry Thessaloniki and remain with Isaac thereafter. After all, when the man paid his respects to Constantine I, he addressed him as uncle, reminding the old man of their past alliance with the Tocco family against the Ottoman army. Isaac couldn't be too harsh. Several vassals of Epirus, including the counts of Kefalonia and Zakynthos, also pledged allegiance to Constantine I, offering their ports to Isaac's navy as one of the conditions for retaining their territories. "Isaac, how is the situation in Skopje?" Constantine asked. "Not good. Many Turks have fled into the mountains as bandits, and some powerful Orthodox figures have colluded with them to seize peasant lands. Don't worry about these things, I'll handle them." Isaac shrugged. These powerful figures were the first to raise the white flag when the Ottoman army arrived, but after the resurgence of the Eastern Roman Empire, they transformed themselves into staunch loyalists. Their fickle behavior was truly repulsive. Later, Isaac planned a massive anti-bandit campaign in the newly conquered lands, sending the remaining Turkic forces and these petty thieves to the dustbin of history. "They're here." Just then, cheers erupted from the distant coast. 2 barges, tethered by purple ribbons, glided slowly across the sea. Then, A fleet of ships began to appear, eagle flags fluttering, cannons booming, a truly magnificent sight. The warships escorted 2 weathered caravels. On the caravels, sailors in new uniforms crowded the decks, watching the grand welcoming ceremony with astonishment. The ships docked one after another. On the St. Pierre, a group of sailors disembarked, looking around in amazement. Isaac and his family went to greet them, helping the navigator, who was about to perform a grand salute, to his feet, looking at his weathered face. "Your Majesties, I salute you, and may the Lord protect you and your people." He then quickened his pace and bowed to Leonor. "It is a pleasure to see you again, Your Majesty, Queen and Princess. May you always be as beautiful as you are today." Leonor smiled and returned the bow. "It has been a long time, dear Uncle Dias. Your achievements will be etched in human history and celebrated by poets and writers." Dias looked somewhat embarrassed and glanced at Isaac beside him. "Your Majesty," as the letter said, "although we have completed your mission and reached the southernmost tip of the African continent, we have not only lost 2 ships and many skilled men, but we have also failed to find King John the Priest and the legendary land of gold and spices. The places we explored were all barren lands, and the currents near the Cape of Storms were too turbulent for us to continue. It is all right. Discovering this sea route to southern Africa is already a great achievement," Isaac said with a smile, taking off his cloak and draping it over his shoulders. As a transmigrator, Isaac knew very well that continuing north from the Cape of Storms would cross a long stretch of the Mozambique Channel, where the Agulhas current would make the sea route extremely difficult, and a slight misstep could lead to capsizing. Of course, Isaac also knew exactly how to handle such a challenge. "We've drawn up nautical charts, brought back some rare and exotic items, and several natives have volunteered to come aboard to pay their respects to the Roman Emperor." Dinas beckoned, and the sailors pushed several natives bound by ropes forward, kicking them hard until they knelt before Isaac. "These 4 are from the Kingdom of Congo. Their land is not far from your St. William's colony, covered in bottomless jungles teeming with poisonous insects and ferocious beasts." Dinas pointed to 4 dark-skinned natives. Isaac nodded, then looked at the other 5. "These are natives of South Africa, with a lower level of civilization, still living a primitive nomadic hunting and fishing life, without a written language or religion. These people were not as dark-skinned, shorter in stature, and their appearance was completely different from the natives of Congo. The Khoisan people, a nearly extinct race. Their appearance is distinctly different from both Caucasians and Negroids, with yellowish skin and prominent Mongoloid features. They were once widely distributed in southern Africa, with a very long history. In the original timeline, long before the arrival of European colonists, the Bantu people from Central Africa began a massive expansion, slaughtering their way south and squeezing the Khoisan people into a corner of South Africa, barely surviving. Modern South Africa is now largely occupied by the Bantu and their collateral descendants, who still like to claim themselves as the original inhabitants. Truly laughable. Dispose of the 4 Congolese men directly, they have too many diseases, and we can't enter their land anytime soon." Isaac waved his hand, ordering the sailors to drag the 4 Bantu men away. "As for these Mongoloids, I will assign a priest to teach them to speak. They'll be useful later." "Yes," Isaac looked at Dinas. "The nautical chart you presented is very useful, but please keep it to yourself. Rest assured, Your Majesty." Dinas nodded. "I have brought the 2 children over, and they are on their way." "Very good. In addition to the monetary reward, I will also grant you titles and land. If you wish, you can continue to explore the lands of South Africa. 1/3 of the colonies you establish will belong to the Dias family, who will serve as hereditary governors." Isaac made his promise. Dennis thought for a moment, not as excited as he had imagined. Historically, the formal colonization of South Africa by Europeans didn't happen until much later. The Portuguese, who first discovered South Africa, didn't really want it because there were no valuable goods there. But Isaac knew very well that in the long run, South Africa's value far exceeded that of East Africa, which the Portuguese had always been keen on. This region has a Mediterranean and subtropical savanna climate, with some higher elevations experiencing a highland mountain climate. Unlike rainforests, it is not susceptible to malaria and various tropical diseases, making it a suitable core area for development. Besides these obvious advantages, South Africa also possesses very rich shallow gold deposits, easily mined without much technology. Perhaps one day, a Roman farmer will discover a field full of gold while tilling his land. It's settled then, "I will make excellent arrangements for you," Isaac said with a broad smile. On June 20, 1458, Dionysius's expeditionary fleet returned to Constantinople, bringing news of southern Africa. On July 1, a fleet carrying 500 convicts, the Caravel fleet, set sail from the Golden Horn, following Dionysius' nautical charts, heading towards South Africa. They would establish the first true colony of the Roman Empire on the west coast of South Africa, calling it New Thrace. Chapter 167 The Great Purge. Vlachus, Roman, Orthodox, the largest landowner in the village of Emno, owning over 30 oxen, 10 draft horses, over 200 goats, and 3 mills, on the banks of the Vardar River, in the largest square of Skopje, a trial was underway. Amidst the sharpening of the executioner's blade, a dozen or so men in shackles stood fearfully, sweat pouring down their faces, their lips trembling uncontrollably. During the Ottoman rule, you were appointed to collect taxes from 6 villages south of Skopje. During this time, you repeatedly used various pretexts to oppress the people, exploiting and tyrannizing the local populace. Is the above true? The judge, standing on the high platform, looked down at them and asked loudly. Yes, but, Vlachus hurriedly raised his head, attempting to defend himself, his fat face jiggling. When Marcus Mikhail recaptured Skopje, you feigned repentance and, under the guise of an uprising, annexed 3 surrounding militia groups. However, you maintained close ties with local Turkic nobles, allowing them to plunder the villagers. You divided the loot among yourself, and also seized unclaimed land. Is the above true? The judge pressed on relentlessly, giving Vlachus no chance to speak. My lord, during last month's bandit suppression operation, you tipped them off, causing the Turkic bandits to flee into the Sekha Mountains, resulting in Lord Avilan's army returning empty-handed. Is the above true? I'm innocent. This is utter nonsense. Vlachus's knees writhed forward, like a maggot exposed to the blazing sun. Since there are no objections, then Lord Avilan Notaris, the military district commander, will announce your sentence. On the high platform of the city lord's mansion, Avilan Notaris, the highest-ranking officer of the Roman Empire's North Macedonian military district, stood up and announced his verdict to the surging crowd in the square. Death penalty, excommunication, no clergy allowed to confess on his behalf, his soul condemned to eternal damnation. Avilan's cold voice echoed through the square, and the surrounding crowd fell silent. All his family members will be exiled. Whether to the southern frontier or the new Thracian colonies will be decided by His Majesty. The executioner grinned maliciously, raised his cleaver, and with a snap, blood splattered everywhere. Next, the second to be pushed forward was a priest, who had colluded with a Turkic ruler, oppressed the people, seized farmland, and after being excommunicated, was sentenced to death. His 3 mistresses and 2 illegitimate children were exiled to the frontier. I am a servant of the Holy Father. You have no right to judge me. The priest, his face filled with shock, struggled against his shackles, shouting, "Kill him, Your Excellency, say something." The executioner approached step by step, tears streaming down the priest's face, his whole body trembling. "I have served Rome, I have shed blood for the church, I want to see the bishop, I want to see the bishop." The voice abruptly stopped, leaving only a head with bulging eyes, rolling on the ground. "Your Excellency, do you have any questions about our sentence?" In the city lord's mansion, Avilan smiled, looking at the Archbishop of Skopje beside him. "Traitors deserve to die, however, I hope your Excellency will consider this carefully and investigate thoroughly, and not commit further killings." The Archbishop sighed softly, making the sign of the cross on his chest. During the Ottoman rule, all the Orthodox priests, including him, had pledged allegiance to the Sultan in exchange for limited autonomy, allowing the church's lands and servants to be preserved. After the emperor's army liberated Skopje, they directly labeled all the church members as traitors and subjected them to a 3-month investigation. During this period, the Patriarch of Constantinople negotiated with the 2 emperors. With Constantine's eye mediating, Isaac ultimately pardoned some of the clergy, dispersing them among various churches, while the former Archbishop of Skopje remained in his post. However, 3 months was sufficient for the emperor's investigation to uncover evidence. Common misconduct such as having affairs with mistresses and raping children could no longer be concealed and was exposed. Consequently, a large number of clergy were imprisoned, and the emperor used this opportunity to confiscate land and install his cronies. By the time the Archbishop of Skopje returned from his report to Constantinople, the Macedonian local church had undergone a dramatic transformation. It had not only lost 3/4 of its land, but also its autonomy from the Ottoman era, and even normal church activities now depended on central government funding. Under these circumstances, he dared not interfere much in the trials at Avalon. The trial lasted from morning until evening. The citizens of Skopje and the peasants of nearby villages, as always, loved to watch the spectacle, bringing benches and bowls of food, gathering around the square to judge the landowners and unscrupulous priests, some applauding, others lamenting. The trial strictly followed the directives of Constantinople. Almost all the large landowners and mine owners in North Macedonia received their due punishment, either executed or exiled to the frontier. Furthermore, vast tracts of land and mines were nationalized. A quarter became the public property of the North Macedonian military district, distributed to soldiers and their families, while the remaining 3/4 were sold to peasants at extremely low prices for cultivation. The military commander, Avalon, didn't care whether they colluded with the Ottomans, whether they were exploiting the people or acting charitably, or whether their assets were acquired through force or inheritance. Anyone possessing more than a certain amount of means of production was confiscated. No matter how many generations of accumulation, it all seemed powerless before absolute violence. In contrast, artisans, merchants, workshop owners, and intellectuals in cities and towns received considerable preferential treatment. Not only were they spared from the trial, but they also gained many privileges they had never enjoyed before. After the last landowner was beheaded, Avalon stood up, walked down from the city lord's mansion, and, protected by his personal guards, stood on the pool of blood in the center of the square. He took out a proclamation bearing the emblem of a double-headed eagle and began to explain the orders from the imperial central government to the onlookers. On March 20, 1458, Thessalonians and their surrounding lands were completely recaptured. On the same day, Mahmud Pasha, who occupied the Bulgarian region, withdrew from Kurgely and returned to the north bank of the Arda River to establish defenses. The following day, the two emperors formally divided the territories in the Balkans into 4 major regions, 4 military districts, and 1 directly administered region. The Morea region included the Morea Peninsula, the Isthmus of Corinth, and surrounding islands, with Mistras as its capital. The Attica region included the Attica Peninsula, Euboea, and surrounding islands, with Athens as its capital. The Thessalian region included the area east of the Pindus Mountains, west of the Aegean Sea, and Attica, the land and islands to the north and south of Macedonia, with Larissa as the regional capital. The southern Macedonial region includes the Halkidi Peninsula, the coastal corridor, and its surrounding islands. With Thessalonica as its regional capital, due to differing plans, the emperor has decided to establish military districts in certain border areas: the Kurgely Military District, the North Macedonia Military District, the Ioannina Military District, and the Oran Military District. The commanders of these districts will hold military power and, in times of war, will have administrative authority. In addition, Thrace will be directly governed by Constantinople, with local administrators appointed directly by the emperor and reporting to him. Avalon glanced at the crowd, who seemed confused and uninterested in these administrative plans. He beckoned, and a personal guard handed him another document. What I am about to say is closely related to your lives and livelihoods, so please listen carefully. Avalon unfolded the document. The North Macedonian military district borders Albania to the west, Bulgaria to the east, and Serbia to the north. Its terrain is rugged and mountainous, making it a strategically important location. The emperor has decreed that Skopje be the capital of the North Macedonian military district, and appointed me, Avalon of the Notaris family, as its first commander, in charge of all military affairs. Avalon looked around and nodded slightly to them as a greeting. Currently, the North Macedonian military district has over 143,000 personnel. The vast majority are concentrated in the valleys carved by the Vardar River. Around the capital, Skopje, there are over 27,000 people, accounting for 1/5 of the district's total population. The vast majority are engaged in traditional agriculture, animal husbandry, and mining. The handicraft industry is weak, and commercial endowments are average. Not long ago, His Majesty issued an edict standardizing the military district system. Each district commander will form a border defense force based on the local militia. Due to the different economic conditions of each district, the number of border defense personnel varies. Our North Macedonian military district, it's the largest of the 5 existing military districts, with a total of 2,800 border guards, the largest among all districts. As you just heard, A quarter of the land recovered from the traitors will be public property of the North Macedonian border guards. Every border guard will have their own land, and in addition, the emperor will distribute a yearly stipend, about a quarter of the salary of the Imperial Guard and Purple Guard soldiers, enough to live very comfortably. Whispers arose from the crowd, and after a brief exchange, everyone looked up again, their eyes filled with excitement and anticipation. Within a year, each border guard must participate in 8 months of intensive training. The rest of the time is free, but they may not leave the military district's territory without permission, sir. But 4 months isn't enough time to cultivate the land. Isn't that too rushed? Not every family has enough labor, a bold farmer in the front row asked. These fields will not all be cultivated by you. In addition to your families, the military district will also provide you with serfs at half price to assist in agricultural production. Avalon nodded to the farmers and continued to read out his policies. I plan to organize the North Macedonian border guards into 4 border regiments, 3 of which will be infantry regiments, stationed at various strategic locations, and 1 will be a cavalry regiment, which I will personally command as a mobile force. In addition to the border guards, the newly established 8th Guards Corps will also be stationed in Skopje to jointly protect the security of the military district. Seeing that the time had come, Avalon ordered several wooden boxes to be brought in, filled with large amounts of gold coins and confiscated land deeds. There are still 2,000 vacancies in the border guards, and Skopje can be allocated 1,000 men. Starting today, I will set up recruitment points in the city to examine those who come to join the army and select the best. Avalon stepped forward, kicked over the boxes, and the glittering gold coins rolled all over the ground, while the land deeds with intricate writing fluttered in the air. Once the border guards are at full strength, I will launch a new campaign to eradicate bandits, determined to annihilate all these pests that disturb the peace. Avalon drew his sword and raised it high. His Majesty's decree: bandits must be eradicated at all times. There is no other way. 2 weeks later, march out of the city and suppress the bandits. In the first half of 1458, a massive purge unfolded in the Balkan territories of the Eastern Roman Empire. According to Isaac, the new territories had just been acquired, and some areas were still under military control, making this the best time to eliminate local forces. If they waited a few more years, new alliances would form, and the resistance would be much greater. Although many, including Constantine I, advised Isaac not to rush things, he decided to rely on strong military power and the most violent and bloody means to declare the strong return of the central government. During this period, trials and bandit suppression campaigns were launched throughout the country, aiming to eliminate the remnants of the Turkic forces and local powers, and to completely shatter the 2 mountains that oppressed the Roman people. In just 6 months, over 500 large landowners and mine owners were beheaded and their heads displayed in public, and over 50 unscrupulous clergy were excommunicated. Their families and friends were all enslaved and exiled to the frontier. In the same period, over 500,000 landless peasants received their own land, renting seeds and tools at low prices from the local government to begin a new planting season. This redistribution of wealth could quickly feed most people, and if peasants were well fed, their desire to have children would be stronger, leading to greater prosperity for the empire. Of course, with the increase in population and the concentration of land, new forms of exploitation would inevitably emerge. Perhaps in less than 20 years, some of these landed peasants would lose their land again, while others would become new landowners, continuing to oppress their communities and exploit the people. However, by then, the Roman Empire's colonies would be spread across the world, and the landless peasants would board large ships to venture into the sunlit lands and establish new homes. In this great purge, the peasants gained land, the artisans gained more raw materials, the merchants gained a wider variety of goods and larger markets, and Isaac acquired a large sum of money through repeated raids. Everyone was happy, everyone was happy. Last night, Commander Salmon of the Kırgılı Military District sent a letter saying that the border guards of the Kırgılı Military District have been basically formed, with a full strength of 1,000 men, and are currently training. In the study of the Grand Palace, Isaac was engrossed in processing documents, while Prince Justinian stood in the corner, holding a thick stack of letters, reading them aloud with a wronged expression, wiping away tears as he read. Yesterday, he had secretly sneaked into Constantine's cellar with his uncle Manuel, gotten completely drunk, and was dragged over by Isaac and given a severe scolding, punished to replace the captain of the personal guard, Uragub, and forced to read documents for 3 hours every day. Have you memorized the basic situation of the Kırgılı Military District? Isaac asked sternly without looking up. The Kurgely military district is located south of the Arda River and west of Thrace. It is the front line against the Bulgarians, guarding the coastal corridor. Its location is crucial. The capital city of Kurgely has a population of 12,000 and is the garrison of the 3rd Legion of the Purple Guard. Justinian counted on his fingers, deep in thought. And the district commander, Salmon? Who is he? Salmon Pallia, our relative, served as a squire in the Knights of St. Simon for a time, the youngest son of Andronica, the principal of the Royal Knights Academy, and the son-in-law of Ibrahim, the commander of the 1st Legion of the Purple Guard. Isaac nodded, signaling him to continue reading. The reconstruction of the University of Constantinople and the University of Athens is proceeding smoothly. The new rector of the University of Athens, Balsamon, has written, hoping to establish a new Oriental Research Institute to recruit outstanding scholars from the Persian region. According to him, the Timurid Empire is on the verge of collapse. Samarkand has been besieged several times, and a large number of talented people have left. We can, granted, have Larissa send last month's commercial taxes. Isaac thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Oh, Justinian placed Balsamon's letter on the table and continued to open the next one. Spies from Buda report that the situation in Hungary has taken another turn. Following the death of Laszlo Hunyadi, the conflict between the Habsburg and Hunyadi families has intensified. Laszlo's uncle, Sisj, has assembled a large army and is advancing on Beta Castle, demanding that Ladislaus release the captured Matthias Hunyadi. Ladislaus has made the same mistake as the Hunyadi family, killing the eldest son of the White Knight and losing the support of the landed nobility. The Habsburgs are quickly falling into a disadvantageous position in the political struggle. Just recently, Ladislaus fled Beta Castle in haste with Matthias Hunyadi, heading northwest, probably intending to return to his other kingdom, Bohemia. Isaac frowned, remaining silent. Let's continue to monitor the situation. We don't have the extra resources to deal with the Habsburgs' troubles for the time being. Justinian placed the letter aside. This letter comes from Prince Ishak of Karaman. According to him, after the death of Bey Ibrahim II, his 6 brothers seized power and refused to submit to his rule, jeopardizing his position. Besides Prince Ishak, the other 6 Karaman princes are all sons of Ottoman princesses and nephews of Mehmed I. They are plotting to overthrow Ishak's rule and have requested reinforcements from their uncle, Mehmed I. Prince Ishak says, if you remember the alliance, please provide him with support to fight against the Ottoman army. Justinian blinked, looking at his father. Isaac stopped writing, his brow furrowed. First, have him send men to Diyarbakir and Damascus to request support from King Uzun Hassan of the Ares and the Mamluk governor of Syria. We are currently in a state of turmoil and need a long period of rest. We cannot send troops to him from such a distance for the time being. At most, we can send a few warships to ensure his retreat is not cut off. The 6 rebellious princes are not of one mind. Tell him to hold on, even if it means hiding in the Taurus Mountains and waging guerrilla warfare. Justinian nodded. Picking up the last letter, the little boy was immediately startled by the sealing wax covering it. Father, Isaac took the letter, opened it, quickly glanced at it, and remained silent. What is it? Justinian asked. Your great-uncle, Afonso V of the Tristama family, has passed away. Isaac sighed and made the sign of the cross. On September 20, 1458, Alfonso Afonso, King of Aragon and the 2 Sicilies, died at the court in Naples at the age of 62. According to his will, his territories were divided in 2, Aragon, Majorca, and Sicily would be inherited by his brother, Juan II, King of Navarre, thus merging the crowns of Navarre and Aragon. His most beloved kingdom of Naples was left to his illegitimate son, Ferdinand, who was recognized by the nobility and the church. On October 2, 1458, having just conquered Bajaya and been crowned Duke of Bajaya, Ferdinand hurriedly returned to the court in Naples, donned the Neapolitan crown, and became Ferdinand I of Naples. On November 3, 1458, René I of the Angevin family issued a statement claiming that Ferdinand was not the biological son of Afonso V, thus declaring the Naples crown and demanding that Ferdinand return the kingdom to the Angevin family. On December 1, 1458, King Charles VI of France, supporting the Angevin family's claim but harboring ulterior motives, began gathering troops in Marseilles and formed an alliance with the House of Savoy, preparing for war in the fertile Po plain. On February 1, 1459, Isaac hastily returned to North Africa, signing a treaty in Carthage with envoys from Naples, Genoa, and Monferrato, issuing a joint declaration recognizing Ferdinand's legitimate throne and resisting the French's blatant interference. The shadow of war once again loomed over Italy, and a grand drama revolving around royalty and nobility, money and land, glory and bloodshed was slowly unfolding. Chapter 168 Trade Union. You mean, I finally swept through the Turks and became the co-emperor? Yes, I still have to win over the gentry, and I still have to find excuses. Yes, I still have to be mindful of their moods. Yes, then I'll be begging on my knees. Well, you should say this. Bang. In the royal gardens near Carthage, Isaac put down his musket, sniffing the lingering smell of gunpowder. In a clearing in the distance, a stag fell with a thud, groaning in pain as its life slowly faded, blood seeping from its chest, staining the brown earth red. Your Majesty, what a marksmanship! Beside Isaac, Sfrancis reined in his horse, still shaken by Isaac's sudden attack. Sfrancis, this stag is yours. By the way, what did you just say? Isaac handed the musket to his guard, crossed his arms, and looked at his father's most trusted foreign minister with a smile. Sfrancis sighed. Your Majesty, I said, your great purge has offended the interests of too many people. They are very dissatisfied now. In Constantinople, everyday lower-ranking nobles and clergy seek an audience with His Majesty Constantine. Some are even plotting against Lady Mara and Prince Manuel. Above the landowners are the nobles, above the clergy are the bishops. If you want to rule a country, you must rely on their assistance. Isaac took the reloaded musket, raised his hand, and fired a shot. A startled hare fell to the ground, convulsing. You just said that above the landowners and clergy are the nobles and bishops. Then, who is above the nobles and bishops? A breeze rustled through the fields and through the trees, carrying a mixture of gunpowder and blood, brushing past the noses of the hunting party. It is I and my father, by the grace of God, who are the emperors of Rome and the Romans, those nobles and clergy you speak of. For the past 200 years, they have oppressed the people, formed cliques, and colluded with foreign enemies. When the Bulgarians rose to power, they went to pay tribute to the Osan family. When the Serbs rose to power, they became cannon fodder for Stefan Dusan. When the Ottomans invaded, they abandoned their previous masters without hesitation and submitted to the Turks. Their vision is limited to their own small plot of land. They have no loyalty to the empire whatsoever, hiding in their mountain fortresses as local tyrants. Yet these people, with each dynastic change, seize more and more land and control more and more people. I need to make money, raise an army, and wage war. The people are all impoverished. How can I fight against the united foreign enemies? Am I to rely on those landlords and powerful families who might betray me at any moment to provide money, provisions, and soldiers, like the previous emperors? Isaac scoffed. Your Majesty, your general strategy is correct, but your methods are somewhat harsh, which has already created considerable resistance. Sfrancis looked troubled. As far as I know, several nobles in the Ioannina military district, in alliance with remnants of the Turkic army, immediately rebelled, besieged the city of Ioannina, and demanded that you withdraw the decree and return the land and farmers. If it weren't for your relative by marriage, Leonardo of the Tocco family, who arrived in time to defeat the invading enemy, the city of Ioannina, which we had just reclaimed, would probably have fallen again, and that Avalon, the nephew of Grand Duke Lucas. You know perfectly well that the members of the Notaris family are extremely violent and intolerant of any dissent, so why did you send him to the North Macedonian military district, the most powerful region in the country, to serve as its commander? Speaking of the Notaris family, Sfrancis was quite troubled. Oh? What did he do? Isaac became interested. You don't know. Sfrancis looked at Isaac in disbelief. He besieged the Turkic bandits in the Suha mountains, only to find them protecting each other with the local nobles, hiding in fortresses and caves. Unable to advance, he was enraged and cursed loudly from the foot of the mountain. Then, he ordered oil to be poured at the foot of the mountain, setting it ablaze. The fire on Suha mountain burned for 3 days and 3 nights before being extinguished by rain. When the fire finally died down, half the mountain was reduced to scorched earth. Many bandits were burned or suffocated. The rest, unable to hunt and running out of food, and filled with fear, surrendered. Ha ha ha, well done. Isaac laughed heartily. He truly deserves the title of the young general I personally promoted. A few years ago, when he accompanied me to set fire to Galata, I saw his great potential. Let's go. We must have a good drink at noon today. Isaac ordered his guards to gather the game and led the hunting party back to the palace. Turning around, He saw Francis's displeasure. Isaac looked at him, his smile fading, and slowly spoke. "George, how have my father and I treated you?" "Incredibly," Isaac nodded. "After the merger of the administrative bodies of Europe and North Africa, I granted the position of commander of the North Macedonian military district to the Notaris family, retiring Grand Duke Lucas to a secondary role, and appointing Isarth as imperial chancellor. I persuaded Anderson to retain you as foreign minister, with him serving as your deputy. In this way, both the chancellor and the foreign minister are from your Francis family. I think this is commensurate with your many years of service. I can never repay such a great kindness. I can only offer my life's learning and gratitude." Francis bowed. "Then, including you, I have my own nobles, my own priests, my own soldiers, and my own supporters. If I don't purge those who already benefited, how will I repay their bloodshed and struggle? From the moment a man joins the army, he is mine, from birth to death, high salaries, low-priced land distribution, and compensation for the wounded and retired. His wife will receive a gift from the Queen every Christmas, and his son will have an advantage in the military academy entrance exams. Even when they retire in old age, I will assign them to various cities and towns as militia captains and city guard captains. Go ask my soldiers, have I ever mistreated them?" Isaac turned and asked loudly. "No," the soldiers in the hunting party shouted. Hot blood cools, sentiment fades, but only interests combined with emotion can truly hold their hearts. Farmers will provide me with food, merchants with money. With food and money, I can continue expanding my army, building ships, conquering new territories, and redistributing land. They accuse me of being heartless, tearfully recounting the promises Emperor Michael made to them, even producing edicts and deeds from the Comnenus and Ducas eras demanding my recognition. They accuse me of breaking the rules, of retaliating, of using force when soft tactics fail, and of trying to overthrow my rule in every way imaginable. Little do they know, from the moment I raised my army, they were destined to have no place in the empire. My European territories are in ruins, my administration is simplified, I don't need their help with tax collection, I don't need their assistance with military campaigns. For a long time to come, there will be no large-scale foreign wars. I have plenty of time to wear them down." Isaac turned to look at the soldiers in the hunting party. "Soldiers, what if anyone attempts to overthrow my rule and seize the land and wealth that rightfully belong to you? Kill!" The battle cries shook the heavens. Eldosh, present. Eldosh, the commander of the Slavic legion, knelt on one knee, looking fervently at the king he had sworn to serve. "I give you a week. After a week, you will lead 2 Slavic 1,000-man units north to the Balkans, stationing them in the Ioannina and North Macedonia military districts respectively, to assist in the Great Purge. I grant you permission to act first and report later. All landowners, nobles, and priests who oppose the royal army, regardless of their surnames, Comnenus, Cantacusanus, or Palaiologos, will be severely punished. Their heads will be circulated throughout the major cities and hung before the Romanus Gate in Constantinople. You will surely complete the mission." Francis stared blankly at Isaac, who was no longer the frail man he once was, and sighed. The Slavic legion was Isaac's private army, with its own pastures and oases, settlements and arsenals. It was not accountable to any administrative body and had no connection whatsoever with the local warlords of the Balkans, neither in terms of interests nor sentiment. Their northward march heralded yet another bloody upheaval. "Your Majesty, I understand. I will report to His Majesty Constantine. No need. I will explain to my father myself." Isaac patted his shoulder. "Italy is in turmoil. Envoys from Genoa, Naples, Monferrato, and Milan have gathered in Carthage for negotiations and discussions, requiring a talented diplomat to mediate. Anderson is in Cyprus negotiating with a Caramanian envoy, and Albert is currently in Jalakidir, the capital of Ares, and cannot spare the time. You must take on this task." "I will." In early 1459, a rare period of peace arrived on the European continent. Envoys from various countries engaged in heated debates over the Po River plain and the Neapolitan crown, and the system of ambassadors began to take shape. However, everyone knew that this peace was merely the calm before the storm. Ambitious kings were seizing every opportunity to resolve domestic conflicts, quell unrest and disputes, and quietly accumulate strength to prepare for the coming storm. Having finally ended the protracted war, Isaac had some free time. He took his wife and 2 children and began touring his territory, proclaiming his influence in every inch of land, meeting with local chieftains, and rewarding the station's soldiers. "What is this, watermelon, Your Majesty?" Tripoli, Imperial Agricultural Research Institute. Isaac looked at the fruit on his plate. The pale yellow slices were densely covered with large black seeds, with very little edible portion, quite different from the green-skinned, red-fleshed watermelons of later generations. Just as Isaac hesitated whether to try it, little Alexius grabbed a slice and stuffed it into his mouth, then spat it out with a whoosh, tasteless. That meant it was edible. Isaac also grabbed a slice and tasted it carefully. Indeed, it was bland, with only a slight sweetness and an indescribable astringency. Your Majesty, how is it, Alex, the Vice Minister of Agriculture and Director of the Imperial Agricultural Research Institute, looked at Isaac eagerly. This is a sandy land watermelon we've bred through 3 rounds of breeding. Our main goal was to remove the bitterness and toxicity inherent in Egyptian watermelons. The African climate is very suitable for its cultivation. Indeed, it has no bitterness. With so many people watching, Isaac couldn't refuse, so he forced a smile. Watermelons, a fruit native to Nubia, were first widely cultivated in Egypt to supplement water. The earliest watermelons were poisonous, lacking sweetness and possessing a unique bitter and astringent taste, making them unsuitable for the tables of princes and nobles. Your Majesty, this type of watermelon we've cultivated is mainly for slave food. It adapts well to sandy soil and higher temperatures. In drier areas unsuitable for wheat growth, watermelons and dates can be planted as staple foods for slaves, thus reusing idle land. Isaac nodded, then picked up another slice and put it in his mouth. Keep up the good work. Try to systematize and standardize the cultivation process. Select the best quality plants from each melon field and hybridize and breed them separately. These things don't require advanced technology. As long as you put in the effort and time, you'll see results. You can also take some time to visit the West African colonies and compile and analyze the plants from both places. Perhaps you'll make some unexpected discoveries. In recent years, under Isaac's impetus, many unprecedented new institutions have been established, the Royal Agricultural Research Institute being one of them. Its name is very prestigious, its title very impressive, but in reality, it has very few people. Including Director Alex, there are only 10 members, all subordinates of the Minister of Agriculture. Their main job is to spend their days in experimental fields, surrounded by wheat, oats, melons, fruits, and vegetables, in short, farmers with a research focus. This is also Isaac's style. Regardless of the substance, the appearance must be glamorous to satisfy people's vanity and attract more talent. Even the uniforms, insignia, and titles of the various legions were all designed by Isaac himself, prioritizing appearance and prestige over practicality. For the next few months, Isaac traveled between cities in North Africa and the Balkans, attending the inauguration ceremonies of the 2 newly established legions. The Balkans could not provide much financial support to Isaac at the moment. The collected commercial and mining taxes could not sustain a large army. 2 standing legions were the limit of what Isaac could afford. The 4th Legion of the Purple Guard, composed of converted Turks, consisted of 700 infantry and 300 light cavalry, stationed along the coastal corridor from Thrace to Macedonia. In addition to the Constantine cross insignia common to all Purple Guard legions, they also wore a special tuna emblem on their chests, codenamed Coast Guards. The 8th Guard Corps, composed of the strongest and bravest members of the Balkan rebel militia, consisted of 700 pikemen and 300 light cavalry, stationed in Skopje, North Macedonian military district. Their emblem was the Macedonian sun, and their codename was the Spear of Alexander. In addition, Isaac expanded the pastures for the Slavic Legion, establishing 2 new Slavic 1,000-man units, deployed in the dry pastures south of the Tripoli corridor, squeezing the living space of the southern tribes. The anti-bandit campaign in the Balkans was nearing its end. Protected by Isaac's land distribution policies and 3-year tax exemptions, the peasants who received land were wealthy enough for a whole year from just one harvest. The surplus grain stimulated the commodity market and handicraft workshops, and the Balkans, which had been desolate for many years, finally ushered in a new wave of prosperity, with a rapid population recovery. In the spring of 1459 alone, the number of newborns in the Balkans exceeded 50,000, and the population of Constantinople approached 80,000. The situation in North Africa was quite different. The large-scale slave hunting and baptismal movements were in full swing. Muslims unwilling to embrace the new faith were transported in droves to the Balkans to cultivate the land and fill the population gap created by years of war. After several rounds of negotiations with merchants and traders in his territory, Isaac decided to establish guilds of merchants in major commercial cities along the Mediterranean coast, modeled after the trading cities along the Baltic coast, to centralize commercial activities. Carthage, Tripoli, and Bilingi were among the first major cities to complete the reforms of these guilds, constructing magnificent new buildings. Silk, slave trading, animal husbandry, gold, grain, minerals, ironware, shipbuilding supplies, each guild absorbed all nearby merchants, concentrating their business activities in a single building. The guild negotiated product prices with the government on behalf of the small merchants, not only pooling wisdom but also facilitating central government administration. These collective commercial organizations had a significant advantage in combating scattered domestic and foreign merchants, enabling them to quickly gain market share, squeeze market share, and achieve monopolies through sheer volume. Colonial expansion in West and South Africa continued, with the first group of convicts exiled to the Neothrace colony, establishing a small fishing village on the west coast of South Africa, living by fishing and hunting. Isaac's plan for this colony was very clear: abandon the convicts and leave them to develop on their own, clearing land suitable for immigration before the central government took over. In this way, the development of the three territories gradually got on track. West and South Africa focused on colonial trade and served as a supplier of raw materials, North Africa focused on commodity trade and acted as a transit point, and the Balkans focused on agriculture and stabilized grain prices. However, Isaac's grand plan was incomplete. All trade and colonization were inextricably linked to a rich peninsula, whose peace and stability had to be guaranteed, the Apennine Peninsula. Chapter 169 Black Sea Trade. On the northern shore of the Black Sea, at the southern tip of the Crimean Peninsula, in the Kingdom of Theodora, in Bangkok, Prince Manuel, the then ruler of Theodora and a member of the Gavras family, lay on his sickbed. The princes, the prime minister, and the military minister of the kingdom stood by his side. "Your Highness," Manuel said softly from his sickbed, "in recent months, several powerful neighbors around Bangkok have been making moves, and the situation around the Black Sea is far from optimistic. The situation is dire, and I have been forced to disturb your rest. Please forgive me." "Speak," the prime minister said softly from his sickbed. In the west, Mahmud Pasha, who controlled the Bulgarian region, consolidated his power by leveraging his reputation and prestige within the army, and married the daughter of a Bulgarian landowner. The Ottoman Sultan Mehmed I, left with no other option, bestowed upon him the title of Bulgarian Bey, while retaining him as Grand Vizier and Sword-bearer Vizier. Mahmud Pasha also conveniently sent some money to the Sultan, alleviating his immediate financial crisis. The Vizier glanced at the prince, and seeing no reaction, continued, "At the end of last year, with the help of Vlad III, Grand Prince of Wallachia, Stephen III of the Musa dynasty defeated the pro-Polish Grand Prince Peter Aaron, driving him north and ascending the throne of the Moldavia Grand Prince, HMPH. The Poles are certainly enthusiastic about Black Sea affairs. First there was the Roman invasion, then Peter Aaron, and now? What do they say?" Prince Manuel scoffed. "The situation in Poland and Lithuania is quite complex. The noble councils of both countries wield considerable power, and Casimir IV, who simultaneously holds the titles of King of Poland and Grand Duke of Lithuania, is unable to effectively coordinate his full strength. For example, right now, Casimir IV is fighting the Teutonic Knights in northern Poland, while the Lithuanian nobles have shown little interest in the war and haven't contributed much. They can't currently control the south." "That's good," Prince Manuel nodded. Just recently, Mahmud Pasha and Vlad II met at the border to try and reach a simple defensive treaty to resist Emperor Isaac's expansion. "What about Stefan? What did he say?" Prince Manuel sat up straight. "The envoy sent by Stefan III observed the negotiations but didn't directly conclude a treaty. However, he promised Vlad II that he would send troops to assist in resisting Emperor Isaac if he marched north. He also sent someone to Bangkok to propose marriage to your daughter, Princess Maria." "Granted. The wedding will be held on a chosen date," Prince Manuel said quickly. "Is that all?" The Prime Minister shook his head, quickening his pace. "A few days ago, the Comnene family of Trebizond, seeing the decline of Ottoman power, launched a westward expedition at the instigation of the Kingdom of Georgia and the Akkoyunlu dynasty, and even requested reinforcements from us. Didn't I refuse?" "They still went ahead," the prince frowned. "Yes, but unfortunately, they failed again. HMPH, they're getting weaker every year. Mehmed I's main force is probably all on the Karman border, and even so, They still lost. The Prime Minister was somewhat embarrassed upon hearing this. Your Highness, they didn't even encounter the Ottoman army. They were ambushed by the Condemns kingdom south of Sinope and suffered a crushing defeat, the prince sighed in exasperation. Never mind them, let's get back to our surroundings. How are the Genoese and Mongols? The situation in Italy is unstable, the major powers in the Mediterranean are sharpening their knives, and the Republic of Genoa is in grave danger. The Prime Minister pulled out another report. The newly appointed governor of Genoa is an obscure figure, clearly a puppet of the powerful families, with no real power. Genoa's chaotic political situation has provided opportunities for foreign powers. Surrounding powers have planted spies in parliament, cultivating their own cronies, while truly loyal ministers who care about the republic are left unappointed. Genoa is currently divided into two factions, one aligned with King Charles VI of France, and the other with the Eastern Roman Emperor Isaac III, each vying for control of the republic's wealth. Due to geographical factors, the pro-French faction is based in Corsica, while the pro-Roman faction is based in its overseas colonies in the eastern Mediterranean and Black Sea. With Emperor Isaac's support, the Gattilusio family has risen rapidly. Their merchant ships enjoy considerable privileges in ports throughout North Africa and the Balkans, while rival families' fleets are constantly attacked by pirates. Thus, in just 10 years, the Gattilusio family has become Genoa's leading family. The current governor of the Black Sea is Battiroma Gattilusio, Emperor Isaac's uncle. Unlike the pro-French faction, the interests of the Gattilusio family are no longer directly related to Genoa. Their Black Sea slave trade, which they rely on, requires passage through the Bosphorus and Dardanelles, both territories of Emperor Isaac. Prince Manuel nodded heavily. What is their attitude towards us? The Prime Minister shrugged helplessly. As you know, you and the late King Alexius both waged war against Genoa, recovering many castles and ports from them. The Genoese don't like us, regardless of which family. Spies in Constantinople have reported that after the Eastern Roman Mediterranean fleet gained control of the Bosphorus, the Gattilusio family repeatedly urged Emperor Isaac to send troops to seize Bangkok, completing the final piece of their Black Sea colonization puzzle. Prince Manuel gritted his teeth, rubbed his forehead with his hands, then let them fall limply. And the Mongols? We pay our annual tribute without fail, and they promise to protect us. The Mongols are fragmented and no longer what they once were, the military minister chimed in. The Khan of Bhattacharya has lost Kazan, Nogai, and Crimea. His country is in chaos, and the Rus in the north are on the verge of rising again. He has no time to deal with the Black Sea situation. Haji Gledi, who controls Crimea, is quite ambitious, always dreaming of rebuilding Batu Ulis and even Jachi Ulis, indulging in daydreams of war. The Minister of War snorted. Their attitude towards us is more about control than protection. The prince is already pale-faced darkened further. These things are beyond our control, you must handle them yourselves. I have entrusted the administration to Alexander, you must assist him well. The prince looked at his mediocre eldest son, Alexander, and forced a smile. Your Highness, these can all be handled, but there is one matter we cannot decide. Oh. Prince Manuel forced a smile. Just recently, Constantinople sent a letter saying that a squadron of theirs will soon set sail to visit Theodore. At that time, envoys from the Palaiologos and Gattilusio families will come together to conduct diplomatic negotiations with you. What a magnificent warship! In the port east of Phuket, Bangkok, Prince Manuel, dressed in his finest attire, struggled against his illness, leaning on a cane, the Theodore flag fluttering above his head. Marcus Aurelius, the Prime Minister beside him softly read the Greek inscription on the ship. Then, one after another, warships sailed from the distant sea, forming a column, appearing in sight. The prince was somewhat shocked, then smiled self-deprecatingly. This powerful fleet alone, with its cannons and sailors, was enough to destroy the entire Theodore kingdom. Send some of our ships over there to welcome them. On the Marcus Aurelius, a caravan of warships, Isaac stood silently at the bow, flanked by Prince Justinian and Princess Charlotte. Theodore, the pearl of the Black Sea, a vital link in Black Sea trade, the homeland of the Roman Empire. Isaac gazed at the approaching port, his eyes slightly narrowed, and murmured softly, "Uncle, what should we do if they don't welcome us?" The now graceful Princess Charlotte patted the sturdy railing of the Marcus Aurelius. "Small countries have their own ways of survival, they wouldn't be so foolish." "That's not necessarily true. I've seen many overconfident monarchs on my travels." Princess Charlotte leaned on the railing, gazing absently at the dark sea. "The Principality of Theodore, a small kingdom built on the ruins of the Roman Empire's Kherson military district, was primarily inhabited by Goths, a now very rare ethnic group. Originally living on the Ukrainian steppes, after Theodoric's westward migration, some Goths who refused to leave sought refuge with the Roman Empire. The emperor settled them in the Kherson military district on the northern shore of the Black Sea, where they multiplied and thrived. These Goths underwent a long period of ethnic and cultural integration with the Greeks of Kherson, becoming largely Hellenized. Most spoke Greek, practiced Orthodox Christianity, and submitted to the Roman emperor's rule. After the catastrophe of 1204, the empire disintegrated, and the Goths and Greeks on the northern Black Sea shore established their own local government, pledging allegiance to the Emperor of Trebizond. Later, Trebizond declined, and the Prince of Theodorus gained de facto independence, nominally pledging allegiance to the Comnenus family while simultaneously paying tribute to the Golden Horde in exchange for hard-won peace. The current Prince of Theodorus is Manuel of the Gavras family, a valiant and skilled prince who, since ascending the throne, has taken up the banner of his father Alexius, continuing the struggle against the Genoese colonists and recovering considerable territory. However, Prince Manuel is now old and aging, and the reactionary forces within the country are stirring. His brother, Secus, has been plotting to overthrow his nephew's legitimacy, even resorting to colluding with foreign powers. Regardless of what they think, I must keep the small country under my control. Its strategic location is too important. If Prince Manuel is sensible, I will naturally entertain him with coffee and wine. If he tries to resist the royal army, I still have strong ships and powerful cannons. Isaac patted his eldest son's head, noticing his still pale face. Seasick again? It's all right, a little more seasickness will do. Hearing this, Justinian opened his mouth and vomited, immediately swarming the fish on the surface, jostling for food. Truly a bountiful sea. Just fishing alone could support a large population, Isaac exclaimed in admiration. I want to go home. No, you are the heir, you must gain more experience, Isaac interrupted the child's lament. During war, you must guard Carthage and cannot go anywhere else. In peacetime, wherever I go, you must follow, we'll be there soon. Judging by the looks of it, they should be able to settle us in properly, Isaac patted Justinian's head to cheer him up. Amidst the astonished gazes of the port crowd, the magnificent warship docked beside the pier. The guards disembarked one after another, and after arranging the defensive measures, Isaac jumped off the plank and took a breath of the fresh air of the northern Black Sea. Your Majesty, Emperor of Rome and the Romans, King of the Armenians, Holy Warrior of Jesus Christ, Deathbringer of the Saracens of North Africa, Isaac III of the House of Palaiologos. The prince was clearly somewhat surprised by Isaac's personal arrival, but quickly put on a smile, stepped forward, and bowed to Isaac. Please allow me, your loyal subject, to lead all the nobles of the prince's kingdom to pay homage to you and welcome your arrival. Isaac smiled and waved to Theodorus and the others. This must be your son Justinian. Seeing him today, he is indeed extraordinary. Prince Manuel smiled, nodded to Justinian behind Isaac, and bowed slightly. The prince's face was slightly pale, but he still maintained a noble bearing and returned the prince's bow. And this lady is... Prince Manuel looked at the dashing female knight beside Isaac, his gaze moving from the sword at her waist upwards, lingering for a moment on the family crest on her chest, unable to recall for a moment. This is my niece and ward, Charlotte of the House of Lusinium, Princess Famagusta, Queen of the Kingdom of Jerusalem. Charlotte adjusted her sword and gave the prince a standard knightly salute. Greetings, Your Majesty Theodorus, Prince Manuel of the Gavras family. A few days ago, I traveled the world with Zoe, stopping at Phuket in Bangkok, where I was deeply impressed by the city's splendor. Unfortunately, you were unwell at the time, and your son, Alexander, the regent, warmly received me, allowing us a brief encounter. Charlotte glanced at Prince Alexander, who was hiding in the crowd, and gestured towards him with her lip. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Prince Manuel invited Isaac to the Phuket Palace in Bangkok for further diplomatic negotiations. I have come here primarily for 3 matters, Isaac stated bluntly in the reception room. Please speak. First, my niece Charlotte, 14 years old, has fallen in love with your son Alexander during our travels. I wish to arrange a marriage between the 2 children. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Charlotte stuck out her tongue, while Alexander looked bewildered, then blushed deeply. Just recently, Isaac's envoys negotiated with the Cypriot powers, and with the consent of Queen Jeremiah and Princess Charlotte, Cyprus officially joined the Roman Empire, and all its inhabitants automatically gained Roman citizenship. Isaac accepted Charlotte's allegiance in the Carthaginian palace, bestowing upon her the title of Princess Famagusta, while the throne of Jerusalem remained with the Lusignan family. As for religion, under the influence of Queen Jeremiah, a devout believer, Charlotte had already converted to Orthodoxy long before Isaac became her guardian. This marriage has been approved by Queen Jeremiah, and she will bless them, Isaac added. In fact, Isaac had originally intended to arrange a marriage for Charlotte with a Portuguese prince, as in history, but this was met with strong opposition from Jeremiah. Queen Jeremiah was too devout in her Orthodox faith. In the original timeline, she had personally killed her daughter's spouse simply because he was from Portugal and a Catholic. Excellent. Since their intentions are so sincere, I have no objection, Manuel immediately chimed in. With this marriage as a safety net, their fate shouldn't be too bad. Secondly, I plan to establish the Crimean viceroyalty based on the former Kherson military district, extending the empire's influence north of the Black Sea. The first viceroy will be your eldest son, Alexander. The position of Viceroy of Crimea will be hereditary within the Gavras family, and the Viceroy must report to Constantinople every 2 years. The port of Pausi in Bangkok will serve as the home port for the Imperial Black Sea Fleet currently under construction, and your ships will be incorporated into the Black Sea Fleet. I will obey your orders without question. Prince Manuel felt reassured and quickly agreed. It seemed this emperor wasn't as ruthless as rumored, and didn't resort to direct force. Third, I intend to revitalize Black Sea trade, and the Crimean viceroyalty will be a crucial link. It must not go wrong. Your conflict with the Gattilusio family ends here. If war breaks out again, I will punish them severely, no matter who it is. Isaac's stern gaze swept over Bartholomew at the corner of the table, who quickly rose and repeatedly agreed. Your brother Secus is plotting a rebellion, and one of my fleets is already on its way to subdue him. His territory will serve as a pirate port and the base of a branch of the Knights of St. Simon, independent of the military district. I beg you, I will spare his life and send him to a monastery in Constantinople to serve Jesus Christ for the rest of his life and cleanse himself of his sins. Prince Manuel nodded, indicating no objection. The slave trade in the Black Sea is of paramount importance and must be stopped. From this day forward, neither the Crimean military district, the pirate port, the Knights of St. Simon, nor the Gattilusio family may sell slaves to any side in the Mamluk civil war without my permission. My territory is in dire need of rebuilding and is lacking in labor. I will arrange for local administrative bodies to connect with you, and you will not be disadvantaged. On April 5, 1459, Isaac arrived in Phuket, Bangkok, aboard the Ark Marcus Aurelius, officially establishing the Crimean viceroyalty. A week later, Charlotte Lusignan and Alexander Gavras married there and began exercising the duties of viceroy. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 170 Long-Standing Land Reclamation. This is your plan. In the Purple Palace of Constantinople, Isaac and Chancellor Ishurt sat in their study. Yes, this is the revised second version. Ishurt tasted the amber-colored liquor, smacking his lips in exasperation. What kind of liquor is this? Oh, it's from Ireland, a specialty of County Cork. They call it whiskey? Isaac didn't look up, continuing to scan the plan document. At the top of the document was a line of bold words, the Constantinople Restoration Plan. What do you think? Ishurt looked at Isaac expectantly. Not very good, Isaac said truthfully, setting the document down. I've always said that Constantinople's geographical location and resource endowment are unparalleled in the world, possessing the qualities to become a world-class metropolis. It cannot be simply regarded as an agricultural and pastoral distribution center. Look at your plans. You've actually designated the entire Rikos Valley as agricultural land, intending to relocate 3,000 people from North Africa to establish 10 large villages. But this area was already agricultural land before. Isolth looked puzzled. The past is the past, and the present is the present. Land near the capital is extremely valuable and certainly cannot be used entirely for cultivation. Growing wheat would result in too low an added value, limiting its contribution to national strength. I believe that the Thracian plain between Constantinople and Adrianople has always been primarily agricultural. and its grain production is already sufficient to meet the capital's needs. We need to break free from the old framework and open up new avenues of thought. Then what do you suggest we do? Isaac slammed the document shut in a huff and crossed his arms. 10 villages are too many, 5 will suffice. The remaining land can be divided into workshops, primarily for iron forging, with glass making and paper making as secondary industries. We can also establish some textile workshops. Industry cannot function without sufficient water. Iron workshops require water power to drive the forging hammers, and the glass and paper making industries also consume large amounts of water. Locating these primitive industries in the Rikos Valley is ideal. Isaac unfolded a map of Constantinople and began sketching on it. While water-powered forging technology is now mature, during my tour of the Balkans, I discovered that most blacksmith shops still use the old-fashioned manual forging method, which is inefficient. This phenomenon is mainly due to 2 reasons: insufficient understanding and the fact that old-fashioned rural blacksmith shops are simply not suitable for researching and using new technologies. I will invite some experienced iron casting masters from Italy and require them to open workshops and take on apprentices in Constantinople, bringing the latest thinking and technology here. That's one point. Secondly, I also plan to encourage blacksmiths from various regions to settle in large cities, centralizing industry. On the one hand, this will allow, by utilizing the better infrastructure of large cities, and on the other hand, by pooling wisdom and promoting the birth of new technologies, Isaac said. In this way, metal ores mined from various mining areas can be directly transported by horse-drawn carriages along national highways to the workshops of various cities. The metal products produced in these workshops can then be sold centrally, greatly improving efficiency. Similarly, food processing, fur processing, cotton and linen textiles, and wine production can all follow this approach to build a complete industrial chain. Isaac downed his whiskey in one gulp, feeling the fiery liquid slide down his throat, a cool yet spicy sensation. Take the production of high-proof liquor, for example. The barley harvested from the fields outside Thessalonica goes directly to the city's brewing district, undergoes multiple processing steps, and is then differentiated according to its alcohol content before being sent to nearby merchants, churches, hospitals, or perfume workshops. The supply chain is clear, from production to sales. It's all done in one go. However, this actually weakens the independent production capacity of the vast countryside, concentrating wealth in the big cities, treating them merely as suppliers of raw materials and sellers of goods. The big cities take all the profits. Isaac, as expected of a top student from the University of Florence, immediately saw the essence of this policy. What? They're not happy about it? What's the point of so much production capacity? To rebel, Isaac snorted. Furthermore, the countryside has its own advantages and is not incapable of generating wealth. This afternoon, you will take the Minister of Agriculture, the Minister of Works, and your officials with me on an autumn outing and to inspect the countryside. Early autumn in 1459 was still hot. The scorching sun baked the earth, making people restless and irritable. Northwest of Constantinople, on the road leading to the Burgos region, Old Zika, nearing 40, welcomed a group of unexpected guests. It was already afternoon, and the sun's heat had lessened somewhat. The village continued its busy work. Villagers called to each other, drove their oxen, carried baskets and farm tools, and headed to the fields for autumn plowing. Your Majesty, these are silkworms, magical little creatures that feed on mulberry leaves. After growing up, they spin silk and pupate. The silk they produce is the main raw material for silk. In the shade cast by the mulberry trees, old Zuki nervously rubbed his hands, introducing his business to Isaac and his ministers. See that? The clothes you're wearing, the handkerchiefs you've used to wipe your sweat, all spun by these little creatures. Isaac picked up a mulberry leaf, held the plump white silkworm in his palm, and showed it to the ministers. These should be autumn silkworms. They start raising them in September or October, and they pupate 2 months later. The silk from the pupae is then processed by a simple machine into pure white thread. Isaac patted the ball of thread that old Zika had brought. Yes, Your Majesty, the time for raising silkworms varies from place to place. My in-laws live in Mistras, and they start raising silkworms in August. What will you do with this silk? Will you weave it yourselves, or send it to the city? Chancellor Isaac also touched the smooth, soft thread, looking at the sweating old Zika. They're all sent to the city. The silk workshops in Constantinople process the silk, washing, dyeing, they do it all. I heard that Constantinople has even established a guild for the silk industry. Every year during the harvest, they come to collect it all, and the price is quite fair. Old Zuka's initial restraint gradually disappeared as he talked about his business. Actually, our silkworm farming isn't very prosperous here. The conditions are better in Mistress and Larissa. In recent years, every household there has started raising silkworms and reeling silk. Indeed, when Justinian the Great stole the silkworm farming methods from the Persians and Indians, he established a considerable silk industry on the east and west coasts of the southern Aegean Sea. Although it has been through many wars, it still retains some of its original strength. Isaac spoke frankly to his ministers. Your Majesty, this, Isolth looked somewhat embarrassed. There's nothing to hide. A nation's strength is never judged by morality. What's stolen or plundered is acceptable as long as it can be converted into power. Silk is known as soft gold. Not only the Romans loved it, but the nobles of Western and Central Europe also coveted it. Now, with the Silk Road long severed and Persia, a major silk and textile producer, embroiled in constant warfare, it's the perfect time for us to exert our strength. If we can expand and strengthen the silk industry and its supporting sectors, we'll have another way to supplement our finances. And look to your right. Isaac pointed to a pond to the right. The long, narrow pond teemed with small fish and shrimp, lying quietly at the bottom under the sunlight. A few grains of silkworm dropping from the mulberry trees on the bank occasionally stirred the fish. The mulberry dike fish pond system is an advanced agricultural production method I've recently been promoting. It has strong economic benefits. Mulberry leaves feed the silkworms, silkworm excrement feeds the fish, fish manure fertilizes the pond, and pond mud is used to plant mulberry trees. Combining sericulture and aquaculture allows farmers to spend less time and reap greater profits. Your Majesty, as you've said, this mulberry dike fish pond system is indeed extraordinary, but there's a problem that I'm afraid will be difficult to solve. Agriculture Minister Mixk examined the fish pond and offered his opinion. Go ahead, these fish are probably all carp, right? People don't really like eating this kind of freshwater fish, they prefer saltwater fish, so I'm afraid they won't fetch a high price. Europeans do eat freshwater fish, but due to the limited cooking methods, they can't completely remove the muddy taste, and they can't afford spices to remove the odor. So, given a choice, they still prefer saltwater fish. That's where your help comes in, Isaac said with a smile. From today onwards, this freshwater carp will be a royal delicacy, appearing at every royal banquet. You must also set an example by eating it at least once a week. I will also promote some basic industries related to freshwater fish cooking, such as the production of vinegar and fish soy sauce. Always remember that you are the nobles of the empire. The daily lives of the people are closely related to you. Your preferences can often greatly change the fate of a region and drive the development and prosperity of an industry. Isaac paced back and forth, pointing to the expensive purple fabric he was wearing. For example, everyone in Europe knows that the Roman royal family favored purple, so the cost of this spore shell used to extract high-grade purple dye is naturally exorbitant. The island of Kythera, in the southeastern part of the Morea region, is one of its main production areas. I bestowed this island upon the Navarre mercenary group under my protection. They can expand their power with the substantial profits from the spore shell industry, and the mercenary group's size has grown year by year, showing signs of rivaling the cattle and mercenary group. Furthermore, I have designated the uniforms of the Purple Guard Legion as blue-purple, and the flags of various legions also frequently use purple, all using alkanet dye, a lower-grade substitute for spore shell. A town on the outskirts of Billinch will specialize in cultivating alkanet, allowing farmers to earn a considerable income in addition to the grain harvest. This is one of the purposes of my tour with you today. Do you understand? Isaac finished his long lecture, looking expectantly at the ministers he relied on. I understand somewhat, said Chancellor Isard, the first to recover. You mean, we can, to some extent, guide the market, thereby changing the value of a commodity, driving the prosperity of an industry, and thus improving the lives of ordinary people. That's exactly right. Isaac patted him on the shoulder. So, you must drink the coffee I sent you, and the dried dates and watermelon should also be used to entertain our guests. Remember to add some sugar cane from the St. William Islands. Old Zika, standing to the side, was confused but didn't want to delve into the details. He only noticed that the sky was gradually darkening and his stomach was rumbling. Your Majesty, gentlemen, it's getting late. I've prepared some simple wine. May I humbly invite you all to my home for a casual meal? Old Zuka's eyes were full of anticipation. He knew very well that in a village to the south, The value of the wine had skyrocketed because of Prince Justinian's praise, attracting a constant stream of travelers and poets. Alright. Then I'll trouble you. Remember to catch a few fish, pour some liquor over them, light it on fire, cook them, and drizzle with lemon juice. It'll taste pretty good. Isaac immediately agreed, instructing his guards to go ahead and scout the village. How are things these days? Isaac chatted with old Zuka along the way. Much better than before. More than half the villagers participated in the uprising, so we got a 3-year tax exemption. Last year's harvest was plentiful, and we can take the surplus grain to the market to exchange for money to buy new clothes, replace farm tools, and buy livestock. When the Ottomans occupied this place, they wouldn't let us raise pigs and shut down several smoked meat and fish workshops, saying these things were unclean. Actually, what's clean when you live off the land? Wheat and barley are just piles of fertilizer, aren't they? Old Zuka chatted about everyday matters, and seeing Isaac's kind face, he opened up and began to ramble on. The village militia captain was one of your soldiers. He served for 5 years in the Desert Fox Regiment of the Imperial Guard. He was blinded in one eye by a stray arrow during the war and was assigned here as captain. He spends his days teaching the children archery and hunting in the forest, which has made them all restless. They don't want to be farmers anymore, they all want to go out and make their way in the world, serve you, and achieve great things. After you drove out the landlords here, my cousin became an elder of the village community because he was literate. Last year, he went to Constantinople with the parish priest for agricultural training. When he came back, he kept talking about improving production methods. Mulberry fish pond systems and the 3-field rotation system are the ones he vigorously promoted. A lot of new land has been reclaimed in the village and allocated to the village. There are just enough serfs in the village, 15 men, 8 women, and 10 children. They've all lost their former arrogance. The women have all been betrothed to widowers in the village. 2 of them are already pregnant. The Berber children have long been baptized, learning to speak with a priest, and have been accepted as members of the village. The Berber men have also suffered. We've made an agreement with them that after 5 years of hard work and learning to speak, they will be allowed to convert to Christianity and join our village. Your Majesty, we are not lords in Constantinople. We will not be xenophobic. Is there still enough land for each household in the village? Will there not be enough after the population surges? Isaac asked with concern. Your Majesty, this place has been barren for too long. There is still plenty of empty wasteland. There's no need to worry for now. Old Zuka smiled. Just as the Desert Fox soldier said, even if there isn't enough land in the future, you will find new homes for the Romans. Of course I will, Isaac replied, quite pleased. As the sun set, a rosy glow appeared on the horizon. Nearby, the one-eyed militia captain, seeing Isaac arrive, donned his gleaming old uniform and excitedly went to greet him. Children ran and jumped, carrying wooden swords. Villagers crowded into the square, carrying baskets overflowing with carp and fruit. The parish priest stood silently outside the village church, making the sign of the cross. What a beautiful scene of a prosperous and thriving countryside. For the entire European continent, 1459 was a year of undercurrents. Major powers were sharpening their weapons, accumulating strength, and coveting the riches of Italy. It was precisely because of this that the people enjoyed a long-awaited peace. They didn't care about the loves and hates of their monarchs, or the rise and fall of nations, as long as they had enough to eat and wear and their families were growing. It was a happy year, worthy of gratitude to heaven. Under Isaac's plan, the 3 major regions of the territory each fulfilled their roles and progressed together. Black Sea trade began to recover, and Constantinople, situated on a crucial route, welcomed a long-awaited dawn after years of darkness. However, everyone knew that this peace and prosperity were entirely built on the mutual wariness of the major powers. The lack of open conflict was merely due to insufficient strength, requiring time for coordination and planning. On November 30, 1459, the fragile peace finally shattered. On this day, the prestigious Angevin Orsini family of Naples openly declared that King Ferdinand was not the biological son of Afonso V, and launched a rebellion, inviting the Angevin family to return to Naples. The following day, the Medici family of Florence declared neutrality but allowed the Angevin army to pass through their borders. On December 1, 1459, René of the Angevin family sent his eldest son, John, Duke of Lorraine, to Florence, leading an army that had been lying in wait there to attack Naples. On December 3, due to the serious illness of Pope Castiglione III, Duke John of Lorraine reached a compromise with a college of cardinals, leading his army across papal states to join forces with the Orsini rebels, officially setting foot on southern Italian soil. On the same day, King Charles VI of France formed an alliance with the House of Savoy, sending a large army to threaten the Republic of Genoa, demanding the governor's submission. On December 5, Isaac III, the co-emperor of the Byzantine Empire, issued a proclamation in Carthage, promising to guarantee the independence of the Kingdom of Naples and the Republic of Genoa, and demanding the withdrawal of French influence from the Apennine Peninsula. King Charles VI of France disregarded Isaac's warnings and insisted on advancing. The brightly armored Knights of the Edict appeared for the first time on the hills of northwestern Italy. On December 6, under Isaac's watchful eye, fleets of ships set sail from the North African coast, heading north into the western Mediterranean. That evening, a French transport fleet was attacked by an Eastern Roman fleet in the waters south of Sardinia. The flagship, Marcus Aurelius, at full speed, rammed a French light sailing ship, splitting it in two. On December 9, 1459, envoys from the Kingdom of France arrived at the Carthaginian court, delivering a declaration of war to the Eastern Roman Empire. The curtain was fully raised, and the war officially began. Long-term land reclamation will surely lead to greater achievements. Volume 5, The Tiger of the Balkans, complete. Please look forward to Volume 6, Clash of Kings. Chapter 171 Victory through force over hard work. On the southern coast of the Mediterranean, in the Annaba County, in the city of Annaba, Count Norbert Tuxili, 39 years old, was hosting a banquet in a castle on the outskirts of the city. The banquet was lavish. After the main course, maids and servants removed the plates and replaced them with desserts such as cheese, cakes, and honey. Your Highness, Your Excellency, Your Excellency, Your Excellency, have you enjoyed your meal? Norant wiped his mouth with a handkerchief, removing food crumbs from his stubble. Very satisfied, Your Excellency, thank you for your hospitality. Justinian smiled at the count. I'm glad you enjoyed it. If you have the time, why not stay in Annaba for a few more days? My daughter is about your age. Count Norant extended a warm invitation. We'll discuss that later. We have military duties to attend to. Marcus Mikhail also put down his knife, picked up a cup of coffee, and slowly sipped it. Our main purpose here is, Justinian, if you dare drink another drop of wine, I'll write to His Majesty and have him beat you up again. Justinian reluctantly put down his wineglass, picked up a piece of honey cake, and chewed it vigorously. What is it? Nolan looked at the prince and couldn't help but smile. As you know, not long ago, the Anjou family launched a rebellion, causing unrest in the western Mediterranean. I've heard a little about it. Perhaps knowing they couldn't protect their overseas territories, they sold Constantinople and the surrounding towns to the Saracens, receiving a large ransom before withdrawing from North Africa. Our main purpose here is to bring this city back under the control of the Holy Father. Marcus Mikhail pointed to the North African map carved on the wall. Constantinople is located on the northern slopes of the Atlas Mountains, southwest of Annaba and southeast of Bajaya. Surrounded by mountains and rivers, its terrain is rugged and easy to defend. Fortunately, precisely because of the city's unique characteristics, Constantinople lacks well-formed city walls. As long as we are willing to wage a war of attrition, they cannot hold out for long, Marcus Mikhail commented. Norland thought for a moment. I remember that the Anjou family began to liquidate their North African assets a long time ago, and large numbers of slaves were taken north, passing through my area. I'm afraid Constantinople is even weaker than you imagine. That's good. We don't have many troops at our disposal either. Marcus Mikhail breathed a sigh of relief. The 2nd Guards Legion, 2,000 auxiliary soldiers, plus a few hundred private troops brought by Grand Duke Thomas, that's all we have. If their forces exceed 3,000, we'll have a tough time. Hey, don't we also have my own Slavic 1,000-man unit? Their fighting strength is much stronger than your Desert Fox Legion, Justinian protested discontentedly. Come on, Your Highness, they were specially assigned to you by His Majesty as guards. The first word they learned was your name. They'll be yours from birth to death. I wouldn't dare to order them around. HMPH, a soldier who doesn't dare to go to the battlefield isn't a good soldier. I'll lead them to achieve great things. Justinian snorted defiantly, then picked up another piece of cake and ate it. Your Highness is already going to war at such a young age? You're sure to shine brightly in the future. Almost 10 years old. When I was 10, I was already standing guard on the walls of Theodosius. Despite this, Marcus Mikhail still looked at his student with a smile. However, this time your uncle and I will still be in command. You must stay in Annaba and are not allowed to go to the front lines. Mikhail glared sternly at Justinian. Oh? What do you plan to do with this city? Norant asked, intrigued. My good nephew plans to send me to North Africa to guard the frontier for him, Grand Duke Thomas said gruffly. I will change my title from Grand Duke of Achaia to Grand Duke of Constantinople, and the former Achaia region will be incorporated into the Morea region. Grand Duke Thomas downed his drink in one gulp. Norant was somewhat embarrassed and hesitated to respond. Among the nobles present, besides him, there was the emperor's eldest son and heir, the emperor's teacher and trusted minister, and a close collateral relative of the emperor, all of whom spoke rather casually. He dared not speak like that. Well, actually, this place isn't bad either. At least there's a decent population, and plenty of land on the northern slopes. With proper management, it could become a family legacy for future generations. The situation in Italy is unstable right now. Our Pope didn't leave behind much wealth before he was called by God. I've moved the family here. I don't want to get involved in their mess. Borgia, Orsini, Rovere, sigh, let them fight it out. Norland smoothed things over. Ha ha ha, well said. I was tired of staying on the Morea Peninsula. That brat Isaac would come here every now and then with his armored paladins and large fleet to show off, making me very uncomfortable. It's much better to fight here. Archduke Thomas laughed as well. Then I wish you success. If you need anything, just say so, and I will do my best to assist you in your war. A toast to the two emperors. Everyone raised their glasses. I don't want to study. I don't want to write. I don't want to read. In the Carthaginian palace, Alexius the Younger's tearful protest shattered the afternoon tranquility. So what do you want to do? Isaac patiently asked his second son in as gentle a tone as possible. I just don't want to write. When your brother was your age, he could already write simple sentences. Queen Leonor, who was standing nearby, also came over and stroked her son's fluffy little head. Can you call that writing? Seeing his mother come over, Alexius seemed to have found his anchor, hiding in Leonor's arms and looking at Isaac with a defiant expression. Justinian didn't memorize the alphabet until he was 7, and he only started writing Greek last year. He's quite interested in Portuguese, though. He started cramming after returning from Castile, and on his 7th birthday, he wrote his first Portuguese letter, but not to his uncle. He sent it to Toledo instead. Since then, every month at the end of the month, he sits under the olive tree, racking his brains to write in fancy handwriting, grinning like an idiot, and even spraying perfume on his letters. Oh? You've discovered his little secret? Aren't you afraid he'll beat you up? Isaac laughed and tugged at his ear. He often sneaks off to drink with Uncle Andreas. I've caught him several times, but he doesn't dare do anything to me, and he even has to share some of his allowance with me. Alexius, as if he'd discovered some incredible secret, loudly revealed his elder brother's private affairs. I don't want to learn to write. That's for scholars and writers. I want to be a knight. Like Sister Charlotte, wearing the shiniest armor, wielding the sharpest sword, and carrying the highest banner. Isaac tapped Alexius on the head, looking at Leonor with a strange expression. What's wrong? It's not like I taught you that. Leonor irritably smoothed her hair. Fine, you said it yourself. I'll change your schedule. Starting tomorrow, you'll go find instructor Tillin and learn martial arts from him. Your Uncle Conti will be back soon too. He's a proper knight. He fought alongside Joan of Arc against the English. I'll have him guide your studies then. This time, Isaac chose to respect his child's personal interests, putting away the writing book and ordering a maid to fetch a short sword. The dagger, plated with gold and inlaid with jewels, bore the Palaiologos coat of arms carved from cool silver, its ornate and intricate design immediately catching the eye of young Alexius. On my first voyage of exploration, I endured many hardships and tribulations, bringing back numerous gold artifacts from Guinea. Among them was a staff, a symbol of a tribal chief's power, of great sentimental value, which I've never been willing to part with. Isaac stroked the dagger, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. When your brother was born, I commissioned the finest Syrian craftsmen to forge 2 daggers from the finest Damascus steel. I disassembled the staff, carving the wooden core into 2 hilts, and used the gold and jewels to adorn the daggers. On your brother's 5th birthday, I gave him one of them, to keep close at hand as a symbol of my resolve, but I haven't seen his dagger in a long time now, and I wonder where he's kept it. As Isaac spoke, he suddenly roared, Kneel. Alexius was startled and immediately knelt on one knee. "Today I bestow this dagger upon you. Wield it well, and remember the hardships your father endured. Always remember that difficulties and obstacles are the necessary path to wealth and glory." "I will certainly remember it." Alexius was overjoyed, taking the dagger from Isaac and tucking it into his belt. After seeing off his bouncing second son, Isaac and Leonor visited their toddler eldest daughter, Thessaloniki, and enjoyed a royal dinner. Just as they were about to rest, they were dragged from their beds by an envoy from the vizier Isolf. Forced to hasten their journey, they rode at full speed to the grand palace in the city. "What is it?" Isaac interrupted Isolf's greeting impatiently, getting straight to the point. "Three things. If it weren't for the urgency, I wouldn't have dragged you out of bed," Isolf said quickly. "First, the situation in Europe is volatile. Mahmud Pasha has led his army north of the Adal River, advancing towards the Kurgeli military district. However, his main objective is likely to tie down our forces, not to seize territory." "Oh? Why do you say that?" Isaac took a sip of coffee, his spirits lifting. "Just a week ago, the 6 princes of Karaman Bey rebelled, Konya fell, and Karaman Bey Ishak declared war on the rebels, gathering troops in Karaman. Muhammad I led 50,000 troops to the Karaman border to show solidarity with his nephews, and the Turkmen. What did they say?" Isaac pulled out a report from Deputy Foreign Minister Anderson. "King Uzun Hassan of the Aries declared his support for the legitimate Bey Ishak of Karaman, but clearly doesn't want to directly confront Muhammad I's military might. He led his army south, once again attacking Hassan Keef's territory, a true tyrant." "Nothing more to say," Isaac commented. Issuing Melhamet to lead the 3rd Legion of the Purple Guard to garrison Kurgeli, with Ibrahim in charge of the defense around the capital, Isaac scribbled down on the paper. "What about Karaman? They keep requesting reinforcements." Isaac pondered for a moment, then sighed softly. "Here's what we'll do. Write to Baron Julian of Cyprus and his advisor Emer, requesting they reorganize the former Cypriot Guard into the 9th Legion of the Imperial Guard, with Emer as commander and Julian as deputy commander. I've also decided on the flag and emblem. We'll use the Cypress of Cyprus, and name it a Bronze Guard once the Legion is established. Immediately proceed to the north coast of Cyprus, ready to advance north to provide support. If things become unbearable, I will send warships to rescue the remnants of Prince Ishak's army and save his life." Isaac's initially good mood began to turn somewhat agitated. Things with Karaman are always so bad. Even the Ottoman Empire at its peak couldn't have conquered them, given their national strength. Now they've thrown themselves into chaos, allowing Mehmed I to reap the benefits. Their timing for the uprising was perfect, striking right at our weak point. Accelerate the population exchange. I don't want to see Mehmed I oppressing my Armenian people. Yes, Isolf quickly jotted it down. Secondly, the Venetians have recovered from the plague. The Venetian arsenal is ramping up ship production, and the entire Grand Council is filled with a thirst for revenge. They've borrowed a large sum from the Florentine Bank for military supplies. Their intentions are probably sinister. It's to be expected. Sooner or later, we'll have a decisive naval battle to determine Mediterranean dominance. Isaac nodded, unsurprised. Third, our spies in various places have observed that in recent years, envoys from France and Venice have frequently appeared in Bursa and Sofia. They may have reached some kind of private agreement with Mehmed I and Mahmud Pasha. I think this also explains your earlier doubts. The timing of their attack on us is too coincidental. First, the upheavals in Italy, then Karaman's rebellion and Venice's military expansion, followed immediately by the military pressure from Mahmud Pasha and Mehmed I. This makes one suspect that our recent expansion has aroused the vigilance of the surrounding powers, who are unwilling to watch us continue to grow and are doing everything they can to contain and suppress us. Isaac stood up, pacing in the spacious room, his brow furrowed. Clearly, the Prime Minister's suspicions were correct. A premeditated storm was looming over the reborn Eastern Roman Empire. Let them come, I will meet them head-on. They may be powerful, but I am no pushover either. From a down-on-his-luck prince to an emperor spanning 3 continents, I have never relied on the charity or pity of outsiders, but on fire and lead, iron and blood. Isaac raised his head, staring intently at the Mediterranean map carved on the wall, his eyes gradually becoming bloodshot. From today onwards, all fleets are on wartime alert, all shipyards operating at full capacity, all mothballed ships are to be launched. And all sailors are to have their leave cancelled and return to combat status as quickly as possible. Administrative officials in the coastal towns of the empire are to begin surveying fishing boats and fishermen who can swim. ready to be conscripted at any time. Land mobilization is to be suspended, but local militias are required to patrol the coast and ensure that the Venetians do not succeed in crossing the border. Land production in all regions will continue as usual. The battlefield of this war is not on land, but on the vast sea. Isaac clenched his fist and slammed it hard on the table. Since the French are so ruthless, then don't blame us for being ruthless too. Send a letter of denunciation to the Vatican, reporting the collusion between the French, Venetians, and infidels. While there's likely no response, it will still damage our reputation. The Venetian navy needs time to reorganize. Let's take this opportunity to deal with the French first, to instill fear and demoralize them. Notify Fleet Commander Fidel, Vice Commander Henry, and Commander Giovanni that all prohibitions on naval attacks are lifted immediately, and we will launch an unrestricted attack campaign. From this moment forward, attack any ship flying enemy flags, whether merchant, fishing, or warship, regardless of whether it carries civilians, merchants, or princes and royalty. Enemy flags include, but are not limited to, those of the Kingdom of France, the County of Toulouse, the Duchy of Savoy, the County of Provence, and all their subordinate vassals. From this moment forward, all fleets awaiting departure in North African ports shall assemble and set sail. Heading north, tell our commanders, within 3 months, I want to see the entire area from the Pyrenees east to Genoa west, from the Gulf of Leon to the Ligurian coast, reduced to scorched earth. Isaac commanded sternly. The plundered wealth and people will be fairly distributed, injected into the major shipyards, and quickly transformed into war potential. Understood? Yes, Isolth shouted. On February 25, 1460, due to the egregious collusion between the French and infidels, the Eastern Roman Emperor Isaac III signed the Naval Raid Act in Carthage, declaring the use of all ships to launch an unrestricted attack on France and its allies until King Charles VI of France withdrew from Genoa. The following day, hordes of warships and pirate ships responded, setting sail from various naval and pirate ports in North Africa, a dark mass heading northwest into the Mediterranean, raiding and plundering along the way. On March 1, 1460, Commander Giovanni Giustiniani's Marines landed at a small fishing village near Toulon, destroying it completely. They then raided several more villages along the coast, plundering countless grains and people. From this point, relations between the two sides broke down, and the War of the Neapolitan Succession entered its second phase. Isaac knew perfectly well that his pirates had no regard for morality or humanity. Their creed was singular: brute force is superior to hard work. Chapter 172 Genoa's Dilemma. Located on the northwestern coast of the Apennine Peninsula, on the Ligurian coast, lies Genoa, the city of griffins and the western water capital. Genoa's spring is exceptionally pleasant. Bright breezes sweep across the fields and countryside, carrying away the smoke and fumes from the workshops, carrying the dazzling array of goods sold in the markets, and creating gentle waves on the sea. The St. George's Cross flag flutters proudly above the Doge's palace. In terms of climate alone, Genoa is perhaps the most blessed city in all of Italy, enjoying a mild and humid climate year-round, making it comfortable and pleasant. The long, narrow Apennine Peninsula, like a boot, lies across the Mediterranean Sea. The vast difference in latitude results in distinct climates in northern and southern Italy, leading to unique lifestyles and production methods. Southern Italy, surrounded by the Mediterranean Sea on 3 sides, has a typical Mediterranean climate: dry summers with little rain, mild and wet winters, and rain and heat occurring at different times. Northern Italy presents a different picture. Due to its higher latitude, the influence of the subtropical high pressure weakens as one moves northward from the southernmost tip of Italy, allowing the westerly winds to gradually dominate. Combined with the influence of the Alps and Apennine Mountains, northern Italy enjoys a humid climate year-round with evenly distributed rainfall, ideal for agriculture. Compared to cities like Milan, Parma, and Venice on the Po Plain, Genoa is protected from the cold winter air currents by the Apennine Mountains to its north, making Genoa's winters warmer. These surrounding mountains served as a barrier against invasion and also hindered land expansion. Genoese people established a national policy focused on maritime trade early on, starting with trade with North Africa. They used their powerful navy to coerce North African Muslim countries into granting them preferential trade rights, thus gaining a foothold in the gold and salt trade. In the mid to late 13th century, the Genoese buried their former enemy, the Republic of Pisa, and assisted in the restoration of the Eastern Roman Empire. They gained the favor of the then Emperor Michael VI Palaiologos, and heavily invested in the lucrative trades of the eastern Mediterranean and the Black Sea, earning the nickname Black Sea Coachman. However, all good things must come to an end. The Venetians launched a counterattack at the Battle of Chioggia, leveraging their geographical advantage to expand rapidly across the Po River plain. They gained a vast rear area and readily available support, quickly rising to power and gradually squeezing Genoa out of the eastern Mediterranean. If the rise of Venice significantly weakened the Republic of Genoa, then the severe deflation in Europe during the 14th and 15th centuries plunged Genoa into a deep abyss of decline, from which it could never recover. After the devastation of the Black Death, Europe began to recover. The surge in population fueled the rapid rise of Italy's commodity economy, with handicraft workshops springing up like mushrooms after rain. All city-states like Genoa, heavily relying on trade rather than land production, faced a major problem, a shortage of precious metals to serve as a general equivalent. In a sense, during this period, whoever controlled the supply of gold and silver possessed the potential to become a hegemon. Severe deflation had little impact on large land-based nations, and it wasn't even a crisis for the Venetian Republic, which possessed a significant portion of the Po River plain and connected the Near East and the Balkans. However, it dealt a heavy blow to Genoa and Pisa. Pisa directly lost its national independence, and Genoa's trading position became precarious. In the opulent Doge's palace, the newly appointed Doge Robert of Genoa was holding a military and political conference. Among the high-ranking officials present were top-tier families like Fregesso and Adelno, newly emerging powerful clans like Gattiluxio, and secondary families like Snopia and Doria. However, Governor Robert did not belong to any of these powerful families. A judge by birth, he was merely a puppet placed on the throne after the various powerful clans' disputes and compromises. Compared to Venice and Pisa, Genoa's republicanism was less complete. Besides the noble families that had transformed into commercial giants, many old noble forces remained in the northern mountains, year after year dreaming of their local tyrant status from their mountain fortresses. They differed greatly from the commercial nobles of Genoa, and although they held a seat in the council, they remained outside the political system. It was precisely for this reason that whenever feudal forces attacked Genoa, they were always the first to join the invaders. The former Marquis of Monferrato, the Duke of Milan, and now the King of France all gained support by recognizing their hereditary noble status, thus enabling them to blockade Genoa by land. Gentlemen, the situation is urgent, and I have no choice but to summon you all here to discuss national affairs. Please forgive me, Governor Robert began with a brief opening statement. Oh? Then hurry up. I don't want to spend too long in the same room with those Adelno family vermin. Their stench will pollute the air. The Fregesso family envoy launched into tirade against his political rival, covering his mouth and nose with a handkerchief embroidered with his family crest in disgust. As two of the most powerful families, the Fregesso and Adelno families had a long-standing rivalry that lasted until the Republic of Genoa lost its independence. During this period, each family courted a faction to vie for the governorship. While nominally a lifetime appointment, the longest-serving governor never exceeded 8 years. This detrimental political environment resulted in extremely low administrative efficiency for the Republic, hindering its effective governance of distant colonies and contributing significantly to the decline of the Republic of Genoa. I remember your last governor, the one named Pietro. He resigned after only 1 day. You're probably even more disliked than we are, the Adelno family envoy retorted. Stop arguing. Let's hear what Governor Robert has to say. The Tribunal de Menini Doria's steady voice rang out. Robert gave him a grateful look, then, like a student reporting on his studies, obediently took the documents and explained the situation to the distinguished families. Last week, the situation in Italy suddenly changed. The Venetian council declared war on Emperor Isaac and assembled a fleet in the capital, ready to march south at any moment. Meanwhile, Duke Sforza of Milan demanded that John IV, Duke of Monferrato Parma, surrender all of Milan's former territories, including Piacenza, Parma, and Pavia, and submit to him. After being refused, Duke Sforza of Milan declared war on John IV and is currently gathering mercenaries. John IV reported the situation to Holy Roman Emperor Frederick III, who vehemently criticized Sforza and declared he would protect his vassals, but he remains holed up in Vienna and is unlikely to offer any substantial assistance. The attendees frowned. The storm originating in Italy was growing increasingly intense, engulfing half of the Mediterranean and showing signs of further expansion. The situation in Naples is currently unclear. The Angevin and Tristana factions each control half of the territory, and no clear victor has emerged. Florence remains neutral but is providing loans to the Duke of Milan and mercenaries to the Angevin family. Robert paused, awaiting feedback from the attendees. It seems your emperor is in quite a crisis this time. Dominine Doria glanced at the Gatilia family envoy. Is it because Bidoro is unwilling to return that he has already made arrangements with Emperor Isaac? Is he planning to bring his colonies in the Black Sea and Aegean Sea to him? That's none of your business, Tribune. The Gatilia family envoy smiled non-committally. Then let me continue. Governor Robert quickly intervened, trying to smooth things over as the argument showed signs of escalating. Looking at our surroundings, in just 2 months after Emperor Isaac signed the decree of unlimited attacks, a total of 53 French ships were attacked. 18 were sunk, 13 were captured, and the rest escaped to port damaged. Most of these ships were merchant vessels and fishing boats. Charles Vidai and René's military fleets were already small, and they dared not directly confront the swarms of Greek pirates. The southern coast of France and Provence has been plundered more than a dozen times. These ships, in groups of 3 to 5, scattered everywhere, looting the wealth, food, and people of the coastal villages before the French army could arrive. What could be carried away was taken, and what couldn't be carried was burned. 1/10 of every looted sum was given to Emperor Isaac, who also used it to build shipyards and recruit workers. Every week, galleys were launched at the Carthage and Oran shipyards. These galleys were then sold to the pirates for a new round of plunder. We estimate that it was Emperor Isaac's extensive looting that greatly slowed Charles Vidai's march, forcing him to halt after the surrender of Albenga and awaiting resupply. According to intelligence, Charles Vidai is contacting various factions, attempting to counter the Greek pirates. He is building fleets along the Atlantic and English Channel, but the journey is long, and the Strait of Gibraltar, controlled by the Portuguese, is an insurmountable obstacle. The Portuguese have a very good relationship with Emperor Isaac. His several overseas trading companies receive dividends from the Avignon royal family, and they share many common interests in dealing with North African Muslim forces. Furthermore, Portugal has been a century-old ally of England and has kinship ties with Burgundy, resulting in a consistently strained relationship with France. Judging from the current situation, the French can only hope that the Venetians will send troops as soon as possible to possibly stop Emperor Isaac's naval attacks. This is a good thing. The Emperor is focusing his main efforts on the war against France, giving us more time to prepare, said the Aldenau family envoy. Good news? It's precisely because of Emperor Isaac's actions that the French are harboring a deep-seated rage, which they're now unleashing on us. Domenini Doria jumped to his feet. Your family has no interests in Albenga, but behind your back, countless Genoese are displaced, robbed, raped, and murdered by the French. Albenga doesn't seem to be your territory either. Esteemed tribunal, you, Lord Gatiluxio, you are closest to the Emperor. Have you found out when he will send reinforcements to us? We alone are probably no match for the French offensive. Governor Robert, seeing that things were about to escalate, changed the subject. His Majesty's first reinforcements are on their way, but he also said that Genoa's future lies not in military matters, but in politics and diplomacy. If our resistance is tenacious, even if the French launch a full-scale attack, they cannot destroy Genoa in a short time. The problem is that some people have already prepared to surrender, ready to pledge their loyalty to Charles Vidai at any moment, the envoy, Gatiliusio, said, glancing meaningfully at the family envoys present. You can pledge allegiance to the Greeks, so why can't we align ourselves with the French? Immediately, someone stood up and began to defend themselves. If you ask me, we should negotiate a cooperation with Charles Vidai. We can't stop the French army, and the French need our fleet. We can use it to exchange for autonomy. Oh? Since you put it that way, then from today onwards, all the Republic's ships in the Black Sea Viceroyalty will be free from parliamentary control, preventing them from being used by the French, until the war ends. You dare? Shut up. Domenini Doria slammed his fist on the table for the third time, gritting his teeth in anger. He looked around, glaring at everyone. I understand now. None of you have the slightest loyalty to the Republic. You're either busy fighting amongst yourselves, or you're selfish, or you're using the Republic's public property to promise to outsiders to win their favor. And those old nobles in the north, I've said it before, they have a strong aversion to the Republic. If it weren't for your interference, how could they have become so powerful? He pointed at the sanctimonious envoys from the noble families, his finger trembling. Greeks, French, go ahead and flirt with them. Go ahead and trade your ancestral inheritance for a brighter future." Damenini drew his sword, a flash of cold light, and severed the corner of the table. "Our Doria family has served as tribunes for generations. Whatever your plans, we will do everything in our power to protect the Republic and its people. I, my brother, my future children, and my nephews will fight to the last for this goal." The tribunes left, and the council chamber fell silent. HMPH, utter nonsense. The Adorno family envoy left with a single sentence, followed by the Fregeso family and the Snopia family. The crowd gradually dispersed, and the Gattilusio family envoy waited patiently until the very end, giving the bewildered Governor Robert a meaningful look before turning and leaving. The council chamber was empty, the tables and chairs scattered, the cups and plates strewn about. Before the governor, the St. George's cross hung limply, and the griffin emblem on the table seemed shrouded in darkness. There will be another chapter later. Chapter 173 War Dividends. Bang, bang, the cannons roared, thick smoke rose from the broadsides, and chaos erupted on the distant ships flying blue fleur-de-lis flags. French sailors ran in panic, dragging their wounded comrades into the cabins. "They're preparing to retreat, should we pursue them?" a sailor shouted to the captain from the lookout tower of the Grand Consul. "No need. Our main objective this time is not to destroy enemy ships, but to rescue refugees. Just drive them away." Giovanni Giustiniani responded on deck, signaling the fleet to dock and lower the lifeboats. This was the Ligurian coast, and not far away was the port of Albenga, a Genoese port recently occupied by French troops. After a series of naval defeats, the Kingdom of France vented its anger and resentment on the Genoese civilians, committing widespread burning and killing in the Albenga area, leaving the people displaced. When Commander Duke Bourbon arrived in Albenga, the area had already been completely looted. His knights, of course, disdained the work of mercenaries and bandits, and instead firmly guarded several key military locations and granaries, thus preventing even greater losses. Duke Bourbon was furious and cursed, but it was too late. The trust of the nearby Genoese people had reached its lowest point. The citizens of the city kept their doors and windows tightly shut, only their hateful eyes visible behind the curtains. The situation in the countryside was even worse. Homeless farmers and fishermen fled in all directions, hiding from the French mercenaries roaming the countryside. They wanted to seek refuge westward, but were blocked by Genoa's closed gates. Some nobles who had allied with the French, along with bandits, took advantage of the chaos, turning the western half of the Ligurian coast into a living hell. Under these circumstances, Isaac signed a decree for the resettlement of refugees, ordering his ships to protect the Genoese refugees as much as possible and take them to North Africa for dispersed resettlement. The Grand Consul, led by Giovanni, was one of them. "Which ship is this, on deck?" The first mate looked at Giovanni. "The fifth ship. This time there are the most people. One ship probably won't be enough." "It's all right, we have enough transport ships." The first mate sternly kicked a slacking sailor in the backside. "I just wonder how many of them belong to the third or even fourth class." Giovanni shrugged, indicating he didn't know. According to Isaac's orders, the people recaptured from the French coast and the refugees brought back from the Genoese coast would be divided into 4 classes to better determine their fate. The people on the southwestern coast of France mostly belonged to the first class, farmers and fishermen. The second class, craftsmen, was very rare. They were usually forced to convert to orthodoxy and assigned to harsh areas for land reclamation. If they refused to comply, they would be transported to the slave market in Billington and sold. Billinge is now the largest slave market in the entire Mediterranean region. Slave traders transport slaves to the Mamluks, Syria, Karamans, and even the Ottomans, based on their quality, to be consumed by brutal wars or arduous labor. The Genoese migrants fared much better. The proportion of artisans had increased dramatically, and they were better settled, being placed in major cities and joining local workshops. Religious freedom was also much more lenient. "By the way, Captain, why haven't we seen His Majesty's main fleet lately?" "They haven't appeared since the naval battle last month. Some say they went south. Is that true?" the first mate asked doubtfully. "Mind your own business," Giovanni said sternly. "What? Not enough business lately? Still have time to meddle in these trivial matters?" No, the recent profits are equivalent to the entire previous year. Last time we captured a French nobleman, the ransom was huge. Tisk, he wouldn't be happy if it wasn't enough. You tell me, if I make a little more money, I'll quit and become an instructor at the Carthage Naval Academy, send my 2 sons to the Royal Knights Academy, Oh. I didn't know you had such a dream. What, not planning to let your two sons follow in your footsteps and continue being sailors? Giovanni looked at his subordinate with some surprise. Sigh, it's too hard, I never want to do anything like this again. Just then, several sailors dredged up the goods floating on the sea and placed them wet on the deck. These things came from a French merchant ship that had just sunk. Oh? Bordeaux wine, the sailors cheered, immediately smashing the bottles and greedily sucking the wine into their mouths. Country bumpkins are country bumpkins. In my hometown of Constantinople, there's so much better wine. A Constantinople sailor stood to one side, swaying his head, and began his usual boasting to his companion. My ancestors were true Constantinoples. They came with Emperor Michael VIII, and I grew up listening to the bells of Hagia Sophia. You might not believe it, but we're really different from those suburban farmers. Our ancestors were sailors in the port of Prousfilion. When Emperor Isaac flew north to Galata with his eagle flag, we were right beside him. Hey! That fire, tisk-tisk. His companions were clearly uninterested in his words and began to chat about interesting things at sea. I heard the King of France wants to bribe some captains to work for him. Is that true? What can he offer? Let us plunder their coast? Haha, the Constantinople sailor, with his sharp ears, immediately chimed in. If you ask me, His Majesty the Emperor is truly enlightened, allowing us to collect tolls from the French, only requiring us to hand over 1/10. A few days ago, a French merchant, trying to profit from the war, attempted to smuggle grain. He gave old Lyle a large sum of money, buying his safety. Hey! Guess what? Old Lyle immediately agreed, then informed another captain, instructing him to rob the merchant. It was quite all right. The refugees are coming. Go to the transport ships and register them. The first mate walked over and kicked a Constantinople sailor, sending him sprawling. More and more refugees gathered on the beach, their cries and screams echoing across the coast. These refugees, having lost everything, no longer cared about culture, country, faith, or ethnicity. They only knew that on those ships flying the double-headed eagle flag, there was not only plenty of bread and clean fresh water, but also hay beds in the hold for resting. Captain, there are too many people. The transport ships can't hold them all. There's still room on some warships, so how about we? The bosun looked at Giovanni, seeking his opinion. Let's do it this way. The French are terrified, Venice will handle it, we're safe for now. Giovanni sighed and crossed himself. The refugees swarmed towards the ships on the shore. Men, disregarding the waist-deep water, carried their sons and daughters aloft to the lifeboats, as if lifting up the hopes of their families. The deck of the Grand Consul was soon crowded with refugees. As darkness fell, the crowd on the beach grew even more anxious, fearing the fleet would leave. Giovanni, also a Genoese, deeply abhorred the French atrocities. He loudly directed the distribution of people, providing whatever help he could to his compatriots. I heard the people of Constantinople are very xenophobic. Will Emperor Isaac accept us? A voice rang out from among the refugees. His Majesty's mother was Genoese, you are half his compatriots. I am Genoese too, and I've become a high-ranking fleet commander. Don't worry, you will be settled, Giovanni called out in Italian, and the refugees, hearing the familiar accent, gradually relaxed. His gaze swept across the crowd, and he was suddenly surprised. On the edge of the ship's railing, a boy of about 6 years old was holding a book in the dim light of the evening. Unlike the refugees around him who were slumped over, he leaned against the railing, his body rising and falling with the waves, firmly fixed on the deck, focused on reading, his eyes filled with longing and ambition. He seemed to belong to the sea. The refugees were led to the cabin by the sailors, and the crowd gradually dispersed, but the boy remained engrossed in his book as always, unaware that the crescent moon had risen. Giovanni, somewhat curious, stopped a sailor who was walking towards him and quietly came up behind him. There is abundant silk, used to weave the finest brocades and various kinds of silks. It is a wealthy province, where all grains are cheap. Wild game abounds, and tigers are also found. Wealthy merchants monopolize the taxes on their trades, and the monarch reaps enormous profits. The boy read aloud the moving passage. As an old Genoese sailor who had spent decades at sea, Giovanni naturally knew the origin of this passage, the travels of Marco Polo. It's a good book, isn't it? Giovanni patted the boy's shoulder, startling him, who quickly closed the book. The book was well worn, clearly cherished by its owner. You like this book? The boy recognized Giovanni's identity from his tone, nodded, and gradually lowered his guard. "Are you alone? Where is your family?" A deep sadness flashed in the boy's eyes. He shook his head, his eyes reddening. "My father was a weaver, my mother was very gentle, and I had 3 brothers. The French came, and my father died protecting us at the hands of a mercenary." The boy struggled to keep his eyes open, holding back his tears. "My mother and my 3 brothers got separated." Giovanni's expression was complicated as he patted the boy's head. "Perhaps they boarded another ship." The boy stepped aside, his eyes dim. "If it weren't for you, the French wouldn't have been so ruthless," he muttered softly. "Boy, I advise you not to." The bosun's words were interrupted by Giovanni's wave. "Son, you enjoy reading Marco Polo's travels and yearn for the sea and distant places, then you should understand this." Giovanni looked up at the receding beach. "On the vast ocean, there is only one truth: the strong prey on the weak. In the world of the strong, there is no place for the weak. We are not wrong, the French are not wrong, and if you want revenge, of course you are not wrong either. The only fault is that you are still too weak." Giovanni raised the cross to his chest and gently kissed it. "God provides us with faith and shelters our hearts, but wealth and glory must be earned by ourselves. Do you see the double-headed eagle flying in the sky? That is the Emperor's banner. He is the most powerful lion, and we are his pack of wolves, and wherever his sword points, whether it is the Mediterranean coast or distant West and South Africa, will be our hunting grounds. The French are a strong tiger, the Ottomans are probably a savage wild boar, and as for the natives of West and South Africa," Giovanni shook his head dismissively, "they're just a flock of lambs, but these lambs possess such tempting wealth, how could the lions and wolves possibly let them go?" The boy wiped away his tears, still clutching his book. "If I could one day find that rich country Marco Polo described, wouldn't I become a powerful man? More than a powerful man, you would be worshipped by everyone. The emperor would appoint you governor, and your children would study alongside princes, but all of that is too far off. Go get some sleep." Giovanni patted his head, but the boy remained unmoved. "I'm 14 years old, I can go to sea now, please give me a chance to be your sailor." The boy looked at Giovanni eagerly. After he finished speaking, everyone burst into laughter. "You're 14? I think you're not even 12 yet," a sailor laughed. "So what?" The boy blushed. "In my opinion, compared to storms, poisonous insects, and wild beasts, the greatest challenge explorers face is the fear of the unknown, and I have plenty of courage and determination." The boy's words were firm and resolute, and Giovanni's gaze shifted from surprise to admiration. The last time he heard similar words was in the Carthaginian court. "What a courageous young man! How much do you know about the sailor's profession? Don't underestimate me. I grew up by the sea, watching ships sail by since I was a child. I can not only swim, but I also know all the naval terminology." The boy stood proudly, looking around at the crowd with pride. "Son, don't think too much. Find your mother and brothers as soon as possible, find a dock worker in North Africa, and live a good life. That's success." The first mate stepped forward and sighed softly. "The sea is fraught with danger, death can happen at any moment, let alone ocean exploration. I was once His Majesty's sailor. During his first expedition to West Africa, I hesitated and volunteered to stay in the Canary Islands. In the end, those who returned alive with His Majesty all became wealthy, either retiring with honors and buying houses and land in Constantinople and Billy Lynch, or becoming captains and fleet commanders, continuing to roam the oceans, but I don't regret it. I have a wife and children. I'm already very content to be the first mate of the Grand Consul, and it's worth drinking an extra cup every night for His Majesty's health. Go back, child." The boy remained unmoved, stubbornly looking at Giovanni. Seeing his determination, Giovanni's admiration deepened. "Captain, aren't you still short a clerk? This child can read, he should be able to handle it. Since he's so eager to stay, why not let him give it a try?" the bosun suggested. Giovanni nodded slightly, looking at the boy. "After the Battle of Constantinople, I converted to the Orthodox Church, and the Patriarch personally baptized me. If you are willing to convert, I can accept you and become your godfather." "Thank you, godfather." The boy immediately knelt on one knee. "I have no son, but I will train you well, and I hope you will always maintain the determination you have today." Giovanni took off a ring and placed it on the boy's hand. Everyone applauded, and the priest on board made the sign of the cross. The distant Genoese coast grew ever more distant, a crescent moon hung in the sky, and the stars shone brightly, guiding the sailors towards the distance. "By the way, what is your name?" The boy looked up, his clear eyes reflecting the entire starry sky. My name is Christopher Columbus. Chapter 174 Invincible Fleet. Your Majesty, ruler of the continent and the sea, king of the Balkans, Anatolia and Africa, king of the Armenians, emperor of Rome and the Romans, Emperor Isaac III of the House of Palaiologos. In the Carthaginian palace, Isaac and Leonor sat side by side, smiling as they looked down at the envoy. On either side of the hall stood numerous nobles and tribal sheiks, their gazes fixed on the envoy, marveling at his appearance. Today's envoy was somewhat unusual. Though dressed in ordinary Roman commoner's clothing and speaking slightly accented Greek, he was unmistakably black. It is an honor to be in your court. On behalf of King Zingaku of the Congo, I extend my highest respects and wish you continued good health. Beside the envoy stood a priest from the Greek Orthodox Church, his weathered face tanned dark by the equatorial sun, but his expression one of profound satisfaction. If Dinas Diash were here, he would be surprised to find that this priest was one of the 4 who had ventured deep into the Congo River. Our king sent me a small gift, nothing special. The Congolese envoy waved his hand, and 2 black slaves carried up a large chest. Inside, besides a few gold, silver, and ivory items, were mostly indigenous handicrafts, of little value to Isaac. Thank you for your kindness. I will prepare a return gift. Please give it to your king upon your return home. Isaac glanced at the gift list and set it aside. More than the gifts, I am interested in the basics of your country and your king. Could you tell me a little about them? At this point, the Congolese envoy seemed somewhat at a loss, shaking his head and waving his hands, muttering something to the priest beside him. Isaac understood. It turned out he hadn't fully mastered Greek, he had only learned some everyday phrases and greetings under the priest's forced instruction. Under Isaac's unpredictable questioning, he had given himself away. Kirill, you should do it. Isaac looked at the somewhat embarrassed priest Kirill. It's a good opportunity to tell everyone about your glorious deeds. Yes, your majesty. Kirill bowed deeply, his body trembling slightly, clearly indicating his inner turmoil. Seeing Kirill preparing to speak, the royal historian Lake, standing behind Isaac, quickly took out paper and pen, listening intently. Your majesty, as you know, I was born in Mistras, an orphan. From a young age, I joined the local Orthodox Church. My greatest dream is to serve our Lord Christ and spread the gospel of Jesus Christ to every corner of the world. Lake's pen scribbled, and Kirill's eyes grew brighter. Isaac looked at this priest, so eager to become famous, and found it somewhat amusing. So I followed Lord Dennis's expedition fleet to find the whereabouts of King John the priest. After many hardships, I arrived at the banks of the Congo River. The local inhabitants were quite civilized and friendly, and had a good impression of the church. I held preaching sessions in the villages at the mouth of the Congo River, spreading the gospel of the Father to the wild land, and gained the recognition and favor of several tribal chiefs. Then, I held baptism ceremonies for them, and the first ray of dawn finally appeared on the dark earth. Isaac listened patiently to the long story. When Captain Dennis left, I had already learned the local language and established good relations with several converts at the river mouth. They said that deep in the river lived a powerful king with thousands of slaves under his command, and was extremely wealthy. Kirill's voice, like a hymn, gradually rose in pitch, and the surrounding nobles and tribal sheik were also gradually drawn into the legendary story. I persuaded my 3 close priests to join me, and we traveled upstream in a canoe provided by the tribal chief. The hardships and tribulations along the way are indescribable. My 3 companions died one after another from illness. May the Father bless their souls. Kirill's voice was somewhat low as he made the sign of the cross on his chest. After about 20 days of sailing, I arrived at the legendary royal court of the Congo, which the locals call Mbanza Congo. Unfortunately, I did not find any relics or legends related to the high priest King John. The local natives retain primitive evil god beliefs, and the universal light of God has not yet been spread to this land. Just when I was feeling disheartened, King Zingaku heard of my arrival and was very interested. He invited me back to his palace and had all his ministers and relatives listen to my sermons. During my sermons, I proclaimed your benevolence, might, power, and wealth, and showed them the exquisite paper and glass I carried with me, which captivated them. During this time, I achieved the greatest result of my journey. Kirill's face flushed, and he bowed deeply to Isaac in an exaggerated manner. Right after a sermon, I tentatively offered to baptize the king, and to my surprise, he immediately agreed, becoming an Orthodox Christian the very next day. At the same time, his dozens of sons, a dozen brothers and sisters, and hundreds of relatives also converted, requesting that I return to Constantinople and send more missionaries to the Congo to preach. So, I took a few native nobles who had learned some of the language and came to the mouth of the Congo River, spreading the gospel while waiting for passing ships. On my advice, the king of the Congo granted me several villages and the associated fishing port as a diocese. I led the local natives in developing the land, building a wooden church and a small castle. The diocese was named St. Jerome, and the port was called Port John the Golden. After a long wait, I finally saw your double-headed eagle flag again on the sea. They were transport ships returning to Port St. William from the new Thracian colonies. They were very surprised by my story and brought me back to your court. Kirill finished speaking, and everyone fell silent. Isaac clapped first, followed by enthusiastic applause and cheers that echoed throughout the palace. It is an honor for the empire to have a priest like you, he said, chin in hand, his eyes gleaming after the applause. Isaac wasn't surprised by the Congo kingdom's conversion. In the original timeline, when facing the Portuguese, they had shown the same enthusiasm, from the king to the nobles, for the visiting European missionaries, immediately announcing their conversion to Christianity. As for the specific reasons, the missionaries attributed it to the gospel of God. Historians saw it as the natural attraction of a higher civilization to a lower one, and politicians believed the Congolese king was eager to introduce new foreign power to reshape the domestic political landscape. Isaac didn't care about any of that. He only knew that, through his efforts, the Greek Orthodox Church had gained a large number of believers in a distant land without firing a single shot, and the Roman Empire had gained a powerful, pro-Roman native ally in equatorial Africa. True history can sometimes be so magical. What is the current situation of the Kingdom of Congo? Perhaps you could explain it to me and the ministers present. Kirill took out a prepared speech and began to read. The Kingdom of Congo is the most powerful country in the region, with a unified central government. The king appoints his relatives as governors in various regions, and the governors pay homage to the king annually, presenting him with slaves and ivory. However, the next monarch is not appointed by the old king, but rather through a system of elections, similar to our Senate. Before my arrival, they had no unified religion, no written language, and their languages were fragmented. They used seashells and slaves as currency, possessed some iron smelting and agricultural techniques, and had a relatively strong military. The king has a standing army that uses round shields and iron swords. The garrison in the capital alone numbers as many as 20,000, known as Ombamba 20,000? That many? Isaac raised an eyebrow. No wonder the Portuguese in the original timeline didn't initially choose to attack Congo. They couldn't win. For Isaac, with a standing army of about 15,000, even if they crossed the ocean, they still wouldn't be able to defeat it. Of course, a higher level of civilization isn't all bad, at least it allows for trade and exchange, unlike the overly primitive natives who simply prey on visiting merchants and explorers. Isaac glanced at Kirill's slightly swollen eyes and short stature, and a realization dawned on him. Kirill, I suspect you suffer from anemia. Indeed, Your Majesty, you are truly a god. Kirill was greatly astonished. After my parents died, my brother and sister died one after another due to this condition. My symptoms were relatively mild, and thanks to the Father's blessing, I've barely survived until now. In fact, according to medical theory, Mediterranean people had a natural advantage in exploring Africa compared to the English and the Dutch, mainly due to this common disease called thalassemia. This condition shortens the lifespan of a patient's red blood cells, preventing malaria from exerting its full power. You, the malaria parasite, want to invade my red blood cells and paralyze them? Sorry, I'm paralyzed myself. Similarly, in the Rhine forest, after hundreds of years of coevolution with malaria, black people developed a more aggressive self-protective mechanism than thalassemia, sickle cell anemia. This survival mechanism, where they die in harmony with their enemy, allows them to live in the Rhine forest, but also subjects them to immense suffering. Homozygous individuals rarely live past 30. This is one of the reasons why equatorial Africa has never produced a strong political power. Historically, the Portuguese were very keen on mating with equatorial Bantu people to produce heterozygous sickle cell anemia patients, thus facilitating their entry into the Rhine forest and securing their interests in the Congo. Distracted, Isaac looked again at Kirill, who was wiping away sweat. Before your arrival, I had already consulted with the newly appointed Patriarch of Constantinople, Isidore, and we decided to establish the Congo Patriarchate, with you as its Patriarch. I will bestow the title of King upon Zingakuwu, and a fine crown will be made for him. You will be responsible for crowning him. In addition to monetary rewards, a large caravel currently under construction at the Carthaginian shipyard will be named after you, called the Saint Cyril. You will rest for a while. After the Saint Cyril is launched, I will send an envoy with goods such as paper, glass, silk, and sea salt to the port of John of Gibbon to trade ivory and rare animal furs. The envoy will also include many missionaries. Besides normal missionary work, you must also try to change their dominant language, targeting the princes and grandsons, and make them all learn Greek. That's easy. We don't need to teach them deliberately, they're eager to learn on their own. Isaac glanced at the obedient Congolese envoy standing beside him and switched to Latin. Furthermore, you will need to draw maps, gather information on local customs and traditions, and understand the political landscape during your missionary journey, and submit a detailed report as soon as possible. We will certainly fulfill our mission, Kirill said firmly. Very well. Seeing Isaac preparing to end the conversation, the Congolese envoy beside him hurriedly whispered to Bishop Kirill, waving his hands. Oh, Your Majesty, the Congolese monarch wishes to change his name to an Orthodox one and would like to ask if he and his wife and children can be named after Isaac, Leonor, and Justinian. Bishop Kirill translated the envoy's words somewhat awkwardly. Isaac couldn't help but smile. In the original timeline, this King Zingakuvu had copied the names of the Portuguese royal family, renaming himself and his wife and children João, Leonor, and Alfonso. Leonor is not an Orthodox name, and they do not need to use our names to show their nobility. Isaac smiled. How about I name them? Let's call them Arcadius, Irina, and Phocas, all names of the late emperors. What do you think? Excellent. Excellent. Marcus Mikhail covered his mouth with his hand, barely suppressing his laughter. The surrounding ministers also laughed heartily, cheering. The Congolese envoy, unaware of the situation, saw everyone cheering and opened his mouth, grinning foolishly, bowing repeatedly. By the way, Your Majesty, Kirill seemed to remember something. The Kingdom of Congo is a country where slavery remains a serious problem. Slaves are a form of hard currency among the local nobles. The king hopes to exchange slaves for the advanced handicrafts you possess, but I've heard that you are benevolent and have once strictly regulated the import of black slaves. I wonder, well, Isaac pondered for a moment. The import of black slaves will be gradually liberalized. They can indeed exchange slaves for our goods. I will have the colonial minister, Earl William, arrange for the slaves to be placed on plantations in the Governor-General's district of St. William. There will be more and more suitable places to establish plantations in the future, and they will have a place to use their talents. In fact, as a monarch, Isaac was a pure pragmatist who did not care about race or skin color. A loyal black man was certainly better than a rebellious white man. The decrees Isaac had previously enacted to restrict black slavery were mainly to prevent the spread of tropical diseases from equatorial Africa to European territories, but now it seemed that the effect was very poor. According to the report from the Narcissian Medical School, they had discovered some previously unseen disease symptoms in the brothels of several northern ports. It was later confirmed that the prostitutes had more or less had business dealings with ocean-going sailors. As for how these diseases, originally unique to chimpanzees and gorillas, spread to the African natives and how they arrived at the Mediterranean ports, Isaac did not want to delve into it. Perhaps they were too civilized. Since he had chosen to deal with the African natives, such things were ultimately unavoidable. Then it's settled. You'll stay in North Africa for a while. Once the Mediterranean is at peace, I'll send someone to Constantinople to formally receive the investiture from Patriarch Isidore. In the meantime, you'll be responsible for leading the Congolese delegation to cities like Carthage, Tripoli, and Billinge, letting them witness the splendor of the Roman Empire. Kirill repeatedly agreed, then looked up. Your Majesty, is war about to break out again? Yes. The wars are endless, and who knows when they will end. On May 2, 1460, a transport ship returning from the Niathrace colony brought news from the Congo River Basin. King Zingakuwu of the Congo, admiring the glory of the Celestial Empire, decided to convert to Christianity and accept the investiture and name bestowed by the Roman Emperor Isaac III, becoming Arcadius I of the Kingdom of the Congo. Tunisian Gulf, Carthage naval port. The War of the Naples, which swept across half the Mediterranean, had little impact on the land-based production of the Eastern Roman Empire. Instead, the burgeoning piracy led to the increasing prosperity of ports along the North African coast. Waves of wealth poured into Carthage, and the arrival of Genoese artisans revitalized the workshop district in the eastern part of the city. Having enjoyed the benefits of war, they also had to bear its risks. On May 30, 1460, the Republic of Venice assembled a fleet of over 240 ships of various types in Venice, including all of the Republic's main warships and vassal ships of its vassal states. They were reviewed beside the Venetian armory and swore an oath before setting sail. The then Doge of the noble Republic of Venice, Maripello, delivered a passionate speech, listing the 10 major crimes of Constantine and his son, and declaring an irreconcilable enmity with the Eastern Roman Empire. He emphasized the power of the Venetian fleet to the visiting citizens, calling it the Invincible Armada. On June 2, the Venetian Armada, in its mighty might, stormed towards the city of Oran, located on the Adriatic coast. Maruna, the military commander of the Oran region, rallied the border guards and local militia, engaging the Venetian mercenaries in a fierce 3-day battle. Ultimately defeated, they withdrew from Oran to the imperial castle of Isaac in the eastern mountains to rest and regroup, intending to hold it. After a brief rest in Oran, Marshal Coligny, the commander of the Venetian mercenaries, led his troops to advance on the imperial castle of Isaac, bombarding the walls with artillery. The last fortress of the Oran region was on the verge of collapse. Upon receiving a plea for help, the military district of Ioannina and the Prince of Epirus assembled troops in Ioannina, under the unified command of Leonardo Tocco, and launched a raid to relieve the imperial castle of Isaac. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, Marshal Coligny withdrew his troops back to Oran. With this thorn in their side removed, the Venetian armada sailed south from Oran, crossed the Strait of Otranto, and entered the eastern Mediterranean. Meanwhile, Isaac and Vizier Ishart stood on the docks of the Carthaginian naval port, silently watching warships weigh anchor and set sail. These warships included the Mediterranean and Black Sea fleets of the Eastern Roman Empire, as well as the fleet of the Kingdom of Naples and the Genoese Near Eastern fleet under the control of the Gattigliusio family, totaling an astonishing 200 ships. Among them were 6 carracks, the main force, still far inferior to the 12 ships of the Venetian Armada. Your Majesty, all the fire-breathing motherships, including the Santa Maria, have been repaired and relaunched, and the slaves on board have been replenished. However, as Vizier, I must remind you that the Venetians are not like the Berbers. They are the true maritime masters and will certainly take countermeasures. If you place your hopes for a decisive battle on fire-breathing ships, the outcome will certainly be very ugly. Ishart, as usual, poured cold water on Isaac's hopes. It's all right, we never pinned our hopes on the fire ships anyway, Isaac said with a smile, shaking his head. So, have you decided on the location for the decisive battle? Is that even a question? The Venetians' goal is to rescue their allies in the western Mediterranean. No matter which way they go, they can't avoid southern Italy. The Strait of Messina is King Ferdinand's territory, so there's only one waterway left for the Venetians. Isaac narrowed his eyes, his gaze fixed on the vast, shimmering sea, wisps of smoke rising from the horizon, and the beautiful, bountiful island of Sicily on the opposite shore. The Strait of Tunis. In Carthage's U-shaped harbor, the last massive warship, its sails billowing, slowly set sail, the ropes and planks creaking and groaning like a giant beast emerging from a cave shaking off dust. Isaac leaped lightly onto the deck of the Marcus Aurelius, waved to the Prime Minister on the shore, and gazed at the sparkling sea. The sailors shouted commands to raise the sails, while the captain and first officers paced the deck, hurling insults at any disobedient sailors. Isaac closed his eyes, feeling the turbulent waves and the salty breeze. Your Majesty, the fleet is in good condition. Shall we set sail at full speed? Captain Fidel stepped forward, standing at attention and saluting. Set sail. Isaac opened his eyes and smiled slightly. The invincible fleet? He would make sure they didn't return. Chapter 175 The Battle of Malta. Malta, an island located between Sicily and the North African mainland, is small in size. Its western side is mountainous and steep, while the eastern side is relatively flat with many excellent harbors. This mountainous island is relatively barren, with very little arable land. Lacking rivers and large lakes, the inhabitants rely entirely on natural water resources. Similar to some inhabitants of North Africa, the people of Malta build reservoirs to store the heavier winter rainfall, helping them survive the dry summers. However, Malta's strategic location is crucial, situated precisely between the Apennine Peninsula and the North African mainland, controlling the Strait of Tunis, a vital trade route in the Mediterranean. Currently, Malta and its surrounding islands belonged to the King of Aragon and Navarre, Juan I of the Trastamara family, the brother of the late King Afonso. Juan I was determined to consolidate his power. He not only criticized his brother Afonso V for awarding the Neapolitan throne to his illegitimate son Ferdinand, but also refused to formally bestow the Navarre throne upon his eldest son, Carlos, imprisoning him not long ago. He was willing to risk unrest to firmly maintain his crowns. Juan I was a pro-French figure, having married his daughter to a French nobleman in an attempt to suppress domestic opposition by introducing foreign influence. Recently, under pressure from boiling public opinion, Juan I appointed his eldest son Carlos as crown prince and governor of Catalonia to alleviate cattle and discontent. However, the unfortunate Carlos died mysteriously shortly after taking office. As expected, civil war broke out. Both Catalans and Navarrians were deeply dissatisfied with Juan I's pro-French policies, and the Catalan nobles blamed Juan I for the crown prince's death, immediately rising up in rebellion against the king. Not to be outdone, the Navarre nobles handed the crown to Princess Blanca, the former wife of King Henry IV of Castile, demanding that Juan I release the imprisoned Queen Blanca. Thus, Juan I, obsessed with imprisoning his own children, ultimately suffered the fate of being deserted by his own people, overwhelmed by domestic rebellions, and drawing ever closer to the Kingdom of France. During the tumultuous War of the Naples, Juan I, who should have aided his nephew, ignored the plight of King Ferdinand, siding with the French, strongly condemning the Byzantine Empire's unauthorized intervention, and denouncing the brutality of the Greek pirates. South of Malta, in the seas, Isaac stood on the deck of the warship Marcus Aurelius, gazing at the distant islands. Juan I still hasn't responded to a request. Yes, Your Majesty. Unfortunately, our envoy was sent back after being berated by him, who called us heinous heretics and devils, and demanded that we cease our plundering and aggression against the Kingdom of France. Francis, standing beside Isaac, reported briefly, his face also grim. Because the Strait of Tunisia is very close to the North African continent, Isaac's fleet patrolling the area could receive supplies from various ports in North Africa at any time, and communication with Carthage was also very convenient. Has he lost his mind? How can someone of the same lineage be so different from the old King Afonso? Isaac frowned deeply. According to our spies, Juan I has a rather friendly relationship with the French. He even met with a Venetian envoy through the French envoy's connections, though the specifics are unknown. Rumors are circulating among the Catalan nobility that Juan I is even prepared to cede territory in exchange for French support, thereby suppressing the rebellion and securing his throne. This is a letter that Queen Leonor asked me to deliver to you. Francis produced an exquisitely crafted letter with a lavender scent. Isaac opened it, then laughed in fury. What did it say? I previously had Leonor write a letter to Juan I, attempting to persuade him, as uncle and nephew, to cease his favoritism towards the French. Isaac folded the letter and put it in his pocket. Guess what? That old bastard actually advised Leonor to divorce me and take Justinian to the court in Aragon, saying he would find her a French prince as a spouse. Isaac secretly regretted it. Thinking about it, it made sense. This old man could imprison even his eldest son and daughter at will, so why would he care about a niece who was already married? This was the downside of aristocratic rule. A change of monarch could wipe out 10 years of diplomatic efforts. He's a damn bastard. Since he's setting his sights on the queen and princes, we'll be the first to object. Is this old codger tired of living? After this war, we're going to storm Aragon and capture him to dance for his majesty. Good, good. Count me in. The sailors nearby heard Isaac and Francis's conversation and immediately began to curse. The torrent of profanities made Francis, who had grown up in the noble circles of Constantinople, frown. That son of a bitch Juan, I wish his whole family would die. Hey, stop, stop, stop. Seeing that they were getting more and more outrageous, Isaac spoke up to stop them. Francis, who rules Malta now, this was originally a territory directly under the King of Aragon, but Juan I granted it to Court Viscount as his fief, Francis said. The Court Viscount doesn't even look down on this poor, remote place. He has always lived in Aragon and only came once when he took office. He sends tax collectors to collect taxes every year, that's all. The Maltese archipelago has a sparse population. The residents are mainly Roman Catholics, some are Orthodox, and a few merchants are Sunni Muslims. The Orthodox group is mostly remnants left behind when the Eastern Empire withdrew from Italy. There is a well-established parish in the mountains west of Valletta, but there are only about 200 believers. Isaac stroked his mustache and pondered for a moment. Since the Kingdom of Aragon and the Kingdom of France are on good terms, they have likely reached some kind of agreement with the Venetians. The Venetians need a forward base in the central Mediterranean. Palermo, the main port of Sicily, is far in the northwest corner, inaccessible by the Strait of Messina. Their target is likely Malta. If the Venetians occupy this island, their fleet can strike our ports at any time. Carthage, nestled in the Gulf of Tunis, is relatively safe, but Tripoli, Sousse, and Sfax, not one of them, will be safe. Exactly, Isaac paced slowly. Since one II is so ruthless, then don't blame me for being ruthless, Isaac resolved. First, you must personally go to Rome and find the new president of the Franciscan order, Francis Rovere, and his nephew Giuliano. They owe me a great deal. And their election as president was largely due to my financial support. Have them compile some incriminating evidence, claiming that one II conspired to perform cult rituals using the blood of his eldest son and daughter, and that Princess Blanca's inability to have children was due to one II's machinations. Have Francis take this information to the new Pope Pius II. He's a kind man and certainly won't excommunicate a king based on mere rumors, but if he orders a thorough investigation, my printing presses and trading companies will naturally take action. Half-truths are most persuasive, especially to the idle noblewomen of Europe. Francis nodded repeatedly, taking out paper and pen to write it down. Isaac thought for a moment and continued. Oh, and don't forget to frame one II's second son, Ferdinand, as well. Say he should have died young, but survived only because of his brother and sister's blood, destined to be childless, or cursed by the devil if you were born. Second, from now on, Aragon's merchant ships and transport ships are also on the kill list. After the pirates plunder France, they can plunder Aragon again. Third, all soldiers, attention. All fleets, head north, target Malta. On June 20, 1460, Isaac led his fleet north to Malta, lining up his warships outside the port of Valletta, claiming one of whose sailors had gone missing and demanding entry for inspection. The Aragonese garrison in Valletta naturally disagreed, condemning Isaac's invasion and declaring a vow to resist to the death. Upon receiving the news, Isaac ordered his warships to open fire. Hundreds upon hundreds of lead and stone bullets rained down on Valletta, the largest port in the Maltese archipelago. After half a day of resistance, Valletta fell, and Isaac's landing forces entered the city. The double-headed eagle flag was raised over Malta. Looking at the steep terrain and treacherous mountains surrounding Valletta, Isaac was filled with emotion. If the Aragonese had paid even a little more attention to the island's defenses, building numerous fortifications like the Knights Hospitallary in history, Isaac's forces alone would have been unable to capture it so quickly. Ignoring the Aragonese remnants who had retreated into the mountains, Isaac left a portion of his army to garrison Valletta before setting sail again with his massive fleet, disappearing into the fog of the Mediterranean. Meanwhile, in the Gulf of Taranto, another massive fleet was billowing in the wind and waves. The golden lion flag of St. Mark flying above the fleet revealed their identity, the Venetian Armada. On the sturdy deck of the flagship Venetian fleet commander Claudio Maripello meticulously observed the course of the nautical chart. On deck, Venetian sailors were busily preparing for the naval battle. Gabriel, from the Foscari family, stood beside Claudio, briefing him on the basic situation of both sides. Since the resignation and subsequent death of Francesco Foscari, the former Doge of the Venetian Republic, the Foscari family's status had plummeted. The major families of the Republic viewed them as the culprits behind the loss of Euboea and the twin ports of Moncoloni, and severely suppressed them. Gabriel, who succeeded as head of the family, also relinquished all his posts and remained in retirement. This time, Venice had gathered all its naval forces, along with those of its vassal states, and was charging aggressively into the western Mediterranean. The fleet commander was Claudio Maripello, a competent admiral from the Maripello family. Claudio, recognizing Gabriel's experience in fighting Isaac, reinstated him, allowing him to redeem himself through service. Admiral, Claudio said, as far as I know, the Greek fleet consists of three main parts. The strongest is their Mediterranean fleet, comprising 4 large carracks, the St. Nicholas, the Constantine the Great, the Marcus Aurelius, and the Grand Duke of Morea. Of these 4 warships, the Grand Duke of Morea and the St. Nicholas are old vessels from the Genoese shipyard. The Grand Duke of Morea, in particular, is nearly 20 years old, having participated in West African expeditions and suffering numerous hidden damages. It's said that after this naval battle, It's slated for decommissioning. To send such old ships to the open sea, aren't you afraid they'll become our weak point? Claudio shook his head dismissively. In his view, the naval situation was constantly changing. Sending such old, outdated, yet vital ships to the front lines was unwise. If they were sunk by concentrated fire, the morale of the entire fleet could easily collapse. The Constantine the Great, originally named Enrico Dandolo, was the flagship of the Republic's fleet stationed on Euboea Island. After being captured by the Greek emperor, it was renamed Constantine the Great. The Marcus Aurelius, on the other hand, was the first large warship launched by the Carthaginian shipyard. All the timber was imported from the Netherlands. It was basically a replica of the Constantine the Great built by the armory, but it was larger, had more cannons, and its ram had been specially modified. It was our main threat. Seeing that Claudio's expression remained unchanged, Gabriel continued. Besides these 4 large warships, the Genoese and Neapolitans each have a smaller carrack, both under the command of the Greek emperor. These are the Grand Duke of Genoa and the King of Afonso, respectively. They are equipped with fewer cannons and have poorer combat capabilities. Furthermore, as you are probably aware, Emperor Isaac also possesses a very mysterious fire-breathing warship, which destroyed the fleet of the Hafs dynasty at the Battle of Caecina. It disappeared without a trace afterward and was only recently relaunched from storage. Claudio seemed to remember something and summoned a middle-aged man to his side. Lord Tivito, you come from the Hafs dynasty. You must have seen the Greek fire-breathing warships. Could you explain them to us in detail? The visitor was indeed Tivito, the regent of the last Hafs dynasty Caliph Yahya. After Yahya's death, he settled his children in Bursa, an Ottoman city, while he himself, loyal to his homeland, served the Republic of Venice, constantly hoping to defeat the Eastern Roman Emperor who occupied Africa and returned to Tunis with Yahya's young son. In his view, the current Eastern Roman Empire was a melting pot of ethnicities and religions, almost entirely held together by the prestige of Emperor Isaac. If he died, or if his prestige were to plummet, the entire territory would inevitably descend into chaos and disintegration. This was his opportunity. Your Excellency, I did not participate in the Battle of Caecina, but after the battle, my lord sent men to interview the surviving sailors, piecing together the general outline of what happened. The fire-breathing mothership was an extremely evil weapon. The cursed Emperor Isaac specifically selected slaves with their families, luring them with the promise of abolishing slavery and land wealth, forcing them to carry out suicide attacks. Oh, Claudio seemed intrigued. Even with their families as a threat, these people couldn't possibly maintain a firm mind when faced with the fear of death, could they? Emperor Isaac would chain them to the fire-breathing ship, and the Greek fire nozzles were one-way valves. Once they began to feel fear, it was unstoppable. If the Greek fire device were forcibly shut off, the fire-breathing ship would explode directly, the oil igniting everything flammable around it. This was the main reason our main fleet was completely annihilated. It seems indeed a very evil weapon. Claudio made the sign of the cross on his chest, feigning compassion. I wonder if there's a way to deal with the fire ships. While there's no real solution to the fire ships, their applicability is limited. They're essentially a special weapon designed specifically to counter the Hafs dynasty's fleet, Gabriel added. Yes, against a fleet with powerful long-range firepower and numerous escort galleys, the fire ships simply can't get close enough to the main warships to be effective. Furthermore, this weapon is most powerful the first time it appears. If the enemy is prepared, its effectiveness will be greatly reduced. Claudio pondered for a moment. In any case, we must be cautious, inform all officers and men of the details of the fire ships, so they can prepare themselves mentally. The overall strength of our invincible fleet far surpasses that of the Greek fleet. The Greek emperor's cleverness is insignificant in the face of absolute superiority. Of course, Your Excellency. A hint of resentment flashed in Gabriel's eyes. Capture on Euboea was a lifelong source of pain for Gabriel. He had expected a heroic death, even reciting his dying words, but instead, he was never received by Isaac and was thrown onto Venetian ship along with his captives, with a meager ransom demanded. As a nobleman, he had to wash away this shame with a great victory. He had waited a long time for this day, and Venice had waited a long time too. For this naval battle, the Venetian council had finally united, reaching agreements with the French and Ottomans, and promising the Aragonese trading privileges in exchange for port rights in Palermo and Valletta. Full speed ahead. We'll rest briefly on Malta, observe the Greek fleet's movements, and then decide whether to cross the Strait of Tunis, Admiral Claudio shouted from the deck. Your Excellency, something terrible has happened. A messenger ship sped towards them, its sailors waving their arms. The Greek emperor has seized Valletta port first. We can't just rush in like this. Claudio frowned. Admiral, it seems they also know they can't fight us head-on, so they've chosen to block the Strait of Tunisia, holding the advantage of terrain and waiting for our attack. Gabriel gritted his teeth in anger. No problem, we can temporarily anchor at Catania port in eastern Sicily and launch raids on North Africa, forcing them to fight. The Greek emperor has really messed up this time. I will definitely fight him to the death. We've gained another reliable ally, however, if they keep hiding, it will always be a problem. Claudio flipped through the map, quickly searching for a solution. Admiral, what is it now? Claudio couldn't help but shout. The Greek fleet has appeared on the southwest sea and is heading towards us at full speed. Good. 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 Claudio threw down the map and laughed heartily. If they had kept dragging this out, we really wouldn't have had a good solution. We never expected to run right into them. All soldiers, listen to my command. The chance to avenge the Republic has arrived. Charge forward with all our forces and annihilate their main fleet. Claudio stepped onto the high platform, the golden lion banner of St. Mark fluttering above his head, exuding confidence and triumph. This time, we will teach the Greek emperor a lesson, so he will realize his place and see who the true master of the seas is. On June 23, 1460, the combined fleet of the Eastern Roman Empire clashed head-on with the Venetian armada in the waters northeast of Malta. The two sides, who already harbored deep hatred for each other, skipped the pointless pre-battle negotiations and focused solely on the fierce battle. Thus began the Battle of Malta. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.